Although in the middle of that they did lose that, the only match they've lost so far to Gloucestershire last Sunday. 4 runs here for the first time from the bat.
There's hopefully things a little bit better for you as Fahim comes in. That's edge for 4. We missed a drop catch while we were away.
Here's Don round the wicket, and lovely shot lofted. It wasn't too far from the hand of the diving short extra cover, but Yorkshire have won 6 times down here previously, and just the one tie between the sides in T20 history, which came on this ground in 2015. Lovely shot here, full, is just over pitched, hasn't he, Don Bess?
Moving away from us now. Bowls a short delivery that's pulled forward is square. That's going to be 4 on 2 bounces. Right to the pitch of the ball, Kelly, and charge down the track. He likes to do that, Kelly, get to the pitch of the ball or as close to it as he can. And that's flashed by Kelly. Backward is square, that's 4 runs. Cut shot and a late cut shot.
35 for 1 still then. In comes Moeen and he gives him the charge here, and that's gone a long way. That has gone a long way over long on into the crowd at the Bennett end. What has Moeen got as a response then? 41 for 1 with that half dozen. Oh, he's got him here, surely. AJ ties underneath it and takes a very easy catch, just lofted wide of mid-off, but plenty of time for Ty to get underneath it and take his second. Yorkshire have taken their second wicket. Leicestershire 41 for 1 and Patel gone for 14. 41 for 2 I should say, and Patel gone for 4.
For Fahim is in, and that's pulled round the corner for 4 runs. The fine leg is quite square. Comes down the track, hits down the ground for 6. That's a great shot. Right to the pitch of the ball and skied it. He's doing pretty well as it is. Ty to bowl his second over from the pavilion end. Down the pitch comes Tattersall. He's hit this high in the air, but there's a slip from the fielder. It's gone over his head. It was straight down his throat.
He's zipping off there for a couple of weeks to keep his T20 skills going. As Tattersall launches into this one, gave himself a bit of room, opened up the offside, and the ball disappeared past him for 4. Would have been a comfortable catch, you would have thought, as he's coming into play here. Wharton is not quite going to get there to a nicely played reverse sweep by Tattersall. Another boundary.
Thunders in, he's up to the wicket, bowls. That's pulled round the corner. There's a man out in the deep mid. Kelly has to go for a very good
long off cap corner and deep backward square on the left side, and also finally walking back to the dressing room because Chandler Chauhan has just bowled it off stump, and things beginning to turn fairly quickly with the last
and he's bowled it. That one kept really low. It might have been a slower delivery as well.
Now then, it looked like it was close.
You go the other way. There's a great lash out of the box, and it's got basically every wicket keeper's head for 4 runs.
On the board, and there's a few runs on the board here. Liam Travaskis is just waiting for that. Balls, that's cut. 4 runs. There's no fielder out there. Square the wicket on the boundary. There's a strong cover. 6. And Cox cracks this for 4 as a chase on that the fielder's going to lose. He's got it for the next stage, and that's a lovely shot as well. Just chip that really over.
That's a big shot in the air from Travaskis, but there's a fielder out there deep square leg that takes it.
Welcome along everybody to Kibworth Cricket Club for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. Their first game of their Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign. Kibworth is a beautiful outground. It's my first time there. I believe it's the only game Leicestershire have got here. We've got a very packed out crowd, especially around the right hand side of the outfield. We're in a deep wicket position at the moment, and I'm very, very pleased to be joined alongside by a very good friend of mine. I'm Charlie Hart, and alongside is Toby Reynolds. How you doing, Toby? Yeah, good, thanks, mate. Happy to be here. As you're saying, One Day Cup underway. First game was yesterday. Leicester's first game today, and it's going to be an absolute belter here down in Kibworth. It certainly is. And we've got 2 teams to bring you, of course. I'll take you through the Leicestershire side. Stephen Eskenazi and Rishi Patel at the top. Ian Holland, Hamza Sheikh, Johnny Tattersall, Rand Swart, Ben Cox, Ben Green, Mo Rizvi, Ajaz Patel and Alex Green. On the Gloucestershire side, we've got the Aussie Cameron Bancroft, James Bracey, Ollie Price, Jack Taylor, the skipper, Miles Hammond at 5, and Cameron Darrywell we've got coming in at number 6. Joseph Eklund, Graham Van Buren, Daz Ahmed, Ahmad Rao, and Will Williams. Two very, very good sides, Toby, who are looking to go and give the One Day Cup a pretty good shot this year, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've had fair bit of success in the last couple of years in the white ball side of the game. Leicester obviously won this back in 2023. Gloucestershire 2015 was the last time they won it, but that was still that kind of since the rejig, the sort of One Day Cup stuff. It was 30 overs before that, but obviously won the Blast a couple of years ago. So it should be really exciting day to day, but also competition for both teams who are the least affected teams by the 100 as well. So both full strength, obviously a couple of injuries, everything else around it. But I think we'll both be looking to really, not actually kickstart their season, but really get going with everything around it, and as I say, go on to make a really big charge at the competition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Toby. So the news from the toss is Gloucestershire have won it, and they have elected to bat first. The players are getting led out into the pitch through a nice little guard of honour from the All Stars, I'm sure from a local club. But the two opening batters for Gloucestershire, very strong pairing of James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft. As the Leicestershire players come in for their huddle, let's have a little quick chat about that pitch. It looked good out there, didn't it? And win the toss and bat was probably what we suspected.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it looks a little bit green perhaps on top, so first 10 overs or so could be something to be wary of, and I think that's always the case in the One Day Cup and in competitions like this. If you can create a really good platform and you leave yourself the final sort of 20, 10 overs, you can really go on and kind of get tens if you've got 8 wickets in hand, 7 wickets in hand with that sort of final 10 overs, and really make the most of what will be probably quite a high scoring game we're expecting. Good pitch, quite small boundaries, outgrounds can generally be pretty decent batting tracks, so I reckon there's a good chance that might be what we're expecting today as well.
Indeed we will. So that pitch, as you say, Toby, is a mighty fine out.
And Bairstow has to go. That hit the toe end of the bat.
We're hoping for runs on
and
both sides,
a diving, tumbling
so
stop.
third in last year's Group A are the batting side, Gloucestershire, and last year Leicestershire had a slightly under par for them, 7th, as they've been a pretty solid performer in white ball cricket over recent years. We've got the umpires ready, we've got the batters ready, and we've got a very consistent flow of fans across our commentary position here, Toby, which might be a little bit of a struggle. But we're going to see exactly what we can do for you. And I believe, running in from the pavilion end, we've got Ian Holland to start off, a brilliant all-rounder who he can bat at the top and bowl at the top, can't he?
It's quite useful to have, isn't it? You can do both. He's come off the back of the MLC as well. He was over there playing for Washington Freedom the last couple of weeks, so very much in the white ball swing of things, and I'm sure we'll be looking to swing the ball as well here at the top of the order.
Yeah, definitely. And then we've got the two batters, Bancroft and Bracey, looking to set a good platform here for Gloucestershire. And it's a beautiful day here in Kibworth as we get ready for the first delivery. The music settles. You can hear a pin drop. It's a lovely atmosphere here, isn't it, just around the ground? I'd say there's a good solid 3 rows of deck chairs around the majority of the ground. It's a lovely atmosphere at a ground like this.
It's been buzzing all morning so far, and as you say, the second he starts to come in, dead silent. You can tell everyone is on the edge of their seats. One Day Cup back again, and the excitement, palpable around the ground.
It's the beauty of grounds like this, isn't it? Sorry, just again. Looks like there's good pace in the wicket early on from Ian Holland. Good carry through to the keeper. Bracey looks pretty settled so far. But it's the whole point of grounds like this, isn't it? To have that atmosphere of the cricket fans who are really, really desperate to go and watch their side. And the 50-over competition, which is a brilliant competition, especially for the ultra fan.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, more good shapes from Ian Holland here.
Yeah, 3 innings first up for Bracey. Looking much for us, we thought there might be with the new ball. A new ball from each end. It'll be for the first 30 or so overs, and then they get to change and just have the one ball for the final few overs. So yeah, Holland, good start so far. Finding the right line and lengths, which is pretty crucial. You can't let, on a track like this, get them off to an absolute flyer, the batters.
Some gentle away swing here from Ian Holland. Just hanging it outside the off stump. Waiting for Bracey to push it a wide one. He'll do this all day, Ian Holland.
James Brace will be leaving the there as well if it's out there. Bit of a stalemate so far, but, just setting each other up, I'm sure. Couple slips in, and then regulation wing field otherwise. Sweeper at backward point and fine leg. Everyone else inside the ring.
Bit more of a confident push that time towards mid-off. Very wide stance, Bracey. And it also it's quite a short outfield. It's quite a short boundary. We really got that feel out there in the middle, didn't we, Toby?
Yeah, definitely. It feels like some balls could be flying all over the place if one of the sides gets going with the bat here. I'm sure the members in the pavilion will be looking for some catches at some point down at long run.
Huge slashing cut. Is that a wicket? It is! Ian Holland, and a brilliant catch from behind the stumps. Remarkable diving catch, one-handed to his left. And it's a shot played by James Bracey, and he goes for a 6-ball duck. The perfect over to start things off for Leicestershire. 5 dots followed by a wicket.
That is an absolute screaming take. That's flown off the bat there. Ben Cox behind the stumps. Just sticks out his left hand. It looked like he could have been absolutely flying over Slip's head there, who just about was going to react and get a hand up for it, but no need when you've got Ben Cox next to you, who just unbelievable behind the stumps and takes an unbelievable catch for it. You can see that was a very watchful start from Bracey, but Ian Holland gets the better of him in the end there, just able to he flashes at one and he makes the mistake, having been so watchful and so defensive and actually looking very solid for those first 5 balls.
It just looked like he was a man who wanted to get away, he wanted to get a boundary in the first over, and it's what a few dots in the build-up can do, and Ian Holland didn't really miss his mark. And arguably, I'd probably say that was his worst ball of the over. Not that any of them were particularly bad. It was just that he was on the mark. He got a shot from Bracey on the 5th ball of the over. Then with the 6th, almost just dropped it a little bit shorter, invited the shot, and a screaming catch, as you say there, Toby, from behind the wicket.
No, definitely. Here we go. Ollie Price now out to the middle. We'll be at the non-strikers end with Bancroft. Also still gets to face the ball. 2 new batters and over in. I think that's Ben Green taking the new ball from the other end.
Yeah, it looks like it. So just the 100 for Ollie Price in last year's Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. 103 coming against Derbyshire, but he's at the non-strikers end. So Cameron Bancroft, with a few bat taps, is now facing up. Just those 2 slips in.
Is it about the on-speed play?
It's a play and a miss first up. What a gorgeous start this is for Leicestershire. Terrific stuff.
Again, right on the money straight away. They're not giving him any freebies so far. And you can see that Bracey, when he thought he might have had one to try and cut out, he threw his hands at it and just feather an edge through.
So Ben Green's going to try and offer something very similar from a slightly different angle. Ian Holland was right arm over. It's down the leg side this time. Ben Green also opting for right arm over to the right-handed Bancroft.
It looks really bad from my end.
We're seeing some slightly different shapes from Ben Green, looking to bring the stumps and pads slightly more into play. They're struck on the pad, looks a little bit high. Umpire remains unmoved. Some good early bowling this from Ben Green from both ends. They're not holding up on the pressure, are they? Great stuff from Leicestershire.
Keeping it very much on at the moment. I always have that big appeal from the cover and mid-wicket and not much else there. I think you can kind of gauge what the keeper and the bowler are thinking there. But yeah, Green started well here. He's keeping the pressure on, following on from Holland, who himself had a very good first over. That wicket maiden first up.
Advancing is Bancroft. push outside the off stump. There just might be a little bit of extra juice in this surface, you know.
It does look like it's just, carrying through a little bit. That back of the length in particular, just skipping on and flying through. Third slip coming in, perhaps?
It looks like it. Yeah, it feels a good move, doesn't it? Almost, it gives the batters an extra invitation to hit that now wider gap in the covers. So it's backward point and an extra cover, and the 3 slips in on the offside. Down the track again comes Bancroft, pushing it up to extra.
Yeah, the slips got Rishi Patel, Ajaz Patel, and now Moeen Deswar as well. Otherwise, pretty similar fields to the last over. Fine leg third man outside the ring, everyone else inside. Point quite a wide mid-off, mid-wicket and mid-on as well.
Bancroft looking to stay positive, get a big solid movement into the ball, and Ben Green isn't missing his mark, isn't missing his length at all. Bancroft tries to slightly disrupt that. It's a very, very good start for Leicestershire, and they're keeping the pressure on. They can smell another chance coming. And that ends the over then. 1 for 1 Gloucestershire from the first 2. Leicestershire very much on top.
Yeah, still no runs off the bat. Just the one wide, giving the run so far for Green. And that wicket maiden first up from Holland. But it's been, as you say, a very impressive start with the ball in particular from these two. James Bracey, the man gone, nicked off in that first over. The final ball of the first over by Ian Holland, who will continue from this pavilion end. But they are still looking to be positive, which I think is pretty crucial in this kind of format. You've got to really try and find the right balance, which in itself is the test of, can you be positive, can you keep scoring, but also knowing 50 overs is a long time to bat in the white ball format. Most of these players will be, coming off the back of the blast, just 20 overs. It's 2.5 last innings is quite a lot when you have to try and put it together like that. There was a long time for you to really build a proper innings. We saw it yesterday, quite a few hundreds on day one of the One Day Cup.
Ian Holland starts exactly where he left off. Keeper standing, relatively close and taking that almost at chest height. And the ball was still on the rise. Looks like the kind of pitch where if you can just get in on, if you can just see out the first 10, that's what we mentioned earlier, isn't it? If you can get through the opening overs as a batter, it looks like a pitch that the ball will come on really nicely to the bat a little bit later on. Confident defence there though from Price. Pushed out into the offside. Bit of bounce around the Leicestershire fielders. Balls whizzing around. Noise in the ring.
Yeah, I think we know that there's opportunities here. Something's going to come if they can keep finding the right areas, which they've done so far. Then there will be opportunities. There will be wickets, and they can try and strike and walk away from today with first victory of the season.
Bit of extra bounce there. Price takes the bottom hand off the bat. But no, I think it just adds to exactly how good of a catch that was behind the stumps from Cox. And we're seeing the pace is roaring through off this wicket. And that's off a cut shot, which sometimes could almost add pace to the ball when a shot is coming through with such a slash. And it was rising up to Ben Cox, who took a terrific catch above to his left off James Bracey. This beats the edge appeal. Very, very small appeal. And only Price instantly marks his guard. Must have just been maybe a little clip of bat on pad or maybe a helmet click or something.
Yeah, 2 Patels in the slips went up there, but nothing from Cox behind the stumps or the bowler Holland himself.
It's a big tell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very rare we'll ever see a bowler not go up if there's a chance of them getting a wicket for themselves. And rightfully so.
Ollie Price with the high hands again. Does feel like it's almost a day for the slightly taller batter. Ollie Price is a little bit taller than James Bracey. Looks like he's getting slightly more on top of the ball.
Yeah, he certainly has fairly wide stance, I feel like, as well. Looks, so solid in defence, high elbow.
Back of a length, and that feels like the kind of length that we might see a few runs today. Especially a wide short ball might get cracked away to the boundary just as Ollie Price shadow bats just there. There ends another over. A dot to end. A second maiden on the bounce for Ian Holland. It's 1 for 1 from the first three.
Can't really ask for much of a better starter, can you, than more wickets and less runs. Which is a pretty rare thing to have seen so far. 1 for 1 has been, I think, just kind of sums up how good Leicestershire have been more than anything else. They've offered no freebies whatsoever, which is where you can get a little bit difficult in the power play if you offer too much width, if you go ball too full or too short, and you can just get put away, particularly on a ground like this as Green continues.
Push outside the off stump from Bancroft as these two are now just desperate to get some runs off the bat. As you mentioned earlier, Toby, still yet to get a single run off the willow.
I don't think there's any by any sort of fault of trying. They've both been looking for it where possible as well. Both looking to be positive, but just nothing where they can cash in on. You can see there from Bancroft throwing his hands a little bit at that one with the back foot punch. And he's seen him use his feet too.
There's a lot of noise out here from the Leicestershire players. They know exactly what the game situation's telling them. They're on top of this game as we see Josh Hull in a bib deliver some drinks around the ground. It's one of the few in the squad that weren't picked today. No Tom Scriven, no Sheridan Gums, no Josh Davey. Ben Green draws a push from Bancroft, a little bit fuller that time. Again, it's something that there's good timing on this pitch. That's a nice shot up to mid-on, but no runs just yet. And I think these batters will know they've just got to stay patient for a little bit.
No, exactly. Just a reminder as well, you can get in touch with us either via the live stream comments or on either of our channels, which we'll tell you about in a second.
Dropped into the leg side. There's the first run off the bat, coming from the bat of Cameron Bancroft. Whipped into the leg side.
Yeah, and we can see there are a few technical issues as well, which are attempted to be fixed at the moment. But if you do want to get in touch, any questions, any comments, anything you've noticed or that you want us to talk about as well, feel free to get in touch on the YouTube comments or Charlie's socials of What's He On About Pod, and mine's @TReynolds_sports. So hit us up with any messages, and we'll love to hear your guys' feedback. And I'm sure there'll be some topics we'll be discussing later, which we'll want to hear all of your opinions and views on as well.
Pushed away through forward of point, not timed, so it will just be a couple of runs off the bat of Ollie Price. He gets off the mark. The push away through the covers. Looks very tricky to start on out there, this wicket, but Gloucestershire winning the toss and batting earlier this morning. And they understand it's just going to be a little bit of a grind these first few overs. But that's what 50 over cricket's about. It's the one-day battle. Nice delivery from Ben Green to end the over. So 4 for 1. And 4 overs have gone from it as the tunes go up. I've seen a few golden drinks start to flow this morning. It's a lovely atmosphere here at Kibworth.
Yeah, you can see just those couple balls where Ben Green did finally concede the runs, just a fraction short, the one that was pushed into the offside for 2, and maybe a fraction straight into the leg side, the single that Bancroft took. But otherwise, they've been barely unhittable, and I think you've got to commend the 2 openers so far. Holland yet to concede a run. He's 1 for 0 after 2 overs, and he'll look to keep going with the same as well. He's a proper cricketer, as Ian Holland, born in America, grew up in Australia, came to sort of prominence through reality TV show in the search for a cricketer, and now he's over here playing for Leicestershire.
So, wait up.
Down the leg side, a fine feather on it. It's going to run away for the first boundary on it. It's come off the pad. So Gloucestershire yet to get a boundary off the bat so far today. Even the force down the leg side clip off the pads, but Gloucestershire won't mind that. It crashes into the advertisement boarding down the far side of the ground. And Gloucestershire can finally say they've got some runs off of Ian Holland, but of course it's not going to go on his figures. Bancroft advancing one more. No run.
Yeah, very good there from Holland. Just, as you say, fraction straight that last one. And just tickled away. We're never going to stop those ones on this outfield. It's pretty dry, pretty rock hard, the outfield, as expected, with the lack of rain we've had the last few weeks, few months even. I don't even know how long. But it's been going on for a while, and it's going to race away. And the runs will flow today, you'd expect.
Again, maybe just a fraction short there, but not enough to draw a boundary shot. Cameron Bancroft looking a little bit frustrated. But Ian Holland is bowling terrifically well so far today. Not doing a lot wrong, but neither of the Gloucestershire batters. There's two slips at waiting patiently. Legs very wide apart.
The one that's moving right now is the... Well, yeah, it's supposed to be the beauty cam, but obviously we've had to use this one because there's a lot of...
And very good this from Ian Holland.
Yeah, another double. He's been on the money.
It does feel like, in terms of where a wicket can come from here for Leicestershire, that next one, it's just everything's pointing the direction of a catch behind square in the offside. The two slips are so in the game.
He's challenging both sides of the edges as well, which I think is pretty important.
Right, okay.
And again, another delivery. Use of feet though.
It looks like, sorry Toby, it looks like Ian Holland's just pointing at the danger area as if Cameron Bancroft is, while he's advancing down the pitch and then putting an extra stride in for that front foot defence. Ian Holland's just pointed that out. You can see him on the live stream. We'll have another look at the end of this ball, but he doesn't look too happy with the Aussie. Opening batter for Gloucestershire, Cameron Bancroft. That time staying in his crease, and it draws the edge. Good bowling from Ian Holland.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those where Bancroft sort of took an extra, almost a follow through in his forward defence, which, as you say, just went into the danger zone perhaps.
8 for 1 then from the first 5, 9 for 1, sorry. As Leicestershire have the start of dreams.
Yeah, absolutely top start for the home side here. 5 overs in, halfway through the power play. Green will continue from the opposite end from where we're sat down by the pavilion. The coffee bar end, should we call it perhaps, Charlie, over down there. We can see a big sign in front of where all...
You made that sound as if you just made up the name.
I have made up the name. That's what I do. Green continues. 3 slips. Prodded into the offside and scamper through for a single. They make it comfortably in the end there. Good running, good rotation of the strikers. What they couldn't quite do in those first 3-4 overs. Or 3 overs, I guess. They managed to do it there, though, and just nudging singles around. There are gaps because there are 3 slips in, plus a third man and a fine leg. So lots of space in front of square just to drop and run.
That does feel the main scoring option at the minute, doesn't it? Not a lot of bad balls from Leicestershire. Leicestershire picking up singles.
That's a big drive there from Price. There's a big gap between, sort of almost an extra cover rather than a wide mid-off, but sort of in that region. So there's quite a big gap between him and the bowler. Just off screen, you can kind of see. I think that's exactly where Price is going to try and target, and you could hear a bit of a cry of excitement almost from the slips and the keeper. It's what they want to see. Try and big booming drives, find the edge. That's pulled short. And that's the first boundary off the bat we're seeing today. A lovely shot there from Price, just dug in short by Green, and he's read the length nice and early there, has Price, and just helped him on its way out towards the boundary there at square leg. Lovely shot, lovely sound off the bat as well.
Yeah, rigging around this ground. Yeah, just to say that it does feel like it's quite a wide area, just with this new ball and on this fresh pitch. It feels like it's quite a large area that the ball is quite hard to get away from.
That same place up in the air, a bit more of a top edge, but could go all the way, and does. That's huge there, over the top of the fans sat in their deck chairs out there at deep square leg, and thought for a second perhaps could be flying, carrying down to the man at fine leg, but in the end goes all the way for 6.
And that's not part of that area, which is hard to get away. Anything short of a hard length is looking relatively easy to put away, and anything really over pitched up towards that genuine half volley length is a no bowl area. But it does feel like there's a wide area where the bowlers can bowl.
That was punched down the ground. Another 4, 3 boundaries in a row now. It's a glorious drive there from Price. Just too full of overcorrection from Green, and he's punished for it. Now the runs are starting to flow. We were saying it earlier, you've got to get through the first few overs, and Gloucestershire have 1 down, but now Green's just struggling to find that same area he found the first couple overs, that consistent length, and Price is capitalising. And that time he just uses the pace and guides it down nicely off the face of the bat. Down to third man for a single. Smart batting there. Make the use of the boundaries, rotate the strike, keep the single for the next over. 25 for 1.
Yeah, really good batting. I think my favourite part about it was after thought balls he dispatched over his leg. He understood that the next ball might be just slightly pitched. It wasn't a bad ball from Ben Green, which he was able to get really early on the foot of. Weight transmission on the ground. That's a glorious drive, and then off the final ball, just waiting towards that as he keeps the strike from Cameron Bancroft. Ollie Price looking very impressive that over as he moves to 17, and Gloucestershire 25.
Holland back in for another over. That's driven airily, but straight enough to beat the man at mid-on, and will be another 4. Places 4. It's a lovely shot through the blades, slightly upish, but straight enough and timed it well enough to race or.
Well, it's almost time for Gloucestershire fans to hope that Ollie Price doesn't get too carried away here, because he's had a few shots now which have just roared off the middle of the bat, and again, not a bad delivery from Ian, which Ollie hit really nicely through mid-on.
That was whipped into the leg side again. Could it beat the man at will, and should race away for 4, and does. All the way down the hill towards us here in the commentary area. We were talking about it earlier, but it's a very hard and fast outfield here, and the ball will race away if you get anything on it. It could be quite hard to defend at times, and he's found the gap so far and is really making the most of it.
Well, here's the sign, Toby, of our original suspicions, which I don't know about you, I was getting a bit worried that I predicted we'd see an absolute road out there, and all of a sudden it was a spicy, bowler-friendly wicket, but now we're seeing exactly what we thought we might, and ball's racing off the bat.
Just defended sensibly there, as much as anything else from Price, who is flying at the moment. But I think he's sensible enough to know when a good ball's coming down at him and not try and get carried away. Still inside the power play, so there's still going to be a lot of scoring opportunities for the next 3.5 overs or so. So he doesn't need to force it. That was just tickled into the leg side, just going to be a single down towards fine leg. Brings Cameron Bancroft on strike, the Aussie overseas.
Well, Ollie Price, is fair to say, has made this look a lot easier than the other 2 batters so far. And we'll see how Cameron Bancroft gets on, whether the boundaries from Price has given him a confidence boost or otherwise.
Big waft of that one from Bancroft. A big cry of ooh and ah from behind the stumps. You know, that's what they're trying to get these two to do. That wasn't really there to drive, it was a fraction short. He threw his hands at it, did Bancroft, and just nipped away, I think, off the pitch. And Holland will be licking his lips at that one. Exactly what he wants to try and happen. As he's in again now. Last ball of the over and edged. Oh, and I think that's possibly put down. That was very low to the left hand there of, I think that's Ajaz Patel in there at second slip.
Yeah, I think that's a drop catch, you know. Just pushing off the back foot, Cameron Bancroft. And yeah, it's been put match-winning 143 not out against Glamorgan in this competition last year.
That one's full and driven again, but off the outside edge there. Doesn't fly, stays low, and a lovely stop there from Tattersall in at backward point. Low down to his right. Again, one of those, if it beats the man, it's probably going to race away for 4. He does well. And Green continuing. So just under 3 overs left in the power play. So he goes again. Left alone this time, sensibly so, from Bancroft.
Yeah, I think Bancroft's just got to treat his innings slightly differently to Ollie Price. Ollie Price obviously going out all guns blazing and looking $1 million, and Bancroft will know he's just got to treat his innings in his own way, build it calmly, and go searching for the shots that Price are putting away.
That one's short and appeal from behind the stumps. I think for an OEW, but possibly a couple of noises in there as well. And height. Probably a fraction high on Bancroft there, but Cox still had his hands in the air for quite a long time there. I think he enjoyed that one. Good line, perhaps. We'll see on the replay here. Yeah, nipped back a long way, but I think that was thigh pad. So it would have been maybe just clipping the bails at an absolute best there. Green in again. That one's punched just back to the bowler from Bancroft.
It's not looking easy for him out there, is it? That last delivery, as you say, just looking a little bit high from our point of view, but I think for the bowlers, it's that hard length, isn't it? And what we've seen is a couple of slightly overpitched deliveries against Ollie Price get put away down the ground, and the really short ones are sitting up quite nicely. But that's the length right there, that hard length from Ben Green, and Ian Holland's been hitting the mark well as well. Not easy to get away from that.
Well, that's the thing we've seen so far. Any time the bowlers have missed that length, it's been dispatched and flown away. Green last over went short twice early, both pulled away, 1-4, 1-6 from Price, and then overcorrected, went too full, and it was punched back past him down the ground. And we saw then Holland the following over, a couple more boundaries, going straight again if you're too full. And again, that's better from Green. This is good. It's a good comeback after what was quite an expensive over last time round for him. 35 for 1, 8 overs in. Just a couple overs left in the power play. Holland's, you'd assume, will bowl one more. He does. His cap comes off. And then maybe one more for Green down the other end too. And then we'll see probably a couple changes in the bowling. There's a lot of options Leicestershire have. Ajaz Patel, Mo Rizvi as well, and then Ruanda Swart. Ian Holland's obviously already bowled, but Alex Green could come in too. And Rishi Patel, who developed his off spin quite a lot last year and was very impressive with the ball, considering he was basically just a batter just the season prior.
Well, Alex Green, of course, second top wicket taker in last year's One Day Cup. He was magnificent for Leicestershire. Moving away off the good length again there. Ian Holland.
Yeah, another dot there for Holland, as we've seen so many times from him so far. And he comes again. That one's driven,
Going to beat the fielder at cover? Yes, it does. Not fully timed at that one, but does race away for 4. He's just prodded at that one. It didn't quite come out of the middle, I don't think, but picks up 4 for it.
Yeah, really nice shot. Just lent on it there. Ollie Price, and it's far away there, the fielder. But it's another sign, as you mentioned, Toby, of this outfield. Ball scorching away off it. Pretty sun-baked, relatively dry outfield, as most areas are in England as of late with the heat. It's a good sign for batters, though. Once they get in, run scoring could become quite easy.
It's better there from Holland. Good length again. Fraction straight, but Price happy to just defend it rather than maybe try and work it into the leg side. He's into the 30s now. He's absolutely raced along. Bancroft's 4 off 25, Price 30 off 20. Just showing the difference in the way these two have found it and gone about their work so far today. That one's chipped airily, but over the head there of extra cover. Who's in quite close catching. They come back for a couple. But again, that's exactly what Holland will be looking to see. Just sort of just prodding at that one, trying to force that one, I think, perhaps into the leg side where maybe it wasn't there to.
Yeah, leading edge from Price. Again, it's that length. It's just doing enough off the wicket to draw about false shots and the leading edges that we've just seen.
That was driven again, straight, beats the bowler and should run away for 4 and does. That's another one again there. And Price it is again with what is another boundary. He is flying onto 36. He moves. And that's his 6th boundary of the day so far. He came in with the score 1 for none at the end of the first over. Or none for 1, sorry. At the end of the first over. And has been flying since then.
That really is a terrific shot right there. Ian Holland, I think he's bowled the ball he wanted to there. It's just been put away down the ground. That is as good as it gets.
Targeting the stumps that time is Holland to end the over. 9 overs gone. 45 for 1. Price just finding this pretty simple so far. Picking up boundaries with relative ease, despite the bowlers not missing their marks by too much.
Well, at 45 for 1, it does feel that main story is the difference between the two players, doesn't it? Price going along 36 from 23 balls, whereas Bancroft has faced more for his 4. He's 4 off 25, and Cameron Bancroft will, well, it'll certainly be weighing on him, but he'll be treating it in the Cameron Bancroft way, that's for sure.
Final over the power play here, and starts with a dot ball, does green. Solid again in defence from Bancroft too. As we say, has been far from fluent so far, but I don't think that'll really play on his mind.
Definitely not.
Because I think it's just one of those where, if you're going to bat for 50 overs, he'll obviously be looking to try and bat for, and if you can do that, it'll be looking at a pretty monster total and be able to catch up pretty comfortably on this track. So that was launched down the ground. First real sign of aggression from Bancroft there. Does it go all the way? It does. Glorious shot there from Bancroft. He just shuffled down at green there and hit the bowler back over his head for a lovely drive.
Yeah, that was a bit of an anger shot there from Bancroft. A little bit of built-up pressure, a little bit of understanding that Ollie Price is going just so well at the other end, and a really strong shot. Cameron Bancroft, he's found success in advancing down the pitch. He hasn't really liked to stay static at the wicket.
Defends into the leg side that time. Come back for 2, just off the inside half of the bat.
One thing I would say for Bancroft is it's quite an Aussie style wicket, this. Looking at the carry through to the keeper and the pace that's coming off the track, it's almost something that might just suit him, actually.
particularly with the shorter boundaries than he'd probably be used to in Australia as well.
And that length that is almost been dragged back a little bit.
Edges of that one, just through his hands and only can get one. Ian Hollands actually does very well down here. They're thinking about two. That one just leapt a little bit off the outfield. But Holland, body behind the ball, just I think took it in the chest in the end. Perfect long barrier, which is what the kids will be looking to see.
Well, the ball is, as we've mentioned, and as you can imagine, of course, travelling at some pace across the outfield, especially off a cut like that one. And it's taken a real leap, and Ian Holland's just moving slightly more gingerly as we see a slip removed. So Ajaz Patel's going to stay in his spot as Ben Green continues.
Oh, stuck on the pads and given. There we go. Bancroft dead in front and Green with a big cheer that echoes around the ground as well. The fans love that one. Full straight. And Bancroft, Price this is, has to depart.
Yeah, that was out. That's fair to say. And Price getting slightly stuck at the crease. He looks so good for his 36. And then just there, he looked like he got slightly stuck, maybe.
Yeah, maybe kept a fraction low.
Yeah, potentially. It didn't look like it's either he didn't quite pick up the length, or it did just shoot that little bit lower.
Possibly a bit of both.
But he looked mighty good for his 36, didn't he? I think the neutral fans are a little bit disappointed to see him go. But 54 for 2 now, Gloucestershire. And Miles Hammond is going to come to the crease after spending the last couple of years at the 100, just the one match in last year's 100. He's got an average of 37 in this day cricket, so he'll be looking forward to, getting back in this Gloucestershire 50 over side and giving it a good go.
Yeah, interesting. I think Taylor might have been carded to actually come in ahead of Miles Hammond, but they've gone for maybe the left-right combo, try and put bowlers off their length a little bit. Taylor, obviously a very explosive batter. I mean, Hammond is as well, to be fair, but perhaps a bit more orthodox than Taylor, so maybe looking to just utilise him to try and get through these early to middle overs now. A couple down inside the power play will be exactly what Leicester should have wanted so far, and a second slip comes back in now. Green continues, final ball of the power play, and that one's just dropped out to the man at point. Looks to try and carve that one away, does Hammond, but picks out the man. End of the power play there, 54 for 2. That's a big breakthrough, back end of the power play and right at the start as well, which is great to see. So I think we're going to see a little change in bowling as well. We've had Green from one end, now we've got Alex Green coming in from this pavilion end.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this man bowl. He was absolutely excellent in last year's competition, picking up the 18 wickets, an average of just 20. So as he comes in from the pavilion end, Cameron Bancroft will be on strike as he looks to slightly up the ante in his innings as the new batter comes in from the non-strikers end. Miles Hammond just facing that first ball out for a dot. It's the kind of pitch we're going to see a lot of runs square of the wicket today with the pace coming off that track. Players will look to use a third man, point region and pull away through square leg. Anything fall down the ground. Here's Alex Green. A solid lead to start. Start slightly wide of the off stump.
Yeah, signalled that wide as the umpire, I think. Tough start for Green, but big guy, isn't he? Alex Green, 6'6", I want to say.
Yeah, towering fella, got the yellow rag hanging out the back of his trousers.
A little bit of a harsh wide looking at the replay on that one. It looked like it was right on the line and actually just nipped away at the back end, maybe taking it just outside that blue wide line.
A bit of extra bounce there as it's ridden by Bancroft. He gets a single out towards deep backward square. Alex Green definitely a bowler who get that extra bounce. Find that hard length.
Yeah, a couple sweepers out there on the leg side for Green at deep backward square and deep, fine leg as well. Third man on the offsides. I think everyone else is inside the ring and actually square leg come inside the ring for the new bat for Hammond? I think there's possibly just third man and fine leg out at the moment.
Well, definitely that second slip in now. Dug out. Full ball from Alex Green. It's going to be an exciting little spell, this. And just to ask you, Toby, my sense is that it's very much honours even after the first 10 overs. We've seen great signs for the bat, great signs for the ball, and at 56 for 2 after 10, it feels pretty even.
Yeah, I would say Leicestershire perhaps the happier of the two, knowing it's going to be probably quite a high-scoring game. They got a couple early wickets, which are pretty useful to stem the flow of runs.
It's a lovely shot through point. Miles Hammond getting on top of the bounce, cutting it straight down into the ground and watching it skip away for 4. Glorious shot there from Hammond. So he gets off the mark with a boundary through point, and that's what we're looking for. I think a lot of runs square of the wicket.
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far. Pretty much everything. A couple nice drives straight down the ground, but both players have picked up length very well, and these two in particular, and Bancroft before him. But yeah, I'd say maybe Leicestershire slightly happier with two sides, but I'm not sure Gloucester will be too disappointed with 50 odd inside the power play.
That looks an absolute ripper. Glorious delivery from Alex Green, coming from the right arm over the wicket angle across the left-handed Hammond, who was beaten all ends up. Glorious delivery.
Yeah, just hooped away, it looked like that one. He's such a talented bowler as Green. Obviously part of the England under-19s setup, was down there for the World Cup over the winter in Zimbabwe. Off the back of brilliant competition, One Day Cup last year. He'll look to keep that form going.
This one just down the leg side. Yeah, 3 5-wicket hauls in last year's comp. That's the most out of anyone else. So when he takes wickets, he takes plenty.
Yeah, it does bring up a sort of interesting question where obviously the 100 being played at the same time as the One Day Cup over the last few seasons. So since the 100 came about just after COVID. But it sort of opened the 100 up as a really good... Well, I feel like development competition is almost harsh. It's a really good competition on its own, but allows these exciting, talented youngsters to have a platform too.
Flicked away through the vacant square leg region. Just backward of square. And now the batters are starting to find some real success. Miles Hammond, his second boundary of the over. It's really showing it's not taking much just to get a little bit of bat on it and watch it race away to the boundary. It's excellent batting from Miles Hammond as Gloucestershire move to 65 for 2. But you're right, Toby. Looking back on the first 10, Leicestershire will be very happy to pick up the 2 wickets, but you've got to say it's a day to be a batter. Switching to round the wicket now, Alex Green to end the over. And 65 for 2 from the first 11. Yeah, just building on your point, Toby, about this competition. I think personally it stands in its own right. And it is really the domestic pinnacle of 50-over cricket at the minute. And when it's almost the next level up is the 50-over side. And it is a small shame that, especially when England are looking to pick an ODI squad, it feels quite rarely that they look to this competition, which is definitely something. If I could change one thing about the domestic structure, I'd want a more prominent 50-over competition. Yes, it does give more opportunities to young players, but there's pros and cons, aren't there? Here's Ben Green to continue. And Bancroft forward in defence. We've got a lovely crowd. I've just had a little conversation with one of them, and it's a lovely atmosphere here at Kibworth.
Yeah, I mean, with the One Day Cup, I think going back to it is a really challenging one. When you've got 4 competitions you've got to squeeze into a six-month calendar, plus Test and international cricket as well.
Bancroft gets a single up to a wide mid-off. Well, I was thinking about this, actually. and the county ultras are not going to like this, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a moment in my thoughts of what if.
Are you going to say remove the county championship?
Well, no,
that's
that's completely anti my thoughts, Toby. Don't throw me down a rabbit hole here. I have a slight feeling that I wonder if the 100 really starts to take over, whether we do go to that Sheffield Shield style, less counties, or maybe an extra division with less counties as Ben Green bowls. Hammond pushes a single out towards the cover point. I wonder if, I don't see this happening, but what if the 100 teams then became...
So we have franchise Red Bull cricket.
Yeah.
Not
that I'd enjoy it.
No, I think
I'm just saying that's a plausible...
I mean, that is definitely... You compare the English summer to the Australian summer, and they're quite different in a lot of ways. The Aussies play, because obviously everywhere is so far apart from each other. There's Greens in again.
Climbed into the leg side. No man out there. Again, just slightly back of a length, and been picked up on by Cameron Bancroft, who's just starting to get into his innings now. He moves to 19 with a glorious shot over forward square leg.
Yeah, it's a slow start from the Aussie, but he's done well there, and he's really started to up the ante. And I think, as we're sort of saying, it was a tough start, and the bowlers did start brilliantly, but now they're starting to miss their lengths a fraction. And when you've got a player of his quality, he's been able to read length, and he's done that well so far to go full to some and drive, and now rock back for that one.
Down the track again, and then a response bouncer from Ben Green, who saw Bancroft coming down the track. And it's so often when a batter advances that they do drop it short. 73 for 2 now after that
Just
boundary.
Fraction too short, unfortunately. I think the signal is a wide, which will be tough. But there's not much you can really do. I think that was quite a long way over Bancroft's head in the end.
Short, and that cut is mistimed up towards mid-on.
Yeah, going back to the Aussie system. So because all the states are so far away from each other, I think the nearest you'll ever get is an hour flight, let alone everything, coaches and everything else around that. You've basically got to play everything at once. So they go and play 4-day and 1 day in the same block against the same team. So you'll play maybe a 4-day game Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then a 1-day cup game on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, and then you fly home. And then Perth might go over and somewhere else after that one, or you might even go back to back. And then they have obviously a massive window carved out in the middle for the Big Bash, which is their only T20 domestic competition, which again I think that's probably the biggest difference really, is the fact that they can just have one T20 block. And that again is back to your point of having less teams. The fact they only had 6 teams means they actually created extra teams for the Big Bash, which, I think people would be pretty happy to see. You always want to see more cricket and more teams and more people have opportunities to play cricket. And that I think is the biggest thing against, if you were to try and reduce things, is these historic clubs. You're just basically saying you're not worth it anymore.
Well, I can assure you that's not what I'm saying.
No, I know. I get that. I think that's the thing as well, is like the idea behind it is definitely there, but there's so much more than just, it's not played on paper, is it? You can't just be like, well, this is the ideal way of how we'd wish cricket was created, because it's been going for 100, 200 years, and you have to take all of that into account with so many clubs, and it's all ups and downs. Teams win championships, get relegated a few years later, whatever it might be, particularly with 3, now 4 formats.
That struck on the thigh pad there. Looked like, again, it just maybe a slight bit of variation of this pitch, which doesn't seem to be bouncing quite as true as we perhaps predicted. But luckily, Toby, it's not our job.
Exactly. We can just sit here and chat about it and then criticise whoever comes up with all of these plans.
Yeah,
which is much easier for us.
And the problem is, I feel like a lot of people in cricket then sort of say, "Oh, well, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know either," and then, well, nothing really happens.
Keeps getting
which is
pushed
not a
down
bad
the road.
thing.
Yeah.
We're still enjoying the cricket as Alex Green comes steaming in around the wicket. And that extra bounce just showing to slightly rush Miles Hammond. ever so slightly squared up and pushes it away into the offside. No run.
I think then the positives are you do get, competitions like I think the One Day Cup is one of my favourite competitions we have here in the UK. I absolutely love it. You get to see, so many young, exciting players coming through, but also there is still that, quality of county pro who can dominate it and really prove themselves and get 100 gigs off it and prove themselves as one of the sort of better players in the country. Eskenazi has dominated this competition since he's been here the whole time, basically. He's never quite got that 100 gig off the back of it, or at least, a proper shot in the hundreds. Miles Hammond, obviously batting at the moment, has been sort of in and around 100 teams, dropping in, dropping out, played a couple One Day Cup games last year, but was also at what, were the Oval Invincibles now, my London. And so I think you can kind of get to see someone like young Ben Green here is getting to play against these brilliant players. Cameron Bancroft as well, he seems to bowl at.
Another wide given. It definitely feels like this is a competition where more youngsters can play, which still has the same eye on it. That's the main point for me, which is people, selectors, important people in the game of cricket, they have an eye on this competition. It enables, it almost gives the young players and the players on the fringes of, let's say, the Red Bull game and the Blast game, it gives them that platform to be able to go and score from. Glorious. Brilliant shot through the covers from Miles Hammond. He's really taken to this innings today. He's pounced on anything full and short, and he's let very little go away. He moves to double figures. He moves to 13, and Gloucestershire now 79 for 2.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, that is. Just a fraction full, fraction wide from Green. And with the pace on, you got to cash in. And again, there's no stopping that. Once the ball gets going, it's slightly down the slope towards us here next to the pavilion. And it is just going to keep racing away. And yeah, I think as well, like with the 100 and the One Day Cup alongside each other, depending on what you enjoy, you can watch two different types of cricket.
Thank you so much.
Just slightly wider that time and draws the drive from Hammond, who perhaps straight after a lovely drive through the covers wanted to double up. But that ends the 13th over. Gloucestershire 79 for 2. The only thing I slightly worry about is, if we had two competitions going on at the same time throughout the summer, it wouldn't be particularly sustainable. So,
no, definitely not. And I think that is the thing. This is the sort of the one-off, and it is because the hundreds. There's only 8 teams, and each squad has 4 overseas now as well. So you're getting only really that sort of top tier of English domestic players are getting that contract, getting that opportunity, and it's great for them to be able to learn from. The likes of Mitch Marsh was playing yesterday. Rashid Khan was playing alongside Nathan Souter and Callum Parkinson in the same squad as well. So all 3 can kind of learn to develop alongside each other and build skills. As it looks like we're seeing a change of bowling here.
Yes, Rwanda Swart coming in from the far end. And we're getting a few comments in the YouTube live stream, which we'll come back to. Mr. Swart is in, back of a length, and Bancroft just riding on the bounce and turning it down towards backward square leg for a single. Well, it's about the pitch. And a few questions being raised about, is this a pitch for batting or bowling? And one person even saying 70% batting pitch, 30% bowling. And I'd say, personally, how we've both been out there, Toby, it looks a brilliant deck for batting. And we understood that there was a little bit of that green covering of grass that will go away throughout the day. As Miles Hammond just dodges a bit of extra bounce there from Rwanda Swart and fins it away into the offside. And it was clear there was going to be a little bit of early spice, a little bit of early movement off the seam, a bit of movement in the air as well. And James Bracey and Ollie Price both falling after the extra movement early doors. But we've seen throughout this morning spell that, batters have been able to tuck in when balls have been slightly mispitched. There's a short one, and Miles Hammond cuts it away to deep cover point. And it's a day where placing those deep fielders is going to be, even more important, just because of how, when the ball gets through the infield, it will race away. And I think really making sure you've got deep fielders square the wicket throughout the entire game is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think 300 is probably looking like a minimum so far. We'll still yet to see how maybe the innings progresses, but I'm sure that'll be what they'll be looking to target Gloucestershire. We saw yesterday, I think it was in the Northants game, over 300 was chased. And we are seeing that more and more and more in this competition and in One Day Cup in general as well. That it is just getting easier for batters a lot of the time. I think the One Day Cup and One Day cricket still finds that really nice balance of bat versus ball, perhaps where a lot of the T20 stuff doesn't quite have that. I mean, you look at the IPL and they're scoring as many runs in that competition as they are in the one day game sometimes. And so I think it's definitely still opportunities for a battle, but I also don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have 300 plus, place 300 plus occasionally too.
Nice cut shot, but well fielded at back with a point. Good diving stop, and there's definitely going to be a few moments like that today. I think that's Johnny Tattersall in there doing a good piece of work away to his right.
Yeah, he's been good in the point region so far. I made a couple decent stops. He's got a little bit of protection behind him at deep cover and third man as well, but there's still probably 50 yards between the two fielders. So if Hammond can time it and beat Tattersall inside the ring, there is opportunities for runs out there.
There is plenty of opportunity, that is for sure. That ends the over then. It's 14 overs gone, and the score is 82 for 2. And it's a clear sign that Gloucestershire are slowly understanding the way to go about their day today, and these two just setting a nice little partnership now, just building as it reaches 28 now. And the two batters will know it's a game of patience, and then they can really start to cash in those final 20 overs. Ground now nicely packed out. We've got several rows of deck chairs that people have brought along with them. Alex Green bowls, pops off the top of the left thigh from Cameron Bancroft, who we won't forget was dropped on 3 by, we believe, Ajaz Patel, diving away to his left. Could have been Rishi, though. Couldn't quite see the shirt numbers, unfortunately.
I think Ajaz was at second when they were down this end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So it would make sense, unless they just took one end each, first and second. But I'm not sure that's quite how the professional guys decide who fields where in the slips.
Bit of extra bounce again there, wrapping into the bottom hand of Miles Hammond. Just going to remove that glove there, give a little bit of air, give a bit of movement as well, get the blood flowing to it. But it feels a day. It feels a day where 300 plus is definitely on the cards. But it requires an early platform to reset it. It requires two batters to get in and bat the majority of the overs and allow the new batters coming in a little bit later on to be able to give it a bit more of a punt. You've got the power of Cameron Darrowell lower down the order at number 7, who impressed in the blast. Oh, that's a loose shot. Loose shot from Miles Hammond.
Yeah, big waft at that one. There are some other games, well, one other game happening around the country as well. Glamorgan taking on Sussex. Looking a little bit different to this one. 54 for 4 Glamorgan at the moment. Sussex will be more than happy with that one. 2 openers made double figures, and then a couple ducks for Henry Hurl and Will Smale at 3 and 4. 2 wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Dom Goodman, formerly of Gloucestershire's Parish, is now down there as well. Picked up a wicket.
Short and lifted up into the offside, where Mr. Swart, who's moving around from deep cover, picks up after a couple of bounces.
Sussex also boasting Tom Price, brother of Ollie, who's here today. Tom obviously making the move over the winter down to Sussex. And had a pretty good start to it, particularly the Red Bull side of things. Helped his side over the line in a couple tight thrillers. I think possibly a little bit of injury along the way as well, though. But he'll be looking forward to a good competition in the One Day Cup, I'm sure.
Nice shot through the covers by Bancroft, and these two players will continue to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And Leicestershire, well, they'll need a wicket very soon, it feels. They can pick up a third, especially before that 20 mark. They'll be in a better position rather than allowing these two very experienced batters to settle. Miles Hammond just ticking over the 700 run mark in List A cricket. Lets that one go through, and a much lower bounce there through to the keeper, who hits him on the half volley. And that ends the first 15. And at 85 for 2, you've got to say Gloucestershire, well, they're on the front foot.
Yeah, it feels like those last 5 overs, since that wicket fell down just at the end of the power play, they'll be pretty happy with the way they've gone about things in these last 5. You're listening to Toby Reynolds at the moment, alongside me, Charlie Harden, as Gloucestershire look to, having won the toss and decided to bat, look to really pile on. Probably quite an imperious total, 300 plus we're thinking at the moment is probably where they'll be looking at. Possibly more if they can really build this partnership and keep it going. Swart is going to continue now. So wide, just down the leg side, angled that first one. I'll have to re-bowl that one, unfortunately. We've, I think, now gone up 2 overs without a boundary, which will be good to see. Eskenazi, I think, has managed to just plug the gaps a little bit, having Gloucestershire go off to a pretty reasonable end to the power play and start to the second power play. Swart continues. Finds the outside edge, but falls just short, or possibly off the pad, that one.
Yeah, it flicked the front pad on the way through, I reckon. Just brought about that appeal. I think Cameron Bancroft, what he's been doing really well with that big long stride, he's also getting himself outside the line of off stump. Yeah, just beating the bat on the inside edge. Bit of in-swing from De Swart. He's got 2 test matches to his name, of course. Playing for South Africa back in 2024.
Not shorter and helped around the corner and runs away for 4. No chance of stopping that one. Just a feather of an edge. And it flies down to the ropes.
Well, De Swart, bowling with good pace. However, he's clearly, he's got the short ball ploy on his mind with the fine leg and deep square leg out on the boundary. Also a man inside the ring at forward square leg. It does feel like that's a possible ploy. It does feel slightly early to go to the short ball strategy, but Swart will definitely have that in the mind as he looks to hone in on those stumps.
Short again, this time just punched into the leg side, beats the man at cover, Green in there. Just going to get 1 though. As you say, I think he's looking to try and find that sort of back of a length delivery. Doesn't want to go full. We've seen quite a few lovely drives so far today down the ground when they have gone too full, the bowlers, without real risk. I think just that hard length has been where they've been successful. He's perhaps looking or thinking that missing short is perhaps a better option. Then he comes again to Hammond. He uses his feet to come down the pitch and defends. And De Swart just having a dummy shy at the stumps there to keep Hammond on his toes. He quickly backs up into his crease. Doesn't want to get caught out by being run out like that, would he? Would you?
No, I think these batters they've just got to stay a bit more patient than they might normally do. There's plenty of runs on offer out here. It doesn't really feel like the day you've got to force it.
It's cut away nicely again, but Tattersall again in there, doing some good piece of fielding. Yeah, so there's 4 men outside the ring at the moment, all on or behind square, pretty much. For the lefty, they got deep square, fine leg, third man, and then deep cover, who is just in front of square, over towards the houses opposite us. All struck on the pad, but he's advancing again, is Hammond. I think these two batters, perhaps knowing that they're looking to bowl quite a short length, the Leicestershire Quicks, that they're looking to try and use their feet and get to the pitch where they can and try and be aggressive going forwards.
Yeah, I think it's a day of patience for both sides, Toby.
Yes.
I think Leicestershire, especially with the ball, will be looking to just stay as patient as they possibly can, because as soon as they go searching for wickets, it's when they're going to start bowling those boundary balls. And definitely on the other side, Miles Hammond's doing a lot of advancing down the pitch. It's good for knocking bowlers off their length. However, it does make me think, is it really needed?
Looks like Nathan, but skinnier.
Shorter again, but Bancroft can't work that one away. Just pops out just behind square on the offside. Yeah, Green, 18 runs so far from his 3 overs. De Swart has been similarly economical, or even more so actually. He's gone for just 9 from his 2. Ben Green was the most expensive so far, 38 from his 6. And Ian Holland, who was very impressive with the new ball early doors. That one's chipped out towards wicket. Isn't quite going to carry though. Not, unfortunately, going all the way. Is that Rishi Patel in there? It is, yeah, at mid-wicket. He looked like he just sort of wrong-footed himself a fraction, almost looking to go a bit square at first before realising it was that leading edge that ended up just looping and dropping in front of him a bit straighter than he was expecting.
Well, I think we're seeing a bit of variable bounce from this pitch, you know. Maybe a slight bit of two pace, which meant Bancroft just got a little bit too, went too quickly through his shot.
That was just whipped into the leg side, just for one.
And it is making me think that maybe the short ball ploy could work. It still feels too early, but we've seen a couple of balls shoot a little bit low through to the keeper. So a couple of really pick up and take off the glove, especially of Miles Hammond, whose bottom hand has been battered of late. But it does feel that it won't be too long before Leicestershire might start thinking, all right, you know, take on these short balls to the short boundaries here at Kibworth, especially with Alex Green coming from the height he does and the pace of De Swart.
It's a good line length again there from Green. And all Hammond can really do is just defend that one. Yeah, I think you are right. The pace and height that does come with it.
Definitely a factor that's going to come into play, especially later on. And it's always easy to think about what kind of effect spin might have on this wicket, whether there'll be much purchase. Doesn't look like there was too much dust. Of course, it was a relatively dry surface, but it looked more hard rather than dusty.
That was cut away nicely, but only as far as De Swart on the boundary. Another single. Again, just rotating strike when they can't find the boundaries, these two.
Well, that's what 50 over cricket's all about. But he's still be just looking to, as we've said a couple of times today, it's all in that patience, but how can they make sure they go as close to 5, 6 and over as possible, even when Leicestershire are bowling well?
Still yet to see Ajaz Patel as well. I'm sure he'll be coming to the attack soon. That one's cut away, flies off, slight top edge there, and all the way down for 4. No stopping that one. It races away. Just uses the pace of Green there. That's the first boundary in 3 overs, and a pretty crucial one to just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Well, yeah, there's going to be runs on this wicket. We know this, Toby. However, it's definitely a day when a chance comes, it might not be easy, but it does feel like you've just got to take it. And that drop of Cameron Bancroft on 3 from Ajaz Patel is going to prove, I reckon, to be ever more costly the more this game goes on and Bancroft remains out there. So we're under Swart to continue. And again, it'll be interesting to see just how much he goes to that short ball ploy. Still got deep square leg out. They've also got a backward square leg inside the ring as Johnny Tatzel doing a bit of dancing out there to the tunes. My leg is oh no, it's the left-handed Miles Hammond. Excuse me. Backward point in the ring.
Looks to drive as Hammond, but Straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, so deep square leg is out on the boundary. Fine leg out as well. Backward point in the ring. Third man, deep forward point. Covering mid off on the offside and mid wicket and mid on the leg.
Challenging Hammond there is to Swart. As you say, it was driven straight out to that man at extra cover. Green in there, just positions. Just what I think, looking to perhaps bring that one back in towards the lefty and almost manages to break the defences.
I think that backward point position is in there just as much as a catcher, as a run stopper.
That one's shorter and he drops into the offsides. Green does a pretty good effort there. Looking to come back for two perhaps, but no, Holland backing up well to stop that one.
I just think with the slight variable bounce we've seen, a short ball outside off, very similar to the ball that got rid of James Bracey. Great diving catch by Cox behind the stumps. We've got Johnny Tattersall in at backward point, and especially the Cameron Bancroft. We saw it in the last over. That short, wide ball that receives all the force from the batter, but just takes that top edge and goes spinning away through that gully area.
Again, that one's angled in a bit more, and Bancroft looking to work that one to the leg side, but just strikes him in the pad and drops at his feet. So they're nearing 100 now, 98 for two.
Yeah, they're going at a good rate, aren't they?
Bancroft's really picked up the rate. He was, I think, 4 off 25 or so. Now raced up to 34 off, now 47.
Well, it started that with that 6 down the ground, didn't it? Bancroft just at that moment, he'd had enough and walked down the track and pumped Ben Green into a marquee past the side screen.
That's short and off the outside half of the bat, but guided nicely from Bancroft down to Holland.
So Toby, the main thing that's making me think at the minute is where are Leicestershire going to get their wicket from?
Yes.
And the only real way I see right now is that catch at backward point. Yes, they're still bringing the stumps into play, but I don't know. Where do you see a wicket coming from?
Could maybe see short ball looking to hook and top edge, sending it up. They've been a few, but they've generally carried the boundary because it is quite small. That one almost finds the outside edge there. Whizzes past it. Does to Swart. And Hammond's just looking a bit perplexed that one's done a little bit off the pitch, I think. We'll see on the replay here in a second, as we're now 18 overs in, 99 for two. Lovely delivery, angled in and just nips away a fraction. Yeah, maybe a top edge, but you know, you look at a couple of the boundaries and sixes we've seen over square leg so far, and they weren't, you know, they were cleanly struck, but maybe not 100%, which suggests that the batters are going to be pretty confident, looking to try and just carry and use the pace of the Leicestershire attack to really send, you know, if it is dropped short, I'm sure they'll be happy to take it on. I think, here we go. This is what my other suggestion was going to be, is Ajaz Patel. I think, obviously, very experienced Kiwi spinner. You know, bowling to the right-handed Bancroft, I'm sure will look to try and find that outside edge. Not got a slip in. They do have short third man and backward point again, catching mid-wicket, catching extra cover, and then a lot of fielders out on the ropes around in front of us. Patel comes in. Bancroft drives over the offside. Lovely shot there. Picks up 4 for it to bring up the 100 as well. It's a lovely strike there. Just getting to the pitch. Finding that gap at extra cover is Bancroft.
I mean, that's a very bold shot, isn't it? Early doors to a bowler who's spinning it away from the bat, but it just shows the confidence he's got. Slightly overpitched perhaps by Ajaz Patel, but climbed into by Bancroft. Great shot.
That was a bit faster that time from Patel. I think perhaps just floated that first one up, trying to tempt Bancroft. Bancroft was tempted, but manages to punish the spinner. That was quicker again and driven again, but along the floor, down the ground this time. Out towards Tattersall down there.
Well, it's early to call this. However, that first shot from Bancroft doesn't tell you there's much spin on offer, does it? I mean, yes, it'll come into play later on in the game where this pitch does begin to slightly deteriorate.
To a left-handed Hammond now, who just pushes straight down the ground. And Patel almost colliding with Bancroft there, trying to gather the ball. Yeah, he's definitely turned up the pace a little bit as Patel. That was even quicker again and almost slides on under the bat, perhaps keeping it a little low. You mentioned earlier, Charlie, a little bit of uneven bounce perhaps. This time whipped around the corner to that fielder at deep square leg. Just going to pick up a single. That ends the over. A pretty tidy one, other than that boundary off the first ball. Patel, as we were saying, just started to ramp up the pace a little bit. Just perhaps not going to float it above the eye line and allow Gloucestershire's pair here to look to hit hard down the ground to some pretty short boundaries.
Yeah, that's what he'll do well. He'll use his experience to vary his pace and stay on top of the bats. He won't let them get on top of him if he continues to bowl the same pace. So he'll keep mixing it up. So that's 20 overs gone then. Just a reminder, the 2 wickets to fall so far today. That first over, that wicket maiden from Ian Holland, getting the wicket of James Bracey off the final ball. Brilliant diving catch from Cox. That was 0 for 1 as Randa Swart is in.
Struck on the pad, big appeal, but not much from the keeper or bowler there. And the umpire doesn't even really give it a second thought. That was a good height, but perhaps just tailing down the leg side a fraction. It's sort of where the Swat's looking to target generally. Yeah, it looked pretty leg side, that one. He's sort of trying to sort of shape the ball away after sort of targeting the batter's pads and maybe try and find the outside edge. Or a couple might sort of skip on a bit like that one. Continues here as the Swat. Big outside edge. Gone it is! That's exactly the one he was looking for there. Just offers a bit more width, but finds that little bit of a nibble off the pitch. And Hammond throws his hands at that one. He just flies through for a simple catch for Cox there. 105 for 3 now, just shy of 20 overs in. That is it. Big wicket there.
Yeah, huge wicket. 105 for 3 now, Gloucestershire, and off goes the main man, Miles Hammond. And, well, he looked very, very strong at times throughout this innings, and it was the first real wide full one he really went after. He had one lovely drive through the covers that was more just nurdled and manufactured through a gap, but that was the first time he really threw his hands at a wide one. And well, it shows Leicestershire there's still enough in this wicket. A few balls continue to beat the bat, and that one just taking the outside edge. So definitely a little bit of extra joy going the way of Leicestershire. And Gloucestershire still got a bit of hard work to do, as out comes the skipper, Jack Taylor. Some all-stars, young cricketers go around the ground waving some Leicestershire flags. It's high spirits here at Kibworth.
Yeah, this could get pretty exciting. Jack Taylor, one of the best ball strikers in the domestic game. Pretty unorthodox cricketer if you look at his sort of technique, but very exciting one. Only needs, a ball or two to really get himself in, it seems, and then can launch some absolutely huge sixes. So if you're in the crowd and listening along, just keep an eye on the ball, I'd say. If he gets going, it could be some exciting next hour or two. As we're 20 overs in, just a couple overs till drinks on the 25 mark, and probably get to the halfway stage just after about 2 o'clock. The Swat will continue. Patel in at the other end. I'm sure will look to target these two right-handers now. Try and find the outside edge, and if they can, really keep the pressure on. Because I think Eskenazi actually has captained pretty well so far. He's plugged a lot of gaps. They have found boundaries, but I don't think that's unexpected when you consider how fast the outfield is, how good the pitch is, or at least we think it is. And they haven't completely got away, I would say, at Gloucestershire, and just picking up wickets every 10 overs, give or take, so far. The Swat continues. That one just jumps off a length fraction. And DeSwant goes down. Is he okay? Yeah, he should be. I think it's just a big sort of sigh of effort as much as anything else.
Yes,
And then you have to get back to your feet.
Tall man falling to the ground there, Toby. Almost felt the thud, actually. And I was a bit worried when he was lying there relatively motionless, but he's fine now. I think just on your point about how Eskenazi has captained well, I think a big thing for me is it's not easy to captain out there. This is not an easy pitch to set fields to, and as you say, he's done well so far.
Outside off and just left alone. Sensibly so by Taylor.
You know, we've seen balls race away to the boundary throughout the day, and I think what I really like is this slightly in and out feel between third man, backward point, and what is normally a deep point on the boundary. However, there isn't one at the minute to new batter Jack Taylor. And I think that's just to prevent an easy single out and towards the deep cover region. But when batters get set, keeping that backward point fielder in and almost making him your best ground fielder is a very good move.
Just defended into the offside and that right to that man you're talking about there, Charlie, in there at point. Tattersall just behind square. Can do the fielding on that one.
Yeah, he's been really on it. I think that's the position on a day like this which needs to be your busiest fielder. He's been really intent in there. Pouncing on any.
On appeal, everyone likes that one, but the umpire doesn't. I think that just gets to the rope. It does. Umpire's going to signal. Yeah, leg buys and 4 of them.
That looked incredibly close, Toby. And the one thing I would say potentially is whether that's just drifting down the leg side. But Jack Taylor, very deep in his wicket. I mean, he's been hit in front of all 3 there, so it's mightily close. And the fact that leg bye is given shows you no bat involved. But it looks like this one is just having a little word with the umpire to ask what possibly that might have missed. And I think his answer will be, well, missed, but not by far. So Jack Taylor survives. And that does 3 wickets from the Gloucestershire men. Who's hit 109 for 3. So Ejaz Patel to continue with his left arm round the wicket. Struck on the pad. That looks very close and given. So it's the main man, Cameron Bancroft, dropped on 3 and falls for 40. And it was a really good innings, actually. He was looking just to get a grip with the surface and work out the best ways of scoring on this wicket and at this ground at Kibworth. And after just rebuilding, he's just played around a relatively straight and skiddy delivery from Ejaz Patel. And Cameron Bancroft has to walk off very slowly after making his way up to 40, which is a good knock, but he's got to go now. 109 for 4, sorry.
Yeah, it's been a tricky innings in a lot of ways for Gloucestershire so far. They've scored pretty freely, actually. Price sort of started that, having come in the first over after Bracey fell for a 6-ball duck. But him and Bancroft batted nicely together. Both made decent contributions, but have now both since fallen and not gone on for any big totals. And that's kind of what's let Gloucestershire down a little bit so far. 20 overs in, and they've kind of just dropped wickets right when they've started to put partnerships together. First partnership was about 50, then they've gone. The next partnership was about 50, and then they've gone. And now 2 quick wickets in a row. And kind of in the turn of just a couple overs, it's felt like Gloucestershire were starting to really ramp up and put on a big total. And actually now Leicestershire will be licking their lips and trying to skittle Gloucestershire perhaps a much smaller total than they would have been hoping for.
Leicestershire will be incredibly happy with this comeback. What looked slightly ominous at one point with, as you mentioned, Toby, Gloucestershire batters looking set. few starts up there at the top of the order. And now we see the new batter in. Joseph Eklund to come and steady the ship. Pushing forward early doors, and this could be a chance to non-strikers, but they get off to a single to start.
On his debut is Eklund, signed from Hampshire last night. Very late call-up. He played a couple years in 2023 and 2024. Just played a few games of list A cricket. Didn't really feature much last year. England under-19 player as well. He'll be looking to really establish himself in this side. He'll have a good run at it, you'd assume, with a few injuries floating around Gloucestershire as well.
Yeah, just the 10 list A games for him so far. He's number 83, the non-strikers end. Whereas the Gloucestershire skipper, Taylor, gets to work against Ajaz Patel. How can he counter this new threat? Again, a quicker ball that is dropped slightly short. Taylor does well to squeeze it out to deep cover. Ajaz Patel's going to create a real dangerous threat to the Gloucestershire batters on this wicket, which we initially didn't think would provide too much help for the spinners, but interesting, mid-on and mid-off ball inside the circle to new batter Eklund. And there's a slightly loopy one from Patel. That'll all be part of his plan. New batter on debut, young lad. Ajaz Patel just giving him a nice little sighter. Get it above the eye line. See how the young man copes with it. Wouldn't be surprised if he darts one in a little bit for the next time. Taylor cracking away through the covers. Great diving stop. It's just going to be a single. Great work in there in the covers. That ends another good over for Gloucestershire. 113 for 4 now.
I think this is a really interesting point in Gloucestershire's innings now. We've talked about that they've kept just consistently had wickets chipping away. But when you look at their sort of season last year, it was actually a pretty decent season in the end. They made it to the quarterfinals before losing to Somerset. They won all of their first 6 games before losing their 2 final group games and then that quarterfinal game. So they had a lot of good form early on in the competition, and a lot of that came from their top 6, top 7, who all were very, very good contributors with the bat. Jack Taylor is actually the last of that sort of consistent top 7. Van Buren still to come later on as well, who's sort of slifted down the order, but Bracey was a very good run scorer, went early on. Alongside that, Bancroft had a pretty good effort last year as well. Ollie Price too. There's also no Ben Charlesworth today, and there won't actually be much more of him for Gloucestershire or in Gloucestershire colours. He's off to Lancashire at the end of the season as well. But that consistent sort of top 6, top 7. Tommy Borman's also not playing today, which I was a little bit surprised about. He had quite a few highs in last competition, if not the most consistent run scorer. It's actually best effort was against Leicestershire last year. He had made a really important 33 not out of about 20 balls to get them over the line.
Just well played down towards fine leg there by Taylor. Bringing Eklund back on strike.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how perhaps a slightly younger middle order might be able to handle this now that Hammond's gone. Taylor, obviously a lot of experience there, but Eklund just 22. Cameron Darawal only 21. And then you have a bit of experience coming in down at the back end with Van Buren, but then Daz Ahmed only 25, Amin Rao 22. So there's a lot of youth in this sort of middle to low order of Gloucestershire. And after a slightly challenging last couple overs, they're going to have to really dig in now and add a big total.
Slashing attempt at a cut shot from Eklund. Looking to get bad on ball early. Looking to find a boundary, just that high score for Hampshire of 72. It's only half century in the format. He's a good young player, very busy. Very intent between the wickets, likes to to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Swart, there will be a good challenge for him. You mentioned about all the runs in the Gloucestershire side. Well, Leicestershire are have lost a lot of their run scorers from the previous competition. No Shah Massoud, no Peter Hanscom. Their top 2 run scorers in last year's competition. So an interesting change to Leicestershire side as of last year.
Also, Lewis Hill not featuring in the side today, or the squad. Sol Bullinger too. He's gone down with a knee injury, unfortunately.
Eklund just looking to get into his knock here.
Yeah, it's pretty much just Rishi Patel and Ben Cox who kind of remain in that top 6 from last year. Ian Holland didn't have the best competition with bat, but was very good with the ball. So again, we can sort of see how that might play out for both sides, really. As we're talking about, it should be a pretty good pitch. Has looked a pretty good pitch. There is a bit of help for the bowlers, but runs should be flowing, have been flowing so far.
But this is an important spell now for the 2 Gloucestershire batters. It's been a couple of quick wickets, 2 new batters at the crease, and they'll know they've got plenty of time left in this game. I mean, 28 overs left as that concludes the 22nd. 114 for 4 Gloucestershire, just the 1 run from it. And the Swart is bowling very, very well. He's 1 for 12 from his 5, the South African man. And now it's time for the New Zealander, Aegis Patel, to continue his spell, taking the big wicket of Cameron Bancroft, LBW, in his previous over.
The clouds have come in a little bit, haven't they? It's a little bit darker overhead at the moment.
Jack Taylor pushing away from his body, finds a single in the offside. Yes, it's definitely not the perfect day. I mean, if anything, it's quite pleasant. We've come from days and days of scorching sunshine.
Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, we've got shade. And are you complaining about it, Toby? Would you like to see more sun?
This is quite nice. I mean, sun's quite nice too, to be fair. I'm not too fussy. Anywhere in the middle works for me.
I'd say it's the perfect mix of some good light, a cool breeze. And as down the track comes Joseph Eklund, takes hold of the New Zealander. And there's a 6 down the ground, and you know what? I'm just going to say this. I think Aegis Patel might be brewing something up here. That felt almost too easy for the young lad, and I wonder if Aegis Patel, this might sound silly, everybody, but I wonder if this could just be slightly part of his plan. Obviously, it's no one's plan to go for 6, but I'm just
tempt him into something.
I wonder if we might see a bit of a quicker dart in shortly. As Eklund gets firmly on the front foot.
That one definitely was a little bit shorter as well, that one, I think. So almost expecting Eklund to perhaps use his feet again, and was, I'm sure, looking for a stumping opportunity if he did.
Again, a little bit more lofty, searching for a little bit of purchase from the wicket.
Yeah, he's mixed up his pace nicely, as Patel. I mean, he's obviously one of the smartest bowlers around, spin bowlers in particular. Picked up that ridiculous 10-for a couple of years ago, and then I think was dropped the next game, which is a pretty good effort to have a test 10-for and then somehow miss out the following week.
A little bit quicker there, darted in. And off the back foot is Eklund, manages to just scrape it out into the leg side. It's just worth thinking about there, everyone. This is all what Aegis Patel is so good at in the white ball format, how he uses those changes of pace.
Yeah, just almost skips on that one. Catches sort of the inside edge, inside half of the bat. That one's miles quicker. He's really flung that one down.
As we see another end of an over. 23 overs gone. Aegis Patel just getting into the swing of things. 122 for 4. So we see there's an arrival, Toby. We've had an arrival. Very special guest. It's Foxy. I assume that's his name. I might have made that up. Leicestershire
I think
Foxes
is
mascot.
it Charlie the Fox, I want to say?
Charlie the
Or
Fox?
Charlie Fox?
I must say, I think I prefer Foxy.
Yeah.
But I don't think he went brilliantly in his
Mascot race.
his effort in the mascot race. I remember him doing okay, but I also remember him taking a couple of breathers around the track on finals day.
Should we get him on comms and ask what does the Fox say? Or
No, I don't. I've never actually heard a mascot speak actually, so I imagine that's probably not the best.
I think that's the
idea,
point, isn't it?
So
The kids are loving it though. All wanting to go and say hi.
So
A lot of all-stars tops I see floating around us.
you definitely might be able to hear some of their voices as our effects mic is being surrounded by the all-stars currently. But new bowler, it's Mo Rizvi. Just 3 wickets in list A cricket for him. He's going to approach from right arm over the wicket. Then leg spin and Eklund goes back. It's definitely going to be a play for every spinner playing today. How well can they use this surface to good effect? Fuller beats everyone, beats the keeper as well. It's going to skittle away towards the boundary. There's going to be no stopping that one. Runs away for 4.
Yeah, byes given. I think just the quicker one perhaps. Just York the batter and Cox couldn't quite get down to it. Good bit of dip on it actually, looking at that on the replay. Perhaps wasn't actually as quick as I thought it was and just dipped on the batter.
Eklund goes back and punches it up to long off for a single. I'm gonna say it, Toby. I think today's a day for Cameron Darrywell. I think this is his kind of surface. I think this is the kind of pitch where you might see, you can definitely hear the All-Stars now. The Fox mascot has just brought all the fans over towards the effects mic, unfortunately. We'll keep the coverage coming, though. Big swing from Jack Taylor, pushes it up towards long off for a single. Well, apologies for that slight interlude of screeching. Maybe added to the commentary, who knows. Let's hope not. Rizvi. Let's bring you about a little fielding change here. Backward points coming round to bolster up the covers. So we've got a short third, deep point, cover and extra cover in the circle, extra cover a little bit closer. That might be for a slightly slower delivery from Rizvi, which brings about a push. Eklund goes for the reverse sweep and a little bit quick on him as he managed to squeeze it out to short third. We've also got the short fine leg. Deep backward square on the boundary, mid-wicket in the ring, and that long off field as well. Eklund pushes into the offside, searches for a single, then Jack Taylor firmly rejects. And that ends another over. Leicestershire cracking through these at an astonishing rate. 128 for 4 ends the 24th.
Yeah, we saw quite a while till Spin first came into the game. The 19th over, Ajaz Patel was brought on, and now we're going to see the two spinners bowling in tandem, which is exciting. It was quite nice to see, and I think a good move from Eskenazi. He didn't have Cal Corner out, so he only had 2 out on the leg side and 2 out on the off, almost sort of tempting the batters to maybe try and play against the spin over the top of mid-wicket's head. Bring opportunities in there, Patel in.
Pace and a bit of spin there from Ajaz Patel. He'll be sticking to his rigorous plan, I'm sure.
It's quite a deep conversation here with Eskenazi, isn't he? They were talking quite a lot before the over begun and having another chat now.
Well, yeah, they'll be conscious. They just don't want to, even though they're getting through the overs at a good rate, they'll be really careful not to let this period of the game get away from them. Make sure now they're on top, they want to stay on top. want to provide themselves chances for taking wickets, but also what's the next boundary ball they might be able to just defend? Taylor cut straight to extra cover. Bit of a dodgy bounce, it looked like in front of him. He played it well. I think it might be Ben Green in there. But this feels a good spell for Leicestershire. They're getting through their overs quickly. Spin from both ends now, and they're still got the 2 new bats at the crease, which they're not allowing to settle.
Yeah, just a couple balls till drinks as well, which I think will be the main play now for both batters and bowlers. Get there without doing anything silly.
Lofted drive just straight over the bowler. That looked like a bit of genuine variation off the pitch there from Ajaz Patel. Bit of extra loft. And this is a very important ball here just before drinks. It feels Leicestershire on top. Can Eklund survive, or even better, find a boundary to end the 25 overs? Eklund pressing forward in defence, which ends the first 25. And it's been, well, a balanced one at times, and also it's slightly ebbed and flowed. Gloucestershire got off to a very good start. At 54 for 1 after the first 10, they looked slightly dominant out there at the crease. Then the wicket of Price fell for 36. He looked absolutely magnificent. He was 36 from 24 when he fell LBW to Ben Green. Not to mention, of course, James Bracey falling in that first over, that magnificent wicket maiden from Ian Holland. Also a blinding catch behind the stumps from Ben Cox. Third wicket came in the 20th. That was Miles Hammond's 18 off 35. Again, another point in this game, 105 for 2, where Gloucestershire looked on top and looked like they were going to go into a position to really, put the hammer down in this game. But not long after, Cameron Bancroft fell for a well-made 40 from 52 balls off the bowling of Ajaz Patel. That was his first wicket of the day. His one and only, in fact, despite dropping Cameron Bancroft on 3. He got the return and managed to dismiss the man for just 40. And now we sit at the drinks break, 129 for 4. And at times we've said, Toby, that Gloucestershire ahead. Well, it definitely feels, to me, in fact, Leicestershire ahead now.
Yeah, I think they'll be the happier of the two sides at the moment. It's pretty on as even, but I think they just about pip it with that extra wicket they picked up just a couple overs ago to just really give them a good platform to try and attack and squeeze Gloucestershire. And Gloucestershire equally would have liked another couple extra wickets in hand to almost have that platform themselves to really go on and attack in the final couple overs. And I think if you're only 2 down, you can probably start to make a move 30, 35 overs in. They, on the other hand, might have to try and delay a little bit and go nearer the final 10 and use that as their kind of their moment to really launch an attack and go from a score of 250, 300 to 300 plus, 350 plus maybe if they can really get going. And I think that is definitely still possible for Gloucestershire as well, particularly with the likes of Jack Taylor, and he is a tremendous talent, and I think it could be a very exciting one if he gets going and bats for 15, 20 overs or even the rest of the innings. I think he'll look to go massive and start to really take down the bowlers. We've seen it a little bit so far. Him alongside Eklund have both used feet and look to be positive, which I think Gloucestershire have done for most of the innings, other than those first few overs when Leicestershire with that new ball were really impressive.
Well, let's talk about that score then. So 25 over mark, 129 for 4. 2 batters who are just beginning to get a little bit more settled as the drinks break comes to an end. What do you think is a score that Gloucestershire will be looking to reach now?
I think they've got to go over 300 if they can. I think we've seen it's been pretty free-flowing scoring, particularly when the bowlers have missed their marks, which hasn't actually been that often. I think that's credit to Leicestershire and to Eskenazi as well, who's, I think, captained pretty well, and bowlers have bowled generally to the fields that they've set. But I think 300 plus, particularly as a chase where you know what you need to get, you can get off to if you get off to a good start, there's definitely opportunities to get over 300, I reckon. So I think that's where Gloucestershire will be looking to try and get to. As we continue here, 26th over, that was just cut away for a single, first ball, out towards Deswart down there, sweeping on the cover boundary. Leg spin of Mo Rizvi continues.
I must say, I think 300, just as they're 4 down, it feels far away.
Yes, definitely
it
does.
definitely will be the dream, of course.
So nice reverse sweep, but straight to Holland in there at short third man. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is I think 300 is where they would have looked at before the inning started and where they'll probably still be looking at now, but I think they'll probably end up being near a 250, maybe even just pushing to even get to 250. As he's onto the front foot to defend there is Eklund. I think, yeah, this is going to be the key partnership here, really. You do have a bit of batting and all-round talent to come with Darawal and Van Buren too, though. Eklund tries to cut that one away. Does just about get a bat on it, but Rizvi pretty animated there, and as that one almost snuck past the batter's defences. Taylor back on strike now, though. That one's a bit slower and wider, and too wide in the end. He's rattling through his overs here. Here's Rizvi, isn't he, Charlie?
Yeah, they both are. Just Patel at the other end again, a very quick bowler in the overs.
It's a little slower. And just onto the front foot goes Taylor.
I'm a big fan of these two fielders just in the covers. You have to see it on the stream, but there's a very close extra cover and a cover just past his left shoulder.
It's tossed up and lovely strike that one. Too much width, slightly too full, and Taylor just pounces on it and crashes that one over the two fielders you were talking about there, though, Charlie.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, Toby, it's that feels like a little bit of a trap. The ball just slightly coming away from the bat on that shot. Can they try and get players to go and force it over that gap? They've done so. It came off well there for Taylor. However, if there is a little bit of extra purchase or if there is a slightly slower delivery that just catches out a batter, that's the kind of position where we might see a little catch just popped up into that extra cover region. Just Patel got a very similar fielder, that short extra cover. And this is an interesting battle here for me. Just Patel, wealth of experience coming up against the youngster, Joe Eklund. This is a big battle.
Use of feet straight away, big appeal, but he's come a long way down there. That's unlikely to be given, you'd think, just by how far down the pitch he got. Even if it was looking good, you never know whether it's going to slide on or going to grip or bounce or whatever it might be. Patel again. Driven by Eklund. Finds the gap at cover. Just going to pick up one for it, though.
Definitely keep an eye on this Patel versus Eklund passage of play. Just because how Patel will vary his pace, try and catch out the youngster who's dealing with it very well at the minute.
Oh, that one's tossed up a bit more and beats the outside edge. It's a big front foot step forward from Eklund there, who's just looking to try and close down the gap and try and get to the pitch, but he couldn't that time. Just deceived a little bit in the flight by Patel. That one's shorter and tossed up and chipped airily, but going to fall safe. It's just a little check drive. They're just going to get one for it in the end. Thoughts of a two. But Taylor, yeah, looking to drive. Can only drive, or sort of check drive aerially there, but it's all safe in the end.
Very, very interesting passage of play this now.
Eklund looking to smother again. And does.
Well, it's that period of play where, as we say so often, had 2 wickets on now, 138 for 6 is grim reading for Gloucestershire, which just makes this passage so important to get through.
That one started in a little bit more by Patel to end the over. 138 for 4. So just past drinks here. And they're just ticking along, these two batters, and I think that'll be their plan. Just bat deep, get to 35, 40 overs, and then you can reassess from there, really. And I think runs are going to keep coming. That's the thing. You just got to try and keep these partnerships together, which, as I've already mentioned, they've struggled to do so far. They've made a couple 50 partnerships, but they've not actually gone on from any of there, which is what they'll be will be the key for them, really.
I think it's a day where no batter has ever truly looked set and trouble-free.
That one's a little shorter and looks to work that one into the leg side.
That's certainly not a good place for the Gloucestershire players to stand, is it? Right in front of us.
They just know that it's a good viewpoint. It's floated up and swept imperiously over the leg side. Just one bounce and 4. That's a lovely strike from the Gloucestershire skipper. I think just read that one went just above the eye line. Big step forward and a lovely sweep for 4.
Well, if it's one thing I would say, is that these batters, despite trying to use the crease well, it has felt at times that they have let the spin bowlers bowl at them. It's felt, and it's actually shots like this, flat-batted sweeps, and Eklund's tried to get a few reverse sweeps away. It's the shots like that if you can start to hit the boundaries with them, it really knocks spin bowlers off their mark, and it might just add an extra challenge for these two.
Drives again, can't quite pick the gap this time though. It's a lovely stop in the covers there from Ajaz Patel.
That's a gap that the skipper will know nothing's allowed to get through that gap between those two.
Looks to try and target that gap again with a big hack, but it just comes off the inside edge and just trickles out to green in there at mid-wicket. Another dot ball. 142 on the scoreboard at the moment. As Taylor and Eklund continue to rebuild. Rizvi and Taylor drives, does find the gap, but there's a man at long on, stationed on the boundary, so just going to pick up the single for it. Tattersall out there. The crowd is still buzzing around us, isn't it? It's still pretty lively. People are interested in the game.
It's an intently watching crowd.
Rizvi just prodded onto the front foot goes Eklund. That's a dot ball to end the over. 143. Still 4 down.
Well, this definitely does feel an interesting period of this game. One that will dictate how the final 10 overs will be played out by Gloucestershire. With 12 overs to go to that 40 mark, if these two can still be there, then they'll be looking to push that 300 mark and beyond. Whereas if they lose maybe 1 or 2 wickets, Gloucestershire will be on the back foot going into those crucial overs.
I think as well, just being in, it seems to be that little bit easier to bat rather than when you first get to the crease, as you'd sort of expect. As Ajaz Patel continues round the wicket. Oh, that's a thick edge, I think, there. Could race away for 4. Doesn't quite have the legs, I don't think. It's a good piece of fielding down there on the rope from Alex Green.
Just think, however deep into this game we go, there's plenty in it for the bowlers. This is a really good one-day pitch, this one. It's providing plenty for both.
Definitely so
throughout.
Far. Floated up from Patel and he's onto the front foot goes Taylor. We've seen that a couple of times, just sort of prodding at it, both Eklund and Taylor, and it's just holding a little bit in the surface perhaps and just turning and bouncing a little bit more than I'm sure the batters would like to see, and therefore perhaps could be drawing a catch. I think that's Ben Green in there at short extra. Could be in Eskenazi in at mid-wicket. Both could be in for catching opportunities. As Long On comes inside the ring now, perhaps just tempting Eklund. He uses his feet and he's gone! He's bowled there. Played exactly into the hands of Patel. Eskenazi just brings the man inside the ring. Eklund looking to use his feet and perhaps go down. And then just gets muddled a little bit in his mind. Not quite sure what he was trying to do in the end there. And he's gone.
Well, this is what we talked about, isn't it? We knew there was going to be a battle between these two. And Ajaz Patel, using his experience, brilliantly picked up on by you there, Toby, bringing up the long on, trying to invite a shot over the leg side. Eklund comes down the track, tries to work it through leg, and rather unluckily, the ball does manage to find its way towards the stumps. But you've got to say Ajaz Patel deserved that. He's varied his pace brilliantly. He looks like he's bowled with a real plan towards each individual batter. And out comes the young man, Cameron Darrywell, who was propelled into a T20 Blast debut earlier this year, striking at 170, including that magnificent 70 off 22 balls away at Worcestershire. And this is a man who Gloucestershire, well, at the minute, are looking to use as that slight finisher role. However, coming in now with still 22 overs to go, plenty of time to bat. And trust me when I say this, Toby, when this man feels in a destructive mood, he will really make the bowlers pay. But he's got a different role to play at the minute, I'd say. 146 for 5.
It's interesting. We were talking about it a little bit before the game, Charlie, of how can you kind of make that step up? If you're pigeonholed as a finisher, how can you make that step up and almost prove yourself as a proper top order bat? And this is exactly the kind of moment that allows him to. If he can really string together a good partnership with Taylor and kind of propel Gloucestershire on to 300 with a sensible innings where he then expands at the end, just going to get more responsibility because he's proven he can handle it. As Patel's in and he drives first up there, quite open.
Let's not speak too soon.
Yeah.
But no, it's such a challenging position to come in at because, you know, when you're an out-and-out batter coming in at number 7, you've got so many different roles you could possibly be coming into play. You could be coming in for the last 3 overs to go at 300 runs a ball. 100 balls, sorry. 300 runs a ball is a little bit, that's a little bit
lot of no balls
too
in there,
tricky.
is it?
But no, or you can come in at times like this where the rebuild is required.
Floated up and looks to drive again. He's just pushing his hands at it perhaps a fraction too much, but as you say, he's looking to be positive, as they always are.
He's a player that likes to work from the crease. He likes to free up his arms and access this deep mid-wicket boundary with those long levers of his. End of the 29th then. 146 for 5, and I think Darrow will be looking forward to this, as you say, Toby, having that opportunity to really show a different aspect of his game that he hasn't really been able to show yet in Gloucestershire colours. Taylor going well at the other end on 20. Gloucestershire just, again, that 1 wicket they just lost felt a big blow, but they've still got 2 genuine batters out there at the crease, so there's still hope for Gloucestershire.
Looks to sort of slog sweep that one into the leg side and just gets 1. Does Taylor. He's quite a wristy player, this Jack Taylor. Looks to pull a lot into the leg side with that sort of bottom hand. We've seen a bit so far. He's found a few boundaries with that kind of shot. Interesting now how Darrywell plays Rizvi. They're going to bring a slip in today, or is that... It is a regular slip. Eskenazi jumping in there now. Just putting pressure on the young man. That one's a glorious strike. It's going to go all the way. I think that has. Umpires looking at each other for 6. It's just going to be 4, unfortunately. But that is an exquisite shot from Darrywell. What a way to announce yourself to the One Day Cup. With a shot like that.
Well, there's a sign of those long arms that he can give an almighty swing. And that is a glorious shot. Technique absolutely perfect. Looking to loft it over extra cover for 4.
Floated again from Wisby, and not quite as in control of that one, but he will just get a single for it. Down towards long on. It looks like he's going to play his way, doesn't it, Darrywell? As you say, it looked like to free his arms. Could be quite destructive if he gets going. And we know Taylor can also be destructive, so perhaps this could be the partnership that really brings Gloucestershire back into the game and pushes them onto that 300 mark that we think could be quite a useful place to get to. That's flatter and pulled away. And will be 4 as well. He's timed that one nicely. Read the length, just a fraction short.
It's the kind of day for the no-nonsense hard hitter.
Well, we saw Price be quite successful with that early on in his innings.
Batters are getting rewarded for their shots, and you did mention that maybe perhaps with that Ollie Price dismissal, just that it maybe just shot a little bit low. But these two definitely looking to go with a more aggressive style, which does feel bold at this point in the game, but showing signs of positivity.
That one's floated up and just about dug out. First with bat and then with feet from Taylor. He wasn't going to let that one squeeze through onto his stumps. I think this has been a pretty impressive spell so far from Mo Rizvi. That one's a bit shorter, and he uses crease well, does Taylor there. Looking to drop right the way back and cut that one, but finds Holland at backward point. That ends the 30th over. 156 for 5. Taylor's been going nicely, 25 off 32. Darrowell's just come in, hit a glorious drive over the offside. He's 5 off 5, but not looked completely confident so far, despite that lovely strike. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with myself, Toby Reynolds, @TReynolds_sport on socials, or Charlie Harden alongside me, What's He On About pods, and also on the YouTube live stream. We're going to try and keep an eye on some of the comments as well. But Patel will continue into this 31st over.
Darrowell pushes a single into the offside to get through for a single. And yeah, Hajaz Patel has bowled terrifically so far today. 2 for 25 years now. Just starting his 7th over. Jack Taylor looking to access over extra cover or through the mid-wicket region. But he feels a little bit more cautious at this end to Hajaz Patel, a little bit more aggressive to the likes of Mo Rizvi. Does feel like these two batters looking just to get through these 10 overs. It does feel like there's a little bit more tension down this end. The crowd just watching that little bit harder, a little bit quieter around the ground here. Oh, that one just beats him for pace and bounce. Good keeping by Cox, and Hajaz Patel, he's sniffing out a moment here. He knows something's about to happen, and Jack Taylor, well, he's in the firing line.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. From our position, normally when you're commentating, you're directly behind the bowler's arm, but we're sort of more kind of a wide, long-on region, which means you can see that pace change a lot differently, and it's good from Patel so far. That was a lot slower than that previous one, which really skipped on, and I think just did Taylor, for that little bit of pace and angled in and darted in a bit more.
They just moved backward point into cover. And that's going to change the way Patel bowls. Brilliant end to his over. Absolutely terrific from the main man from New Zealand. And he closes out another one. It's 157 for 5. But just noticing towards the end of that over, they moved backward point into cover, just past the left shoulder of extra. And it does change where Hajaz Patel can then bowl. He brings his line a lot straighter because he doesn't want to leak any runs away through that wide third man area, when especially as quicker balls could get used to be milked down towards with that late cut towards the third man region. So good thinking from Patel. He's bowling well to his field and doesn't really feel like he's leaving a single mark unchecked out there. Well, Cameron Darrowell to face the change of bowler. Looks like it's Alex Green coming in from the far end. We mentioned earlier his successful 2025 One Day Cup campaign. Let's see how his height and bounce can trouble the batter. And there's a bit of extra pace, and Darrowell ducks underneath it safely.
Yeah, he read that length nice and early, did Darrowell. Got down even earlier. That was a good sharp bouncer to start, though, from Green. This is going to be an exciting battle to see, I reckon. Two of the more exciting young players in this competition. Both looking to sort of make names for themselves and keep making names for themselves after good starts to their career.
Short, and Darrowell thinks about the pull. A couple of thoughts of a potential edge, but went through safely.
Again, he read that length quite early, didn't he, Darrowell? It's good effort from the batter. Just couldn't quite lay a bat on it. Was past the offside of his head.
pushes off the front foot. Tattersall, slight fumble, gives about a single.
It's a good stop though from Tattersall. If it beats him there, I mean, it's expected of him, I'd say, to stop that one. But he got a good hand to it, strong hand, and stops what could have been and would likely have been a 4 if it had just snuck past him and just pick up a single for it. They do have sweepers at third man and deep cover just in front of square, but there's still quite a wide gap between the two of them that could, if it does beat Tattersall, it will likely race away down the slope towards us.
That's what makes that position so important there, about good point, especially to the pace of Alex Green. Taylor drops it into the leg side. As the man walks across us with, it looks like about 5 boxes of, is it donuts or is it?
I think it looks more like I think it was lunch. I think perhaps media centre lunch. Maybe what we'll get later.
Maybe. Exciting.
I think I saw a pack of Tyrrell's crisps in there.
Ooh,
that's your favourites, aren't they?
Available, of course, aren't they? They might. Well, I've got a few favourites around.
Let us know in the comments what your favourite crisp brands. Green in again.
Quick and full down leg, and it's going to be 4 actually. Very well timed by Jack Taylor, splitting the gap between fine leg and deep backward square. Just timing as Taylor leant on it and whipped the wrists. Just rode the bounce and played it down to fine leg for a well-made boundary. 4 more. 1-6-2 for 5.
Yeah, that was a lovely strike. It didn't look like he didn't overhit it at all, just timed it, used the pace of Green, and just picked that gap between deep backward square and fine leg.
Deep in his crease and just, it's come off the toe end of the bat there, down into the ground towards third man. Ian Holland doing the work, who I'm sure we'll be seeing back on the bowling relatively shortly. He had a terrific opening spell, maybe towards the back end of this innings, but that ends another over then. And Leicestershire again just really cracking through them. It's 1-6-3 for 5 after 32 overs gone.
Yeah, it will be interesting how Eskenazi Leicestershire do balance the attack. I'd assume that Patel and maybe Rizvi might just bowl out flat now together. Whenever Rizvi comes back, but they might not necessarily need him to do that. Patel's got, I think, another 3 overs after this one. Ruin de Swart's still got a couple. Ben Green's obviously already back in. He's only got, Alex Green, that is. He's only got 5 more after this. Ben Green's only got 4 more. And then Holland as well, who generally a bit more of a new ball bowler, but might come back later as well.
Taylor used the crease well to go far back and turn that not too short ball into a slightly shorter ball. Inks it out to cover for a single. So Darrywell's back on strike now. Mid-wicket's deep, and interesting from AJ Patel. Long on has been brought in. This is going to be tempting now for Darrywell. Struck on the pad. Bit of extra pace taken off from Patel. This is really, really good bowling from the New Zealander. This is a spell you really cannot take your eyes off. Something could happen each ball, and Darrywell's the kind of player he'll want to meet fire with fire here. He pushes that out towards deep cover, rather restrained fashion. Coping with it well, the youngster.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, that one. Just prodding it into the open gap in that sort of cover region where they are leaving, and I think kind of almost hoping the batters look to try and work it a bit squarer than they should be against Patel. But that's straight, that one is from Taylor. He's not falling into the trap. They still have those 2 catching covers in there, quite near each other, and then sweepers either side of them at long off and deep cover, or deep point almost more so.
Slapped up towards long off.
I think that's about as short as Patel could go without risking a boundary there. I think it was sort of just straight enough that Taylor felt like he had to hit a bit straighter down towards long off, rather than maybe trying to carve it over the covers or even trying to beat that man at deep point.
Nice drive up towards mid on. Again, ends another quick over from Patel.
He's only got a couple left. It's 166 for 5. But again, what I'm really enjoying about this spell is he's tailoring his plans to each individual batter. He's not being lazy with his field placements, and every single change of ends, even for left-hand, right-hand combination or whatever, he's changing the fields to each batter, and he's almost being really meticulous with his field placements, and also with the ball he then bowls to each individual batter. It feels well thought through. And Ajaz Patel is continuing this mighty fine spell with 33 overs gone, 166 for 5.
I think that is something to as you picked up on there, Charlie, that it can be as a captain so easy to just, particularly with spin on, just say, right, long on, long off, someone sweeping on the leg side, someone sweeping on the offside, and just leave it and just let them bowl, and the game will tick along, and a partnership will build, and you can almost let a team who you've done really well to take wickets and contain, just let them off the hook. And actually Eskenazi's done anything but that so far, and it's why they've kept picking up wickets. They've got wickets of every 5 to 10 overs, which has just meant Gloucestershire haven't been able to put together partnerships, and they haven't been able to capitalise on those sort of small partnerships they have made. And again, I think you've got to put credit to not only Leicestershire attack, but Eskenazi himself for the way he's led them.
Taylor's able to get up on top of a bit of extra bounce for Alex Green. But yeah, it's so important and sometimes overlooked in the 50 over format. When often, as you mentioned, when you've got spin on from both ends, it is so easy to let new batters come in and you keep the same feel to them and let them get easy singles out in the covers. And I'm really enjoying even just a little switch up between having a cover in or having a backward point in for each batter. Such a small change. Slower ball, club to mid on, and it's brought about a small fumble. Cameron Darrywell sneaks through for a single.
Yeah, that is the captain in there, I think, having just praised him so much. Just a slight fumble. It's a tough one down to his left, but it's a nice slower ball from Green. I'm not sure he disguised it quite well enough to confuse Darrywell on strike, who actually timed it really nicely. I was a little unlucky he couldn't quite pick the gap. Still a couple sweepers out, square on the leg side and on the off. Green here.
Beaten for pace there. My word, that went through quick.
That's the polar opposite of that slower one, the ball before. That one's absolutely rocketed off the surface. Just skidded on. Come out the hand like a freight train, and Taylor looked to throw his hands at it. I think luckily escaped getting anything on it because Cox is waiting. We've already seen him take one stunner today. I'm sure he'd like to take a few more if he's given the opportunities. Another slower ball there, isn't it? Good change-ups we're seeing from Green. He's really sort of making the most of pace, and then there's variations alongside it to almost accentuate those changes, accentuate his pace.
He's an exciting young bowler. He's Green. Some real talent running in from both ends now here. Alex Green alongside Ajaz Patel, two very different, just as skillful bowlers. Alex Green again hits that hard length, comes up with some serious bounce and pace. Running in with real menace here, Alex Green.
We have got our first crisp suggestion in the comments, Charlie.
Have we?
Golden Wonders. Golden Wonder.
Wow, very niche.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen them, but I've not necessarily had them. But
do you reckon
that's
there's
a great
any
shout from Sabina, that one is.
Here's a question.
Mhm.
Get in the comments with this one. Are there any cricketers who have a surname that is a crisp brand? I can think of one. This one's driven straight back towards the bowler. Pringle.
Derek Pringle, that's a great shout. There's got to be a Walker. A couple Walkers, perhaps.
Can we make an 11?
Oh, what about a Phil Salt to open the batting? Alongside a Michael Pepper? That's a Pepper Crisps.
You can get those two into any 11. That ends the over. 34 overs gone. 168 for 5. Do your best to make a crisp cricketer 11 in the comments if you'd like to, or you can sit here and just enjoy the cricket as we see 2 overs left from Ajaz Patel. It's going to be
Darry well on strike, and I can just sense to my right that Toby might have another crisp cricketer.
No, I'm just deep in thought, if anything. Yeah, I'm trying to work them out. As it looks like we are getting a change of bowling here. Ian Hollands, I think, just removed his cap, so perhaps we'll see him returning to the attack. So Patel will be left a couple overs.
Feels an interesting play, that. I often think that with 2 overs left to go, especially with the spinner bowling so brilliantly with such rhythm, actually to take 2 overs off just for no real reason. I mean, is a 2-over spell from Ajaz Patel going to be useful a few overs down the line? Maybe just a delay. Well, I'm not sure. What do you think they're delaying?
My guess is probably twofold. You probably want to get Ian Holland back into the attack as he was so dangerous early on, and has actually then just after that opening 5 overs, I think it was, has basically just been in the field since then, not up to much with the ball in hand. So they want to give him another opportunity as he comes in.
Huge swing away through the offside. It's going to spin round towards further backward a point. It runs away for 4. Another sign of reward for Dariwal from the hard hands being thrown at a wide full ball from Ian Holland. And I just get the sense that this might be slightly more up Dariwal's street. A bit more pace on, a bit more predictable length from Ian Holland, who now be forced to mix things up.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the other option then as well, the other perhaps reason why he's taken Patel off is 2 overs, I think, is enough for him to come back on later in the innings. Perhaps once this partnership's been broken, he could target some of the lower order. And also, it doesn't just let the game keep slipping and sliding, as we talked about a little bit. And Eskinazi's done it well so far. He's changed fields well, but he's actually kept bowlers on for quite long spells, I would say. And so actually maybe by just changing it up and bringing Holland on, maybe only for 2-3 overs, and then Patel could come back on after that, or you could look to go back to some of the other seamers, or Rizwi, that Leggy could maybe change ends. So I think he's probably just wanting to try and keep going and not just let the game slip and let Gloucestershire sort of find their way back into the game.
Bit of extra bounce. Has that flicked the glove on the way through? It has. Extra pace and bounce from Ian Holland. It finds the edge of Cameron Dariwal, who looks incredibly dejected as he strolls off a few swings of the bat. But that looked a really, really good delivery to dismiss him. Bit of away movement, bit of extra pace and bounce. And Ian Holland gets the breakthrough. It's now 172 for 6. And Dariwal, well, he goes for 13.
I think that might have swung in and then nipped away, and just that extra little bounce off the pitch, just to make Darrell was looking to sort of prod onto the front foot, and then almost had to try and change his momentum, change his weight, and push himself back, and obviously couldn't quite move his hands quick enough, and just feather of an edge through to Cox there, who picks up another catch and has actually been very tidy behind the stumps. He's not had loads to do, but he's not really made himself noticed either, which you got to praise as a keeper, just going under the radar.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Well, I can tell you, Toby, we've had a couple of crisp suggestions. Graham onions.
Oh, that's a lovely one. Nice.
Flavoured
Yeah,
crisps.
rate that one.
Okay, and we've also got, well, if any of the dark arts want to be used, I think Wiggles has asked for Cheetos.
Oh, I like that one.
Maybe use a little bit of something. I'm not going to go into that. I don't think we want any Cheetos.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This is just the one day cup.
It is. Well, thanks for that from Middo and Wiggles, giving your crisp cricketer suggestions. We've still got a lot more to get into that 11, that's for sure. 172 for 6, Gloucestershire. Leicestershire, they fought back well, considering at 103 for 1 from 18. Gloucestershire were looking very good. 3 balls left in the 35th. Holland immediately beats the bat. Brilliant angle from right arm over the wicket. Again, maybe another sign of that slight in movement and nip away off the surface. The new batter, Graham Van Buren, not had the easiest of starts.
The ball is still moving about, isn't it? I think perhaps we may have been fooled a little bit into maybe over-egging what past score on here could be, just by the rate that runs have come, rather than necessarily how easy it's been to bat. It's almost more the outfield, and when you do get the ball away, it's absolutely raced. And there haven't been many times where you've seen someone on the boundary being able to stop, a sort of a 50-54, as you might call it. And so I think that perhaps has maybe suggested that it's been a bit more batter friendly than maybe the wicket itself is, because it's still moving around, still nibbling around, still swinging a little bit with that kind of cloud cover we have overhead.
Nice try from Van Buren. We'll get him no run there. No, you're absolutely right. And it's just because of how well the ball has come onto the bat at times, and the boundary shots that have been scored and the rate, as you mentioned, at which they've scored, it just has shown that they've almost moved too fast at times, and it's continued to nibble about, continued to swing, and as you mentioned, the bowler helping conditions with the cloud cover. Some great points there, Toby. So we've just had an extra comment for our crisp 11. Roman Walker played for Leicestershire last year. Yep, the Welshman. Thank you for that, Charlie Hodges. Some more good cricketers we're getting in here. So we've got Roman Walker, we've got Derek Pringle.
Salt and pepper at the top.
Okay. Is salt and pepper actually that common a crisp flavour? There's obviously lightly salted.
I think I've seen a few over my time. So I think that's green in again and just tickled around the leg side, possibly off the glove. Was that one? Or was it thigh pads? No, giving us runs. Just picks up a single to open things up there. And brings Van Buren onto strike. His first time this season facing Alex Green, who has been pretty sharp, I'd say, today. Definitely the sharpest of the bowlers.
Yeah, I think he's bowled well.
He's conceded a little bit, perhaps more than he would have liked at this stage, but I think he's challenging batters in different ways, and therefore you can be a little bit looser at times. That one's shorter again and pulled away nicely, but straight out to Rizvi out there at fine leg. Still yet to see Rishi Patel. I think perhaps no spin today from him just because of the short boundaries and the fact that they do have Ajaz and Rizvi, despite the fact he was actually pretty impressive last year, 6 wickets at 22s. He can be a bit expensive going. Economy is 6.5 last year. Green in now. That's short, and Taylor's onto his toes to defend. But yeah, no one's in this side is going to challenge Alex Green's stats for last year. 18 wickets at 20, but he also economy in the mid sixes as well. So I don't think it's unexpected for him to necessarily concede runs. But when you are such a threat with the ball, I think it's quite a good way to have balanced attacks in some ways. Obviously, you'd rather someone takes loads of wickets, doesn't concede runs, but when he is that point of difference with ball in hand, you sort of don't mind in some ways if he is that little bit more expensive. He's in again now. That one's slower and fuller and guided nicely. Just sort of whipped out to the offside. To Swat swoops round, does the fielding behind square on the offside. And yeah, actually, when you have the likes of Ian Holland, who is so miserly with his runs and has been today and was all of last season as well, it's a nice little sort of combination you have between them all.
I like a well-balanced bowling attack.
So the one thing perhaps Leicestershire don't have left armour, but they are rare to come across. Well,
in the
team. In the team, exactly, yeah. I have seen Hull floating about. It was in the squad as well, but
he's been carrying on some drinks with a red bib on, or green bib, I forget.
A bib of some colour.
Yeah, indeed. Not quite the Northants bib on the T20 Blast finals day that was the exact same colour as their maroon kit. So you didn't actually know who was the sub coming on delivering the drinks.
Maybe that was their tactic.
Maybe it was.
Did they have 12 men on at one stage? Who knows?
Maybe that's why they beat Hampshire.
Yeah. Green again, just challenging the top of the stumps. And that's defended by Van Buren to end the 36th over there, 175.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of this from Charlie Hodges in the comments. It's not a crisp brand, but he wants Stokes the sauce pouches in the crisp 11.
Stokes
have you seen those sauce pouches?
Yeah, I do know exactly what you mean. And what Stokes is the brand, isn't it? Yeah.
So Middo coming in with a Phil Mustard.
Oh, that's a great shout. That is.
And I think we're getting a bit mixed up here. You know, whether we go for the crisp
brand 11, which
Yeah.
I think might be quite tricky, or whether we go for the crisp flavour 11. Because the problem is, you could get Phil Mustard, salt and pepper into any 11.
It's a food 11, isn't it?
Exactly. Anyway, back to the cricket, everybody. We do have a bit of a side hustle going on if you want to get involved. Crisp brand 11 or crisp flavour 11. 175 for 6 here, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Holland will continue. Picked up important wicket last over. He's going to continue now to the skipper Taylor, who just defends that one out to the offside. Picks up a single for it, rotating nicely. He's batted really well, I feel like, Taylor, so far. He's kind of found that really nice balance of, taking the pressure, defending, and being sensible. But he's rotated strike well. He's probably not had that many dot balls, or not that many in a row. He's not getting bogged down. And then he's actually found boundaries along the way as well. It's 35 off 52. He's slowed down a little bit, but I think, again, that's more of a sign of how good Leicester have been with the ball rather than he himself. Van Buren looks to defend and withdraws the bat, but perhaps after the ball passed it. It's another good ball there from Holland, just shaping away again. He's got a lot of good movement so far today. Yeah, so Taylor's hit 4 fours in his 34 so far. And he's rotated well, just dropping and running, and hasn't felt like he's got bogged down, despite the last couple overs perhaps being a little bit on the slower side. Drives firmly, but too firmly to get a run for that one from Van Buren. Still a couple sweepers out on the leg side. Square leg, fine leg. Third man's been out there pretty much all game so far. And then a man... Is there a man on the cover boundary? I can't quite see at the moment. There's possibly only... Yeah, I think only 3 out at the moment. As he defends into the offside again, Van Buren, and again can't get through for a single.
This is a great piece of work from the Leicestershire skipper, Eskenazi. And it's one thing, again, which can be overlooked. When you get into the latter stages of a 50-over game, look, we've got 13 and a half overs to go here now. And you've got your opening bowler back on against a new batter. Don't give him any easy singles.
That's another dot ball. One more to come in the over here. 176 for 6. Just under 15 overs to go now. I think this is probably the time that if they had a few more wickets in hand, Gloucestershire would look to really try and push on. But as they are 6 down, I think something's taken Charlie's fancy in the comments, is it? Defended.
We've got an umpire.
Oh, okay.
Richard Kettlechips.
That's a great one.
Rather than the great man Richard Kettlebrett.
I love that one. That's
alongside
a great shout.
Alex Tudors.
I assume Tudors must be a brand of crisps.
They don't ring a bell. Anyway, end of the over. 37 overs gone. 176 for 6. That's got to be my favourite one so far. Just because it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. But I was searching for a kettle in the game of cricket. Richard Kettlechips works very, very well for me. 176 for 6, everybody. And as you mentioned, Toby, Jack Taylor, he's been so impressive for his 36. He's played a real captain's knock. Sort of just in the background, really. He's had a couple of really nice shots over mid-wicket, especially to Mo Rizvi, but he's played well.
Green continues again. Looks to try and drive that one down the ground, but doesn't get fully a hold of it. Does Taylor. Yeah, it's a weird one. Where do you think they might end up, Charlie? Sort of just over 10 overs, 13 overs to go.
I think they'll be staring at the 250 mark.
250,
If they can get over 250, they'll be pretty happy.
And it will be an interesting one to see, perhaps, whether or how lighter work or harder work they make it Leicestershire when they get an opportunity to bat themselves. Got a pretty exciting lineup, I'd say, to this Leicestershire side. Expecting Eskenazi and Rishi Patel at the top of the order. Holland carded at 3. Hamza Sheikh, I'm excited to see. England under-19 captain. A couple, well, pretty recently, to be fair, just before Thomas Rue, I think, took over the winter. It would have been Hamza Sheikh. He's just come over from Warwickshire. Originally on a loan, and now he's got a 3-year contract he's recently signed, so exciting to see him. Green in again now, and that's short and pulled up in the air. Taylor drops his bat, should be taken. Green under it, and does. Huge celebration there. They know that's an important wicket. And that's a really good effort there from Green. Banged in short. Taylor looking to try and pull and take it on into the leg side. Sends the ball high into the sky, and it's actually a really smart catch from the bowler, who has to come quite a long way in behind the stumps in the end, from one end of the wicket to the other. And Taylor ends up throwing his bat a little bit in disappointment after that shot, knowing that the hard work he'd put in has now gone to waste. He departs for 36.
Yeah, Taylor furious with that one. It's a real captain's moment there when you're in a great position to go and kick on, and he'll be gutted he left that wicket go away. It's also, as you mentioned, Toby, a brilliant catch, because he had the batter to get past, the stumps to get past, and not only he had the batter's bat to get past, it had almost been left there perfectly to make it slightly more challenging for the bowler to go and catch. But obviously that's not the case. An accidental drop from Jack Taylor, but a good catch in the end from Alex Green, and 176 for 7 now as Daz Ahmed comes to the wicket.
Obviously Charlie Dagnall could perhaps take a few pointers about jumping over bats as you're focusing on other things. That's a pretty good effort there, I'd say, from Green. He picks up his first wicket, an important one as well, because I think, as I asked you last ball a couple of balls ago, what we're expecting, 250 was definitely an opportunity, but more so because of wickets rather than run rate or a sort of possibility of par. So actually, the fact they're now 7 down is possibly 200 could be looking like a bit of an ask for the visitors today. And it has been a very impressive performance in the field from the hosts down here at Kibworth Cricket Club. Just a reminder, you can get into contact with myself, Toby Reynolds, and Charlie Harden alongside me. Put some comments in the YouTube live stream, but also @Reynolds_sport for me on social media, and What's He On About pod for Charlie. If you have any comments, any questions, anything you've just noticed about today, or just want to say hi, feel free to get in touch. Green in again now. That's full, challenging the stumps, and just dropped into the offside from Ahmed. Almost a chance at a run out, but Van Buren's quick across the ground there and makes it home pretty comfortably, even if there was a direct hit. Swirl on the boundary alongside us to give it a big whoa, which you might have picked up on the effects mic, but I'm not sure anyone else was that interested.
Well, Leicestershire definitely on top, aren't they now? 177 for 7, slightly too many sevens there. Getting a bit confused, but they'll be looking, if possible, to get them out for under 200. That'd be a great result.
That one's fuller and just turned into the leg side. Straight to the man, Ben Green, in there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Gloucestershire in real danger now of just almost giving this game away. They almost have to do their utmost to see out the last 13. If they can do so, well, they'd have made the most out of their 50 and might have even just eked their way up to maybe a 230 mark, 240.
Ooh, that one's full, and he goes back to Van Buren, but gets a bit of bat on it, and they'll come through for just the one. He wanted a second, but that's a good piece of work down there on the boundary from Rizvi. Should end the over there as well. 178 for 7. 38 overs in now. Just around the ground, around the country as well. Glamorgan are playing Sussex in the only other one-day cup game. Glamorgan having fallen to 54 for 5 and now 178 for 5. A really good partnership between Hope Bell and Horton. 77 not out is Hope Bell, and his partner, the keeper Horton, Alex Horton, is 54 not out. But going a little bit under a run of balls. Run rate's down at 4.5, but I think when you're 5 down that early, it's important to just try and get a total on the board. Sussex did win the toss and chose to field as well, but we're back here in Leicestershire and Kibworth. Holland in now and full, and they're going to scamper through for a quick single. Well taken, good from Van Buren there. I think he's sort of picking up where Taylor left off, just trying to rotate the strike and not get bogged down. He has struggled a fraction so far, I'd say, to just rotate the strike, but it has been pretty hard going. He was 2 off 13 before that single. Brings Daz Ahmed on strike. And yeah, 200 mark I think will be there. So the next milestone, let's get to the 200 mark. Let's try and, once you got there, it's at least something to bowl at. Anything under 200, it's pretty hard going a lot of the time in this competition. Holland. And use of feet from Ahmed there, but just to get to the pitch and defend it into the offside. Because it has been a pretty free scoring game, pretty flowing game, the runs. But the last few overs, they've really just put a lid on it, have Leicestershire. And I think as wickets have ticked along, it's really slowed Gloucestershire. I think we're seeing a helmet being run on now. So it looks like Cox is going to try and stand up to the crease, which I always quite like to see as a sort of former keeper myself. I think it's always nice when you can get up, keep a batter inside the crease. I don't know what it does to batters, but it always plays on their mind, despite the fact you might be not leaving a crease anyway. It just almost gives you that bit of sort of claustrophobia, perhaps, and you're sort of focusing on what's coming on in front of you with the ball and the bowler, but also now the keeper, knowing if you do tilt her forward a fraction, you're at risk, because that one's just chipped into the leg side. No run, though. Straight to Swirl in there at forward square leg.
I don't know what it is, Toby, but I think I would have guessed you're a keeper.
I'll take that as a compliment, but I'm sure some people wouldn't.
No, I think it's definitely a compliment. Did you give the batter a lot of verbals?
No run there for Holland, and no run for me as well. I'll decline that one. Tough. I thought no. I'd say quite a chatty keeper, but more focused on the positivity of my team rather than perhaps negativity of opponents.
So you're saying you never dabbled?
Oh, I chatted to the batter, but
Okay.
I'd compliment him. I'd say more.
would
I'd
you?
almost take the opposite and
You try and be too nice.
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting.
That one's driven nicely. Finds the gap and will race away for 4 there. It's a nice shot there. Just opening the blade of the bat and picks that gap between backward point and cover point. First boundary of the day for Ahmed.
Well, each one of those are going to be a little win for Gloucestershire. Every boundary from now they can get out of this innings will be a huge positive. So they try and clamber towards that 250 mark, which anything below will feel under par.
Oh, that one whizzes past the outside edge. Great comeback from Holland there. Ahmed looking to play a pretty similar shot. And a good take behind the stumps. As we're talking about coming up to the stumps is Cox. Yeah, no, I was always took the idea of positivity. Because I feel like a lot of batters, if you give them some chat, will just sort of flick a switch. Particularly if they're pretty good ones, will just flick a switch and just, you can get on the wrong side of them and they'll run away with it and just score mountains and mountains of runs. So I always try to just have a nice little chat. I feel like I'm also a pretty friendly guy, which I don't really want to just go out there and start sledging people. Green will continue here. He's bowling to Van Buren. He drives firmly, but can't beat the man at mid-off.
Well, we have a new addition
I was trying to work out one of these, yes.
to our crisp 11, our Cricket Crisp brand 11, and thank you very much to Charlie Hodges, who has been a huge part of this this team selection. And we've got Obed McCoy,
Brilliant shout that
the
is.
West Indian,
So good from
over
Charlie.
40 T20 internationals to his name, more than 50 wickets for West Indies. Top work.
Driven through the gap at cover. Going to push for 2. They call early. They will make it as well. That's really good running from this Gloucestershire pair who know that they need to try and eke out every run they can. Having found themselves 7 down pretty cheaply. Only 183, now 185 on the board. We're nearing the 40th over in that final 10 where you would look to really try and push on and go ballistic and maybe go at 10s if you can in that final 10 over set. But
That's the aim.
I think that's looking unlikely if you're 7 down. Green in and he's gone. He's bowled him. Brilliant. And a huge roar from the Quick, who makes another important breakthrough as Leicestershire look like they could be running through the visitors today. 185 for 8 now. Green has a second. He's bowled very well, I've thought, and is now getting rewards after not being that lucky earlier on in the innings. And a pat on the back from his teammates. Brilliant work.
Yeah, well, Alex Green he's knocked on that door all day. And a sign of just beating him for a bit of extra pace. And he's been so impressive with the ball, Alex Green, coming off the back of that brilliant spell in 2025. He picks up his second, and he's in great form. He's bounding what appears to be down the slight hill here at Kibworth, coming in from the far end. He's moving in with pace, and he's bowling very, very quickly. And he's just been beaten there as Graham Van Buren, who goes for 5 from 17 balls. And it's adding a bit more to the misery for Gloucestershire. They're now 185 for 8.
Yeah, this is going to be hard going for Gloucestershire now. Aman Rao in to join Daz Ahmed. This will be a tricky little period for these two. If they can bat, the next 10 overs, that'll be an incredible feat. And, you'd assume they'd look to get, near that 220, 230 mark. But it has been pretty free-flowing as well. So if they can put a partnership on, they might look to really get going. But I think for now, it's just try and get over these next couple overs and see where they are in 4 or 5 overs time. If they're still going, then maybe look to put a little bit more on the scoreboard. But just the consistent wickets have really been the downfall to Gloucestershire so far today, it's felt. Just not really had any opportunities to build partnerships, which has just kept pegging them back, it means. Green in again now. That's a dangerous full toss first up there. Going to be a no ball. And Cox has also gone down with that one. It bounced only just a yard or two in front of him, so he did well to get down and actually stop that one. We'll have a look on the replay here. That obviously just slips out wrong from the hand of Green. And just bounced probably about 2 yards in front of Cox, and I reckon that's hit him on the wrist. You've got that little bit of padding in your keeping glove, but
It doesn't do much, does it?
no, particularly when you're bowling as quick as Green is. So it's going to be a free hit here. Rao's only, this will be his first legal delivery.
It can make the hand feel dead, can't it? When you get,
exactly.
when you get planted right in the front of that wrist.
Yeah, he still looks a little bit of discomfort. He's put the glove back on, but it's a tricky one for him now. Free hit here. Short, and that's launched down the ground. Could be all the way. Going to be one bounce. No, all the way. That's huge. Don't bowl there to a man who's just come in. That's an amazing shot. Fraction short from Green. I think that's probably the right idea, but Rao's picked up on that length brilliantly and just pumped the bowler back over his head for an amazing 6.
Well, it's been a bit of a figures ruiner for the last couple of balls. No ball followed by a 6 on the free hit. Yes, he's taken the wicket this over, but Alex Green will want to finish this out now and dismiss out Aman Rao before he can cause any more damage.
That was Fuller, struck on the pads, given instantly, no doubt, from the umpire there. And that's a 3rd wicket for Green. Full straight, attacking the stumps, and picks up a reward for it. That's exactly what the comeback you'd want from him.
Well, what an eventful innings for Aman Rao. No ball, 6 free hits, and then gone. That looked absolutely plumb. Very similar to the Ollie Price dismissal, just slightly stuck on the crease. Good length ball, which the feet don't really move anywhere, do they? And it sort of seams in, wrapped on the pad, and that would have gone on probably to hit middle of middle. So, just the final batter. It's Will Williams to come out and bat at number 11 for Gloucestershire. And Leicestershire looking to close this out. Just before I hand it back to you, Toby, we've got a couple of more thoughts on this crisp 11. And this is going to be up to you to decide.
Okay, here we go.
Jack, you can decide as well on this one. KP.
I like that. It's a little bit on the edge.
It's a bit nutty.
It's exactly. I was going to say it's a sort of smart quip almost. I don't mind that though. He could definitely be a 12th man, I reckon.
We are building a pretty good 11. I'm just gonna take you through the players we've got in our crisp cricketer 11, just as we look at Alex Green's magnificent 3 for 46. He does have one ball left in the over for new batter Will Williams, 192 for 9. I'll take you through our 11 so far. We're going just for brand, so I've removed salt.
Okay, I don't mind that. I think
mustard.
we can do a condiments and spices 11 maybe next innings.
So we've got Roman Walker, who played for Leicestershire last year. Richard Kettlechips, or Kettleborough, played first
I like that.
for
I like that.
Middlesex and is a brilliant umpire. Obed McCoy, the West Indian. We've got Derek Pringle and KP Nuts.
Perfect. That's a little 5-side. We could get a little Sixers team out of it, perhaps. Maybe take on, I don't know, who would the Chips play in there? Little 6-a-side competitions.
I don't know, maybe chocolate.
Chocolate, yeah, little sweets version. As Green comes in, final ball is over. Full again, attacking the stumps, full toss, and Williams just whips that one away. The new batter out to square leg for a single. 40 overs in now, 193 on the scoreboard. That 200 mark is going to be where they're looking for now if they can, Gloucestershire, but I'm sure Leicester will be looking to pounce and continue to really put pressure on. Just get that last wicket, get back to the change room with 10 overs less in their legs, and that puts them on a really good roll going forwards for the rest of the competition as well as today. And we're seeing our change of bowling. Ajaz Patel coming back into the attack, I think that is, which I think is a good shout. We're saying that he's still got a couple overs and will probably come in to try and mop up the tail, and actually Green taking 3 overs in 1 over means he only has 1 wicket to take, but there's a good opportunity here for him as we go into this sort of final 10 now.
So a couple of wickets in that over for Alex Green. Change this game around. Any hint of a potential tail wag has been knocked out of the question. And now it's Ajaz Patel to come and take this final wicket here for Leicestershire. Williams on strike. Struck on the pad first ball. Very big appeal from behind the stumps, but Ajaz Patel was a little bit more muted, perhaps thinking that there's a bit of bat involved. Well, it's now a tricky period of the game in terms of how Gloucestershire can play it. They can either, these tail enders, go all out, try and sneak a couple of boundaries before the imposing dismissal, or they can look to bat out the 50 for straight Leicestershire. See if they can maybe put away a few bad balls, find a few runs off the edge, but there is a slip waiting as Ajaz Patel. Oh, another slightly skiddy delivery. Kept out by Will Williams.
We've got quite another good comment here coming in from Peter, sorry. So we'll get to that in a second.
I look forward to it.
It's crisp based, but not necessarily one for the 11. Just a little teaser there. I like that one, Peter. It's good thinking. Again, a bit more sort of quippy, like the KP Nuts, rather than.
Okay, maybe we should change this to bar snacks.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like we
Do we know
can get away with a bit more there.
Any scratchings of played cricket?
Nice single taken into the leg side. That felt given. I wonder if Ajaz Patel wants a few balls at Amanda Rao here. Sorry for taking up your time there, Toby.
No, it's all good. We'll get to the end of the over and then we can really
that's a good idea.
deep dive into the good stuff.
We can dive into the crisps and snack brand cricketers. Ajaz Patel again discussing with Eskenazi. Isn't this brilliant to see? They only need 1 wicket to get rid of this Gloucestershire 11. And Ajaz Patel and Eskenazi still bouncing ideas off each other. This is clattered through back with a point. Good diving stop there.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Daz Ahmed there. Just onto the front foot and looks sort of cut that one away, but picks out the man at point. He does good effort there. Yeah, the one I had, if we're going more bar snacks, sausage roll off Van der Merwe. Sausage roll off Van der Merwe. That's a little bit reaching, but it's out there.
So you changed Rudolph into Rolf?
No, it's Roloff. His name is Roloff
Is
van
it?
der Merwe. Yeah, the old Somerset left armour.
Okay,
Roloff
no,
van. So it's sausage.
Is sausage roll a bar
off.
snack though?
Well, again, that's another one. The good comment we had in though, which I rate from Peter. Where was that one? What he hates hearing, he said, is the Jack Russell of the packet of crisps.
As in like the Russell.
The Jack Russell.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I'm not sure. Not sure about that one. Here's Alex Green. Ball's full in it, stumps. Chance for a run out, the non-strikers. Not the cleanest of pickups. So that will just be a single. Moves them on to 195 for 9. I must say, one of my favourite comments, I can't remember who it came from. You see, I don't want to overdo this. However, this was a bit of an excellent one. He thinks the whole team will be walkers. Batters that walk.
Oh, yeah.
Or, as we also heard, will they be Cheetos?
Mm.
Will they be cheaters? Anyway, Alex Green. Bowl's incredibly short. One thing we have seen as he's moved into his spell, terrifically at the start, hardly missing a line in length. And then as his spell's gone on, he's been a little bit more erratic. But he has taken a couple of wickets in this spell as well. So he's been very strong from the far end, but it does feel like he hasn't quite reached his radar running down the hill. Definitely coming with more success though.
Yeah, if you look at his wagon wheel, I'll go to after this, sorry. Just a single to leg side. Yeah, if you go and look at Green's wagon wheel, it's a lot very square of the wicket. He's looked to hit a hard length, quite short. There have been a couple fours hit down the ground. One of them, obviously, that short free hit that was sort of punched off the back foot down the ground, back over his head. But he's not actually been hit through mid-on for any runs, and only 2 runs through mid-wicket, which kind of suggests how much Gloucestershire have looked to sort of use his pace and kind of guide the ball behind square and square of the wicket rather than anything else. Which has been sensible, but he's picked up a couple wickets at the back end of this innings.
It's on the pad. Great piece of work behind the stumps from Ben Cox, who, judging by the speed in which he threw the ball away, I think he might just be dealing with a bit of pain there. Different players obviously disguise it in different ways, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Cox is just covering up an injury here. He doesn't look too comfortable behind the stumps, and that was a magnificent piece of work and would be made all the better if he is disguising an injury, which as a keeper can be incredibly challenging to deal with. Down the leg side again. Ben Cox takes the catch. Doesn't look comfortable back there.
I reckon it is one of that one, the wrist, that one we saw from the free hit, also the no ball. He's still sort of fiddling around a little bit and just trying to shake his arms out. I think you could be right, the sort of dead hand almost from that sort of nasty knock into sort of wrist, which it can give you.
Well, it's one of the worst things imaginable. I don't know if you've had this, Toby, is keeping with a broken digit.
Actually, I think I possibly have. It's not a fun one because even when you catch it cleanly, it still hurts.
That one nips back in and wraps Will Williams on the chest almost. Also tries to walk off an injury. Yeah, any broken digit in the keeping gloves, any vaguely decent catch will rattle every bone in the fingers and cause searing pain. Alex Green, though, he won't mind that. He'll just be looking to bowl the ball as hard as he possibly can into the gloves of Ben Cox. Continues to bowl well, continues to be awkward for the batter, especially here in the tail end. Will Williams having the unenviable task of having to face out to him. Back of a length, and Will Williams does very well to get on top of it. Alex Green strides back to the top of his mark, 198 for 9.
Yeah, he's perhaps maybe not sloppy, but I feel like Green's lengths have been mixed up and his lines have been mixed up a little bit more these last couple of overs. He's been to quite what feels quite like a long spell now. I think is it his 4th over or 5th over perhaps even in a row. He only bowled 4 up tops. Yeah, this will be his or 6th even.
Very full.
squeezed out to fine leg. They're going to get through to a single, two. Sorry, good work out in the deep, preventing the 4. Alex Green ends his over and ends the 42nd. So it'll be a 200 up for Gloucestershire. Hopefully I haven't gone too soon on that one because we're just waiting for a few scoreboards to load. There we go, 200 for 9, everybody. Gloucestershire have made it over the 200 mark, where at points it looked like they weren't quite going to make it. But after 42 overs, they've done so. Williams on 3, Daz Ahmed on 6. 8 overs to go for the Gloucestershire innings.
Yeah, that does end Alex's Green's 10 over set as well. 3 for 52 in the end from his 10. No maidens, but a good economy, just in the low 5s, and a lot of dots alongside it. Most importantly, though, he's picked up a couple wickets at the back end to hopefully mop up Gloucestershire. Still one more wicket required, though.
Down the track comes Aman Rao. Looks a handy batter down the order. I mean, hitting Alex Green back over his head for a 6. Daz Ahmed, sorry. Thanks, Toby. Must have been doing that for a while now. Apologies, everyone.
Tidy start so far from Ajaz Patel there.
Patel drops it short. There's Ahmed cutting away through deep cover. It will just be a single. 2-1 for 9 now. Leicestershire look to pry out this last wicket. Looks as if a slip's going to go in. Eskenazi moving in there as 2 slips into Ajaz Patel. Looking for that one to grip. Will Williams finds the big gap out in the leg side.
Yeah, they are looking to keep mid-wicket open and have a slip in for Williams, which, as you say, does allow that sort of simple single into the leg side. I think Eskenazi then comes back out into mid-wicket, though, for Daz Ahmed.
Well, that's the reason right there why mid-wicket is left open, especially to Will Williams. He's trying to get him to force on the front foot and turn the Risso play against the spin. And that's why the 2 slips are then in there, to invite that single. So he gets a single in the leg side. We might now see this again, so a couple of slips in.
End of the over, I think, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to get to see it, unfortunately. However, 203 for 9. 7 overs to go.
Yeah, that is also the end of Ajaz Patel as well. He's conceded just, 30-odd from his 10 over set. Really impressive. The game was sort of in the balance when he came into the attack. Then he picked up, some wickets along the way, and the game just completely flipped. You sort of look back to where they were 15 overs in, 85 for 2, and kind of flying. And then just before the 20th over, they got the big wicket, and then Patel picks up another couple as well after. And it just flipped the game on its head, going from what looked like could be quite an imposing total, over 300 we were saying at one stage. And actually they've perhaps let it slip, perhaps it's not as good a pitch as we thought it was. So we'll see what happens, I guess. But change of bowling here. Ruan de Swart will come into the attack from his favoured end, away from us.
Pushed out to that open cover point position. Daz Ahmed takes a single again. Happy to give Will Williams the strike, who hasn't looked too phased. Sits on 6 at the moment. The right-hander. Interesting to see what the plan is now. Well, what de Swart will bring is extra pace and extra bounce, very similar to that of Alex Green. Whether they'll look to try and catch the tail out on the pull and the short ball, or go full. He goes full that time and dug out by Williams. It really does feel that quick, full, straight delivery is always the one to go to the tail. But the fact that field has been left out in the deep does tell you that short ball is going to be on the batter's mind. Maybe it's just there for the batter to think about and already put them on the back foot and then bowl the full one. Or it might be a genuine ploy and Swart might try and put it upstairs. He goes full again. They're going to get a single here, Will Williams, and a dodgy pickup allows them to get through. Rishi Patel to do the work, couldn't quite pick it up. It's been a couple of bobbles out there on this baked outfield.
Yeah, it's just because it's so hot and hard, this outfield, that you're always going to get a little bit. We saw one quite early on, actually, down here near us, where I think it was just played sort of under the eyes, rolled out, dropped out to third man, and Ian Holland, who was down here at the time doing the field, he went down for a pretty regulation pickup and long barrow, but it just popped a little bit, ended up hitting him in the chest. So we've seen it a few times, the bobbles.
Bisward's bowling well here, but again, he looks quite comfortable, Ahmed, and now Leicestershire will try and pry his wicket. We'll see. The backward square leg is out. Fine leg is out. Third man is out. Again, one of my favourite fielders of the day, Johnny Tattersall, is sat with the double teapot, hands on hips at backward of point. He's been brilliant in the field today. Strong cut shot from Daz Ahmed. Well, William thinks about 2, but it's rejected in the end, so just another single added. Gloucestershire just ticking along. It's going to get to that point soon where Leicestershire might just get a little bit more frustrated.
No, definitely. It's been a good partnership so far between these two. Daz Ahmed, definitely the more accomplished of the pair. Averages in the sort of low 20s in first-class cricket, so can more than capable lower order batter. Will Williams' record isn't quite as good in the longer formats, but does average in the 20s in T20 cricket.
Williams again drops it into the leg side and finds a single. That's one thing he has done well.
Corn's coming in with the bat. He's kept the scoreboard ticking. Crept the up singles up into spaces in the leg side, and as you see the end of Ajaz Patel, looks like we're going to see the re-emergence of Ben Green come on from this end. So it's a switch of ends for him. He's opened the bowling from the far one. Now he's coming on from the pavilion end. Come on and bowl some more of his pace and bounce.
Yeah, so he's still got 4 to go. Holland still has 4 to go. Deswar still has 4 now as well, and 6 for Rizvi, but I can't see them going back to the leggy. No, he was a little bit expensive back then, and I assume they'd even look to try and really take him down now. I don't think he bowled particularly badly. I thought it was actually quite good, but just in this quick outfield, you can get picked apart a little bit, and Taylor, I think, fancied him to try to take him down occasionally.
Yeah, Rizvi doesn't have a wealth of list A bowling experience.
No. But he's a more than useful batter to have coming in down the order. I think he's carded at number 8, possibly. As the tunes are pumping out around us here.
Played some good tunes
Kibworth,
today.
yeah.
Here's Ben Green. Right arm over the wicket. Long stride out to that one from Williams. Just a reminder, everyone, that last year with Somerset, Ben Green 5th in the One Day Cup wicket takers, taking 16 in the tournament last year, the 50 over comp. Ben Green has been pretty impressive so far today. He took the wicket of Ollie Price, LBW 36. That was when Gloucestershire were 54 for 2. Cracking drive, it's extra cover. Williams goes for a little stroll out to square leg.
Yeah, it's an interesting one when you look at actually the kind of strength and depth that Leicestershire have in bowling options, at least on the bench. Josh Davey, Josh Hull, and Tom Scriven all missed out today, despite being in the 14-man squad. So it's really a lot of seam bowling options they do have.
Short, and that's a brilliant shot from the number 11. Getting up on top of a huge amount of bounce and punching it to extra, no run.
But yeah, actually, I think Leicestershire have backed it up, with the how well they've bowled today. It's been really impressive and shows that they did pick the right attack. Could have looked at someone like Josh Hull, who is a very good wicket taker, tall left armour, but perhaps can be a little looser at times. Tom Scriven, I really like as a good all-round cricketer as well. Josh Davey too.
Yeah, I don't think Josh Hull would have made this attack any worse.
I don't think any of those 3 would have done, again, which is what I think almost sort of says more. Exactly,
well.
yeah. And they've gone for a couple spinners in there, and Rishi Patel, if they needed him, I guess as a sort of seventh option. If it does turn, then they know they can turn to him later in the season, perhaps. But yeah, I think as well, like the Metro Bank One Day Cup comes along so thick and fast that actually having a strong barrage of quicks is pretty important, because next game's only in a few days' time. You do a lot of travelling alongside it, and you don't want to necessarily be like play travel. You occasionally need that little bit of time off. And actually, if you have those three great names I've already said sitting on the bench, then actually you can afford to someone like Alex Green, who's still only so young. So actually, don't make the trip down to the south coast, because it's a bit of a trek, and we'll give you a rest for that game and take some time to recover. And you can pick someone like Tom Scriven, Josh Hull, and actually your attack's no weaker by any means. So again, I think it's a good place for Leicestershire to find themselves in with this barrage of quicks.
Well, part of that barrage, Ben Green was finishing a lengthy discussion with his teammates as they have a chat around how they can dismiss this final wicket. Stephen Eskenazi and Ian Holland were in that discussion. But you are right, and just building on that point, Toby, so often in this competition do we see lineups with such incredible batting depth. I mean, Leicestershire are a great example of sometimes they've had Tom Scriven batting incredibly low down the order in previous years. And he's such a strong batter, and averages 25, I think. I think that might be first class. I'll have to clear up on that one, but it's definitely very handy with the bat.
Yeah, averaged in the mid-20s last year. Didn't score too many runs, just 72, but striking at 100, averaging in the mid-20s again. I think you're right, coming in at 9, sometimes 10 even, as the swat continues here. That was full and defended. Just ticked over 45 overs in, 208 for 9. That was actually only the second 5-over spell we've had this game where a wicket hasn't fallen. There was one at the sort of back end of the power play where we saw, between the 10th and 15th overs, no wickets fall. But otherwise, a wicket has fallen to every between 0 and 5, 5 and 10, which I think just sums up how impressive Leicester have been with the attack, that they've continued to just chip away and pick up wickets. That was short, and ducks does Will Williams.
Well, I think it's a shame, actually, that they don't have a few more overs from Ajaz Patel. Just because I think he would have been able to get through one of these two at least, and he was looking menacing in that final over. And Leicester could bring on Mo Rizvi, but he's not quite as the same style of bowler as Ajaz Patel, and I think pace on for the minute is the right call.
Edged, but flies away past Cox, who'd have no chance there. Holland, down here at third man, does the fielding. Yeah, I think if you turn to Rizvi, it's a huge risk. It could either, first ball, second ball, you just end up baffling one of these tail enders. But there's also a chance they just have a bit of a dip and, suddenly pick up 15, 20, 30 runs even just from a couple overs if, they really get a hold of the leggy. So I think it's probably the safer and smarter bet to keep going with the pace. The swat here does continue. That one's a big hoik into the leg side, but he doesn't get any bat on it. Does Daz Ahmed.
Well, Gloucestershire are doing the right things at the minute, Toby. Being able to stick out these final few overs, and, well, they lost their 9th wicket in the 40th over, so they successfully survived 5.5 since then. Definitely doing the right things to frustrate Leicestershire, keep them out there as the sun comes out. Could be a factor.
Yeah, I think so.
Out there.
No, definitely, particularly if you're that opening pair who you obviously have a bit of half an hour turnaround time, but actually the longer you keep them out there, the more you frustrate them, the more you'll end up playing on the opening pair's minds. And Rishi Patel and Eskenazi would much rather be inside tucking into lunch than out there fielding for the next half an hour, 20 minutes. The swat continues. Short and pulled, and all the way for 4. That's a great strike from Daz Ahmed. Fraction short, picks up the length, just rocks back to pull that one through straight mid-wicket for 4. Despite man being out there on the boundary, had no chance of getting to that one. It races away down towards that coffee bar and the fans sat across the field from us in their deck chairs.
Goodness me. Just in his 7th list day game, the 25-year-old. This is his 2nd year of professional cricket. And he absolutely, he picked up on that length so fast and smashed it away through mid-wicket. That was a really, really impressive cricket shot. Some serious pace from Miranda Swart. Daz Ahmed looking very comfortable out there. Just requested perhaps a change of gloves or a little bit of a drink. Just the 4 overs to go now, and Will Williams back on strike, who'll just be looking to, get Daz Ahmed back on strike. Big open gap between mid-wicket and the keeper with the 2 deep men.
Full toss to start. It looks to drive, and I think it's that Sheridan Gums that subfielders come on. Does well to get behind it, the bobbly outfield we've talked about, but can't pick up cleanly, and they do sneak through for a single. Let's have a quick chat with the umpire here. Is Ben Green possibly overstepping, or at least right on that line and perhaps pushing his luck? So let's keep an eye on that, because that's something you really don't want to do, is start bowling no balls, free hits, gifting runs to Gloucestershire, who have actually done exceptionally well these last 5 overs or so to get up and above 200 and keep pushing on. 213 for 9 here. Final few overs now. Greenham, short, pulled away nicely. Thin edge, could race for 4, does. No stopping that one. Just a feather of a top edge down towards that media tent at fine leg. And yeah, nearing 220 now.
They couldn't hit 250, could they?
If they do, that would be a brilliant performance from these final few overs, and it would have just gotten away from Leicestershire. I mean, we've complimented Eskenazi and the bowling attack generally so well the whole innings, but they are possibly just letting it slip, and it could cost them in the run chase. We'll have to see here. Green in again now. That one's just turned around the corner for a single. He's pushing as Daz Ahmed. Wanted 2, but never going to be 2 there.
Well, Daz Ahmed, very, very impressive. Just a couple of balls ago, just before he dropped it short there, Ben Green, he dropped out Sheridan Gums, the subfielder, towards long on. He moved him from mid-on out onto the boundary, almost just as a little thought into Daz Ahmed's mind that Ben Green might go full. He then went short, and, Daz picked up on it well.
Solid in defence there from Will Williams. I think knows his job now is to just be the partner that Daz Ahmed needs. Get him on strike when you can. Don't get out, most importantly, and just keep rotating, keep ticking over, and as you say, look for 250. I think it is a stretch too far unless
it is.
They go ballistic out of nowhere. Into the pad, they'll scamper through for that single. Leg by signalled, yes. There was a sole appeal from the bowler there. No one else seemed to particularly fancy that one. Looked like it was tailing down the leg side and not really challenging the stumps.
Well, at 192 for 9, Toby, Gloucestershire would have been looking to get rid of that final wicket pretty quickly, try and dismiss Gloucestershire for under 200, but now as it creeps up to the 220 mark, if Gloucestershire can post, 240, it'd be a mighty effort.
Good ball there to end the over from Green.
I think it will just knock Leicestershire slightly onto the back foot, really. It's one of those slightly mental battles when you've so nearly got Gloucestershire dismissed for that under 200 score, and now all of a sudden you're chasing 30, 40 runs more than you could have been, and Just a little thought as the Gloucestershire batters do take a quick hydration break. 220 for 9 now with 3 overs to go. So Gloucestershire working their way back into what's appearing to be a slightly better position than they were. So Leicestershire looking to get that final wicket as quickly as possible, and Daz Ahmed showing the real sign of resistance for Gloucestershire, and Will Williams, well, he's playing a very strong part in this partnership as of now, which currently is on 28 from 7 overs.
Is that the swat going to continue, or is that actually no, that's Holland possibly? Come all the way across. I think he was off the field the last over, but he's on to bowl now. Try and make that breakthrough. Full attacking Will Williams' stumps there, but he's up to him and defends into the leg side.
Well, one thing's for sure to everybody listening and watching is that this is going to be an exciting game. There's plenty of little demons in this pitch, which is going to make 220 quite challenging to chase.
Full and driven and set off for an easy single. Good from Williams again. I've actually been very impressed by him so far. He's looked solid in defence, but actually rotated strike fairly easily. And I think he's maybe just because he knows he's last man in and a bit of freedom in that way, but also he's kind of just playing second fiddle, whereas I think we haven't seen necessarily much of that throughout the innings, and there were a few rash shots, a few good balls as well, to be fair, that dismissed batters. But again, we go back to it, and there weren't any major partnerships, which is just the key in games like these, particularly when it's such a quick outfield. If you can tire and infuriate an attack and fielding side, you're in a much better position. That was just down the leg side, get through for a couple. If he wants to, he's going to get 2. Could be run out, could be tight. Oh, slightly wayward throw though. It's really good running from Daz Ahmed. But yeah, this is kind of the first time it's felt that Leicestershire have felt that bit of frustration in the field. I think they probably aren't as frustrated as maybe they would have been if they're out there without any wickets, but it's just that little bit at the end that they've not quite been able to put that sort of cherry on top of finishing off the inning strong, and they've conceded another 30 or so runs since that 9th wicket. So Holland in, that was pulled firmly in front of square, but straight to the man out there. Just going to be a single.
The one thing I'd say to that is that it's the first time in a while a Leicestershire plan hasn't really come off.
Yes.
And now we're sort of seeing plan B and C get rolled out by Leicestershire to try and get rid of this final stand. Well, it's not quite working at the minute. Ian Holland, though, is a good move.
Full and straight again, but again, Williams can just tap it into the leg side for a single. Maybe you get mid-on to move up a couple yards. I'm not sure. It's tempting if you do to try and... He might just try and pump one past you, and he's got his eye a bit more now, but it's almost an easy single down towards mid-on for Will Williams, who surely they'd prefer to bowl at than Daz Ahmed, who's looks pretty comfortable so far, but Holland's in now. Full straight, 2 straight though. And that's just off the pads into the leg side. End of the 48th over there. 2-2-6 for 9.
Well, this is good work from the Gloucestershire pair. And look at the discussions it's causing now for these the leadership members of the Leicestershire side. Eskenazi discussing with Cox, discussing with Tattersall, and now with his bowler, Ben Green, thinking how possibly can we either now stem the flow of runs or get rid of this final wicket. And I think, well, the thought will be we need to get Daz Ahmed off strike because he's the one that can really punish Leicestershire in the final 2 overs. But equally, what Williams has done so well is he's found singles. He's managed to get Daz Ahmed back on strike. So out now, here comes a fielding change. Mid-wicket's falling deeper, square leg, fine leg, and third man's coming up inside the circle in a deep cover. So this is a sign of
Straight, surely.
Yeah, he's very happy to give a single to Daz Ahmed as long on goes out too, and then the field will come in for Will Williams, try and force a shot from him. Maybe a wicket can come for Leicestershire.
Looks to try and work that one into the offside, but doesn't connect. They do have the man still sweeping at cover, but yeah, 4 out on the leg side. I think suggests he's got to try and bowl a pretty straight line, maybe tempting Ahmed to try and force one through the offside, as you're sort of saying there. But then I think if they are allowing the single into the leg side, which they are with no mid-wicket in, then you have to be really tight on Williams because you can't just allow them to get 4, 5, 6 and over with ease just by running singles. And that one's a wide, so that's an extra ball, an extra run as well, which is not exactly what they want. Final couple overs are in here now. Yeah, I feel like it's the first time we've seen a deep mid-wicket, at least with the bowler bowling at this end, Charlie, near us. I feel like you've seen long on and deep square leg, but actually they've almost kind of challenged the batter to look to go over that cow corner region. And that's into the leg side. Could run away. No, Patel comes around really well. That's a good hand to it, and they'll pick up a couple for it.
Yeah, that was a good piece of work from Just Patel. He was having to move around fast, and it was bobbling along. One of those awkward bounces on this hard surface, bouncing slightly different directions, and it was just more of a stop. It was like a goalkeeper stop, that one.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to let that one slip through for 4.
No, exactly. Holland was backing him up well, though.
In comes Green again. That was driven gloriously through the offside. That's a lovely strike. Picks that gap perfectly. Fraction full, fraction wide. And Daz Ahmed just jumps on it and capitalises on that slight misline and length and punishes Ben Green for it. Move into the 230s now. And Daz Ahmed is on to 28. He's looked really impressive in this final few overs that we've seen him. And it could be the key to Gloucestershire maybe trying to sneak a win here. That was short and pulled away. Fine, but not fine enough. Alex Green down there makes a good stop in front of the fans.
Yeah, it's been a terrific knock from Daz Ahmed. Moves on to 29 with that single. It's just been the way he's continued to find boundaries with relative ease compared to the other batters. We saw it similarly with Ollie Price, who came onto this surface and made it look way better than anyone else did today. Daz Ahmed, well, he's been so strong off the back foot on that pull shot and now good on the drive too.
Short and Williams just fends that one off. Picks up a single though, rotates the strike and gets Ahmed back on.
Well, here comes a thought now for Leicestershire. Daz Ahmed on strike. He is the main challenge now for Leicestershire. And there's one ball left in the penultimate over. Now the decision comes. They're quite happy to stay out. Oh no, Ben Green has now brought in a fielder. Fine leg is now inside the circle. There's a point now where you're happy to take the boundary to make sure you have Will Williams on strike at the start of the next over, or do you just give the single and be happy with just the one at this point?
I think you kind of have to keep giving the singles just because Williams has managed to find singles with these. So that was driven straight to cover and gone. Slightly soft dismissal in the end there. Full and straight, and he looks to try and find gaps in the offside again, does Ahmed, and ends up just chipping straight to, I think that's the skipper in there at extra cover. It's a slightly tame way to end that Gloucestershire innings after a really stoic performance at the end. 235 for 10 in the end. They're all out. Just a couple over shy of that 50. But yeah, really important end to that innings to really push them up. They were 192 for 9 and then added on another 43 in the end to push them up well above that 200 mark. Pick of the bowlers for Leicestershire though, Alex Green took 3 for 53, a couple twofers for Ajaz Patel, Ian Holland and Ben Green as well. With the bat, Cameron Bancroft and Oliver Price got them off to a pretty good start, the visitors Gloucestershire, 40 and 36 respectively, but again they fell and wickets just continued to plague the innings for Gloucestershire. We saw 36 tailor-made, started off pretty quickly and then was slowed down again, and then wickets fell and again just pegged back. And then that at the back end there, Daz Ahmed, a very impressive 30. to just get them over the line and add a few more in at the end. So a good bowling performance all round from Leicestershire, but a bit of a challenge, perhaps a few more than they're expecting to try and chase 236 to win.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me, Toby, as the players walk off the pitch, brilliant little cameo at the end there from Daz Ahmed, is just the position from which they were. 103 for two, they were at the 18th over. That felt like a really important point where they had two batters set. Hammond was going well, Bancroft, as you mentioned, was going well, and that period for me showed that this past score is probably around the 250 and beyond mark, and they were in a great position at times. But equally, on the other hand, there's been deliveries throughout this innings that has asked questions, that has beaten the bat, and the spin showed that they had a real power on this wicket, especially in those middle overs, to not only build pressure but beat the bat and cause issues for the batters. So it's going to be a really interesting second half. To all the listeners watching in, make sure to join us back for it, because with 236 the number required for Leicestershire, it's going to be an almighty second half. Thanks, Toby Reynolds. You've been listening to him and myself, Charlie Harden, for the first period of this game. We're going to go and have a little bite to eat, which I've heard is a bit of chicken and tarragon, I've heard, which sounds exciting. But yes, thank you very much for listening, and join us in about 30 minutes' time.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Welcome back to Kibworth, everybody. Kibworth Cricket Club for the second innings of Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. And, well, you've got to say Leicestershire probably the happier of the two sides after the first half. Gloucestershire all out for 235. James Bracey falling early for that 6-ball duck. Good bit of resistance from Cameron Bancroft, who made 40. 36 for Ollie Price and Jack Taylor, the skipper. That was a good captain's knock, ended by a top-edged, very well caught and bowled by Alex Green. Miles Hammond also made 18, batting at number 4. Couple of starts for young Joseph Eklund and Cameron Darrywell, who made 12 and 13 respectively. And then, well, down the order, it was all down to Daz Ahmed, 29 from 31. He played very, very well before being dismissed right at the end of the penultimate over. But that did mean that Gloucestershire ended 235 all out. 3 wickets for Alex Green, 2 for Ben Green, 2 for Ian Holland, 2 for Ajas Patel, and 1 for Ruan de Swart from South Africa. So here's the story. Leicestershire going out to bat now. They need 236 to win from their 50 overs. I'm Charlie Harden. I'm joined alongside by Toby Reynolds. Good lunch?
Yeah, very good lunch, actually. We were talking about it over lunch, but it was, nice little spread. Sandwiches, crisps, chocolate, bit of an apple as well, which neither of us have touched yet, but might be consumed later. Well, as players are out and ready to go.
I like to save the best to a last.
Kick out chunky.
That's for sure. So the two opening batters, Rishi Patel at one end, and then the skipper, Stephen Eskenazi, at the end on strike. And the number 8 for Gloucestershire with the ball, Will Williams. Nice little bit of work down the order, 14 not out at number 11. He'll be pretty happy with that. But now, it is time for the chase to commence. How will Leicestershire get on? Eskenazi on strike to Williams. And a lead to start. So what we saw in the first innings is a hard length worked very well first up, very hard to get away, and actually if any pressure gets built up, that the fours can feel so nice off the bat that a lot of players tended just to go searching for another and sometimes just fall victim to a slightly loose shot. But there were others that felt a seriously good ball. So there's plenty on offer for bat and ball, which makes this chase all the more exciting. And Eskenazi finds a single to get their chase underway with a single to square leg, picked up by Cameron Darrywell. First runs of the chase.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Leicestershire go about this. We kind of saw from Gloucestershire's innings, there were a lot of starts, but no one pushed on. High score of 40 in the innings? And it wasn't, a particularly crazy pitch. There wasn't, she wasn't shooting high or low or anything like that. So maybe Leicester just bat sensibly.
Wrap on the thigh pad.
And then they can sort of see, I think take it as it comes. First 10 overs, no need to really fly out the blocks. You've got 230s. Should be a pretty simple chase if you bat 50 overs and you don't chase it with the speed of the outfield that we saw in that first innings. And generally a pretty good pitch, we thought. 230 should be a simple enough chase, and it's as long as they don't overcomplicate it or just end up losing, silly wickets at times. And if they can build partnerships and someone gets 50 plus, then from there they'll be able to, you think, chase 230 odd pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and Leicestershire, they bat deep. All-rounders. Ian Holland to come in next. They've got some strength in the middle order. Ben Cox, last year's third top run scorer for Leicestershire. Ben Green, strong with the bat. As is, of course, plenty of the rest of that middle order. Rishi Patel offers to pick up the ball. Rejected by the Gloucester fielder. Joseph Eklund quite keen to get the hands on the new white ball.
Good start from Williams so far. Sort of similar start to Leicestershire's start with the ball, where just found a nice line and length, and you've got to respect it really, particularly early on in the innings.
Detecting a bit of a thriller on the cards here, Toby. That ends the first over. Just the 1 run found off the bat of Stephen Eskenazi. So 1 for none after 1. And you've got to say, I reckon we'll see plenty in it for the bowlers throughout the entire day, the whole evening, afternoon. As it looks like we're going to get Aman Rao on from the far end to be running in for a bit of right arm over the wicket.
Yeah. Towering figure of Aman Rao. He is huge, isn't he? 6'6", I think he is, and excited to see him.
Of course, on list A debut today.
Yeah, came through the Saka pathway, like quite a few of the Gloucestershire squads, which is always great to see. He's got his opportunities here.
Stephen Eskenazi leaving rather extravagantly there. Didn't look too troubled for pace first up from young Rao.
Pretty regulation field so far for Gloucestershire. 4 in the ring on the offside, plus a slip and a 3rd man on the boundary. Sweeping fine leg 2, and then mid-wicket, mid-on.
Beautiful shot through the leg side from Eskenazi.
Yeah, dug in short from Rao there, but Eskenazi picks up the length nicely. Just rocks back and pulls that one. Not far away from that man catching at mid-wicket, but far enough away to race past him and over to the boundary.
Yeah, not the perfect start for Aman Rao, who would have definitely been looking at the early bowling success from Leicestershire, knowing that, well, if he does drop it short, it's relatively easy to put away. We saw plenty of those from Ollie Price a little bit earlier on. Full toss, driven straight to cover. A little bit of a misfield from the man in there, Daz Ahmed. Quite picking it up perfectly. Plenty of noise coming from the Gloucestershire players at the moment. James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft having plenty to chat about in the slip cordon. Bracey with the gloves on. Rao straight back on the mark.
Good comeback after just dropping that one early in the over, a bit short. It's good pace as well. Good carry, as you'd expect from the tall man. But it's good. Good start from this Gloucestershire pair for the start of it.
Slightly wider at the off stump. Yeah, that time it's going to have to be re-bowled from Aman Rao. Again, slightly different start this from Gloucestershire with the ball. Leicestershire were a little bit more accurate with their lines and length and made run scoring a little bit trickier so far. Still early on in the innings, 2 bowlers looking to get a grips with their spell, get into their rhythm. Short, pulled away handsomely over square leg. Fans in some serious danger out there. I think it's gone over their heads. That's a terrific shot from Rishi Patel. Picked up on the short length very, very quickly, as both these batters have done. And, well, it's another sign of that short ball sitting up really, really nicely for the Leicestershire batters. That's 6 more added.
Yeah, new balls, please. The umpires have called them on. That's a glorious shot there. Again, just sticks it in short. And we saw it quite early on, actually, in Gloucestershire's innings as well. There was a few short balls that were just dispatched away, and it is a very short boundary that I don't think Gloucestershire maybe made the most of in their innings. Early on, they started pretty aggressively, but as they got bogged down and wickets tumbled, they just struggled to kind of keep that run rate high and keep making the most of what is a quick outfield and short boundaries.
That was absolutely cracked over. Deep square leg from Rishi Patel. Very, very good shot. One of those that was 6 straight off the bat. Full and driven. Rishi Patel looking very, very strong this afternoon. That ends the over. A rather expensive one from Aman Rao. Going for 12 runs. but it's 13 for none after 2.
Yeah, a good start from that over from this Leicestershire pair. Just looking to try and take a big chunk out of the chase in the power play, I'm sure. Will Williams will continue. Fun fact about Will Williams, he's got a pilot's licence apparently and works part-time as a flight instructor.
It's a very good little fact.
Quite a cool little day job to have.
I'll hopefully be looking to soar in here.
That ball just glides out towards mid-wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah, Will Williams just looking to hone in 2 slightly less experienced opening bowlers. Maybe this could be part of the reason why Leicestershire had that better start with the ball. And a single well found in mid-wicket region by Eskenazi. Yeah, you look at the difference between the 2 opening bowlers. You've got Ben Green and Ian Holland.
Metronomic they were.
Metronomic. They were bowling good pace, good carry, with that fresh new ball earlier on in the day. And they, as you say, that Metronomic, they hammered away, didn't they? Just cut away, back of a length from Rishi Patel. What a reaction you can hear around the ground. They enjoyed that shot, just short of a length from Will Williams, and Rishi Patel, he pounces on it. Gets back, cuts it away through cover point. That's a glorious shot for 4. He's looking in fine form so far.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Not too much wrong with that one from Williams. Fraction wide, perhaps outside the off stump, and Patel just cashes in, really. He makes good use of his wrists, though, there to kind of flick that one away. And I think they'll just drop an extra man into the covers now to try and plug the gaps.
Yeah, just building on the last point there, Ben Green and Ian Holland, who are so experienced, such seasoned operators, and now you've got the youth, Will Williams alongside Aman Rao. Will Williams, obviously a New Zealander who does have experience, but Aman Rao definitely the youngster of the 4. So Will Williams, pretty seasoned operator. Away through square leg, another nice shot, just back of a length. Will Williams being put away, and there's a misfield out there on the rope from Aman Rao. He's not having his best day out there today. He'll need to keep the head up. Williams playing in his 60th list day game, so he does have that wealth of experience to build on. He needs to hone in his length now, though. There you go, that's the one. That's what Williams needs to target. He'll know that very well now. And so that ends the 3rd over. And it's 22 for none. Leicestershire going at a very good rate.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, quick start for the 3 of them. Or 3 of them? 2 of them in 3 overs. If there are 3 of them out there, that would be a bit unfair, wouldn't it? And yeah, I think we're going to keep touching on it. We did see Gloucestershire with a pretty similarly quick start. Felt like they found the boundary a lot early on and were going along at a reasonable rate of knots until the kind of 20, 25 over mark, which is when they kind of got dragged back in and wickets just kept chipping away at them. It's better from Rao, that one, though, isn't it? He's just got to find that line just outside the off stump. He strayed a bit too straight a couple times last over. And Eskenazi and Patel are not going to decline to put you away if you offer them a bit of short bowling or anything a bit too straight on their pads.
Yeah, he's a tall lad, Aman Rao. And once he can find that length, it'll be very, very tricky to play. And Eskenazi just starting to realise what Rao can offer.
So he gets into his spell. Could be quite a force here.
Yeah, they've actually brought up fine leg inside the ring, and deep square's gone back instead for Al.
Good work from Rao just to join the dots now. Couple to start the over. Yeah, full ring field on the offside, including that slip in, just the third man who's out on the boundary. Still, the encouragement comes from the ring field of Gloucestershire fans. And the crowd are back from their lunch, they're watching. Driven. Beautiful shot through point. Eskenazi. He's just waiting for any side of loose length and width, and he's tucking in. It's a brilliant shot for 4. And Leicestershire move to 26 for none. Eskenazi on to 11.
Yeah, lovely shot. Again, width on offer. Went 2 straight last over. Now offer too much width outside off this time. Just got to try and hone in on that line, does Rao.
Another 4 ball, slightly over pitch from Rao.
Line's better, but yeah, the pitch, still not found that spot. And it was what we were so impressed with in that first innings with Holland and Green early on. They just found really nice line length. Holland in particular, who barely conceded a run, it felt like, in those first string of overs he bowled. Green was a tad more expensive, and then once the power play was over, Gloucestershire really looked to push on.
There's the delivery from Rao. That's what he'll be looking for. And it's showing that on this pitch, it's still doing enough. Still enough in it for the bowlers. And then Rao storms off to fine leg. He's not too happy with the start to his spell. Just 4 runs going from that over, so a good comeback. A bit disappointed with the one he gifted to Eskenazi to drive away through the covers. But Rao showing some good signs here. 26 for none from 4. And the one thing I will say, Toby, is that especially when you set a slightly below par score, if Leicestershire continue to get off to this good start, it's really going to knock it's going to start to knock serious steam out of this Gloucestershire defence.
I do think they can take a lot of hope from the fact that Leicestershire, so that they got off to actually quite a good start with the bat, and Leicestershire managed to peg them back as well, though. So I think, as much as we said 300, was definitely on the cards at one stage, that's not necessarily due to the fact the wicket was just flat and easy going, as much as the outfield was easy scoring at short boundaries. The wicket itself definitely offers a lot to the bowlers, and it's just they need to find that line and length to really make the most of it.
Well guided down to third man there by Rishi Patel. Yes, you are right, and it's what made that tail wag so important. That final 10th wicket partnership of 43 between Daz Ahmed and Will Williams. That's just meant that they do have those extra runs to play with as well. And as you can imagine, if they were to try and defend 192 and Leicestershire get up to a roaring start, get to 50 for none, all of a sudden they're in huge trouble. Play down towards fine leg. That's going to take some stopping. Well, there's 4 more. And Eskenazi is looking in fine form. Let us not forget, his list day average is quite astonishing. He averages 55 in 50 over cricket in just the 30 games he's played, which feels quite little for a player of his calibre. But Eskenazi, he's in fine form and he's playing very well alongside Rishi Patel. Tries to guide it past the backward point, who dives and fields well. I believe that's Holly Price in there, who was very quick to encourage Aman Rao at the end of his last over. Try and keep the head up of his teammate. At 31 for none here. Leicestershire in the 5th over. Eskenazi playing with soft hands into the offside, just dropping it down. It's one thing that We noticed about Cameron Bancroft early in his innings. He did so well to adapt, but just very early he was pushing very hard at deliveries that were on a good length just outside off. And the difference between Eskenazi, who's got off to a very good start today, he's just playing it under his eyes, he's playing it softly. And Bancroft came back well from a slow start to his innings. Eskenazi just dropping into the leg side. Darrywell picks up and throws. His glasses go flying. And that ends the over. So a decent one for Will Williams. And that means after 5 overs, it's 31 for none. It's quite astonishing that fans come up to us and ask
questions while we're on comms. Yeah,
where the tea and coffee is. I would have thought the headsets might just give it away that maybe we're
not able to have a conversation.
We're not in a great moment to hold a conversation about where the tea and coffee is.
5 overs in, 32 without a loss. Rao continues. Shorten just turned into the leg side nicely from Eskenazi, who's got off to a good start. He's 17 off 18.
Do you think the headsets make us look approachable?
I assume they must do, yeah. Maybe
I think it's the big mic in front of my mouth which makes them think, oh, these guys know what they're doing.
Or this camera filming us, perhaps.
Yeah, indeed.
That one's driven, but tried to sort of force that one rather than coming cleanly off the face of the bat. Yeah, Patel on strike now. He's going along better than a runner ball at the moment. He's had a pretty great Leicestershire career so far as Patel. He became the first player to score 100 in all formats in the same summer. A couple of years ago, only Leicestershire player ever to do so. But he is heading off at the end of the season. That one's just tucked into the leg side, but no run. He also made 50 in the warm-up ahead of this game, so he's in reasonable form by the sounds of it.
Yeah, he looks in good form. Just notably that huge 6 he hit over square leg to Amon Rao in his first over. Glorious shot.
On the money again from Rao, who's looked very good when he's found that line of length, but he's moved away from it just slightly too many times. And just meant he's conceded a fraction too many. 17 off 2.5 overs so far. But he comes in again. And again, is defended. Solid in defence there as Patel.
Well, it's a fine line, isn't it, for Amon Rao? We mentioned earlier on the fresh wicket that actually there was decent amount of leniency for the Leicestershire bowlers to hit that hard length and just full of a good length, and it was still quite tricky to get away. But it does feel like now, might just be the way the Leicestershire batters are batting, but there is such a fine line between over pitch and back of a length to pull away.
That one's whipped over the leg side. Lovely strike from the captain there. Sorry, from Rishi Patel there. Just flicks that one away. Again, fraction too full. And just onto the pads of Patel, who can just lean into it and whip it away with his wrists. Lovely shot, that one. Finds the boundary again. And again, it's Amon Rao who's taken a bit of a pummeling so far. Just 3 overs in. He's conceded more than 20 runs. Going at, sevens? Not the start that Gloucestershire would have been hoping for, and not the start that they're needing either. Will Williams will go on from this pavilion end, though. He's definitely been the better of the two so far. Eskenazi defends.
What do you reckon was par?
I think it's a hard one to gauge until both teams have batted on it, but I do still stand by. I think 300 was on. I think maybe the pitch wasn't quite as good a batting pitch as perhaps we assumed, but these two have started well so far. And again, Eskenazi defence. I think it was just a pretty decent one-day pitch in general, really. Offered a bit for bat, offered a bit for the ball. And you've got to go from there. There were a couple maybe that, kept a bit low or jumped, but I don't think there was any particularly crazy movement either.
I think the one thing from my perspective is that even in the 45th over, balls were beating the bat.
Yes, yeah.
And balls were shooting low. There was decent amount in it for spin. Extra bounce and carry there. And I just building on that then, I think there's enough in it for the bowlers to stay interested. And no batter ever really looked settled. They got into their innings, and even some batters who were well in got out to some pretty good deliveries. And that just makes me think that maybe that pass score is maybe just slightly
near a 250 perhaps, yeah.
260, 270.
I do think there were a few who maybe not threw their wickets away, but were pretty, angry with the way they got out. Oh, that one's leapt a bit and gone. Is it? It's given, yes. The captain has to go. That just leapt off a length, just as we're talking about it there. Just leapt. Eskenazi looked baffled by that one. That's an exceptional delivery from Will Williams there. Angled in and just leaps off back of a length. Takes the glove in a simple catch and slip.
And that's the reason I'm not sure this is quite a 300 deck. And it's almost lulling the batters in at points that it's a better pitch than it is almost. And there's so much in it for both bat and balls. A brilliant one-day pitch. And that one just showing there's still an extra bit of spice in it for the bowlers. And then the next ball might go crushing away to the boundary for 4 because it's coming onto the bat so nicely at times. But it's really interesting now. We've got this to and fro between batters thinking that actually this pitch is playing really nicely, and then a ball like that comes. So it's a really interesting balance as we welcome Ian Holland to the crease, who's probably just about batted in every single position in 50 over cricketer. That's a stat I will have to look up, and please don't believe me on that one. But 37 for 1, first breakthrough for Gloucestershire comes, and a bit of setback for Leicestershire.
Yeah, one captain departs, another one comes to the crease. Red Bull captain Ian Holland. Yeah, I think again though, that in itself, a wicket like that has been pretty rare. And I mean, maybe just some of the wickets I'm reading into, Jack Taylor's, for example. You look at the way how sort of infuriated he was when he got out, because I think he thought it's a good pitch and it's a good opportunity to score some runs, and then he just sort of top-edged one up in the air and ended up throwing his bat in the sky, and was obviously pretty disappointed by how it all happened. Albeit there were some pretty tough deliveries to keep out. I also don't think it was excessive turn. I think Ajaz Patel just bowled pretty well, but I think if you have the opportunity with the spin, you can definitely look to take them down, as Gloucestershire did a bit. Williams in now though, and left alone by Holland first up.
Yeah, Leicestershire definitely bowled well. That's for sure. And there were a couple of dismissals which did make you think that perhaps they could have gone on further. But, I think back to Bancroft got a decent ball from Patel. Ollie Price got a slightly low bouncing one from Ben Green. I'd say James Bracey probably got himself out at the end of an over, slashing at a wide one. But no, you are right, and there's plenty of good bowling, especially towards the end by Alex Green as well, taking one bowled and the LBW of Aman Rao. So I'd say there's good balance in it for bat and ball, but I still can't quite be convinced that a par is over 300. But it just depends, doesn't it? If you've got a great batting side against a relatively poor bowling side, you could see par being 300. But I just think the way Leicestershire bowled and the way Gloucestershire perhaps batted at times, I think par's about 260, 270. Yeah. So Gloucestershire, the whole part of that debate is that Gloucestershire, we both think, are under par.
Definitely, yeah. But they're a lot less under par than they could have been thanks to that final partnership. And that's almost one of those that I think kind of suggests maybe the pitch isn't as poor as if your numbers 9 and 11 can put on, 40 odds, near 50 partnership with relative ease as well, that there must be something in it for the batters. As I think we're seeing a change of bowling here. That one's just left alone outside, off stump. I think is that Daz Ahmed coming in?
Yeah. Certainly is.
So they dropped out Amin Rao, which I think is probably the sensible option, just by how many runs and how uneconomical he was. Just couldn't find that nagging line and length which you need with this new ball, because they do go flat so quickly, or soft, sorry.
I think he'll need a change of ends, Amin Rao. I reckon he'll be fine.
Ahmed in again and defended again. But yeah, he's just dropped in a short fine leg. They've still got a deep forward square leg out there rather than fine leg, and then third man as well, which we saw pretty much the whole way through Gloucestershire's batting innings. We saw a third man out. I think it's just a sensible option. A fair few sort of came off sort of thickish edges and were guided down.
Yeah, the cut shot is very on today, and as soon as you give that a boundary option as a late cut, it becomes a very easy boundary, so that's an important position.
That one's just turned into the leg side, just trot through for a single. Brings Holland back onto face. Fraction straight from Ahmed, but well worked from Patel.
Just an interesting thought is that from the few really tall fast bowlers we've seen, I'm thinking Alex Green, I'm thinking Amin Rao. When they've come down the hill, they've struggled slightly with their radars, and I wonder.
Semi-appeal there, but nothing on it and given us a wide.
I'm just thinking if Amin Rao has a change of ends, just whether that slightly changes radar. It's a very different thought, and not something I've ever heard of before, that slightly taller bowlers struggle more to land it coming down the hill with a bit extra pace, but it might just help them running up the hill. Each fast bowler is very different.
Use of feet there and just defends in the end as Holland. That was something we saw a lot as well, I thought, early on in Gloucester's innings, but as the wickets fell and we got to that sort of middle periods, just after the big clump went down and they were sort of 4 down, I think 2 wickets fell in about 2 or 3 overs around the 20 over mark. Gloucester just almost stopped using their feet and got bogged down and got caught on the crease a lot more, and almost struggling to put bowlers off their length, which they did really well, that sort of 10 to 15 over mark. Ahmed in again, and again just pushed into the offside. Yeah, and I think maybe that's something they could have looked to try and do, because I think when Taylor first came in, for example, he was rotating the strike nicely, but then he got bogged down a little bit. And again, that sort of just meant that they perhaps, once the bowlers are honed in, and Ajaz Patel, I think, was a big part of that, and I think it'll be pretty important to see how Price and Taylor and Graham Van Buren go today as well for Gloucestershire, the spinners there. Again, use of feet. Defended though. Back to the bowler. Ends the over. 8 overs gone, 39 for 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting start. Actually, I'll come back to it in a couple of overs. When we get to the 10 over mark, I'll give you where Gloucestershire were at this point. I think that would be a good measure. Because 39 for 1, it's funny. It's felt deceptively fast flowing at times, and it has felt that the Leicestershire batters have been getting away from Gloucestershire. But you look up at that score, and 31 from 8 it's not terrible.
Williams again. Patel defends again.
Gloucestershire will definitely need to wrestle back a little bit of momentum. They'll need that wicket, but how many times have we said for the early part of the Gloucestershire batting innings that Leicestershire just needed a wicket? They just needed a wicket to then get a couple of new bats at the crease and force the pressure on Gloucestershire, and they did that. So this chase is really going to be determined by when Leicestershire lose their wickets, and if, of course.
Solid. Again, I feel like I've said solid about Patel's defence fairly often. He's playing it really nicely, right under the eyes, that last one there, which is exactly what you want to see from an opening batter. Play it late, let the ball run off the face. And you can pick your gaps if they overpitch it or drop one short. Morale's down there at sort of long leg, and third man out. Everyone else inside the ring, one slip. Oh, he almost pushes his hands of that one, but I think withdraws them at the last second, does Patel. This is good again from Williams, though, who's been pretty economical in these opening few overs.
Well, we saw this so often, didn't we, from the Leicestershire fast bowlers, hitting that hard length on a good line, drawing shots from the batters, and I think there's still reason to believe for the bowlers out there that they can put it on a length. There's enough happening at the minute where they could just get that breakthrough.
Yeah, Williams has very much locked in on the line length he wants. This is his 5th over, though. You can see how long he keeps going. Can't see him. Maybe he has one more in him. Perhaps at the end of the power play, Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire captain, will turn to someone else. As you said, it's 3 seamers so far. Maybe Amin Rao, as you suggested, Charlie, could come in from this pavilion end. Having bowled a couple from the other end first up. Oh, and that one has just leapt a fraction. Again, a bit wider and a bit shorter. And perhaps Patel didn't gauge the length as well as he could have.
Do not be deceived, everyone, and think this is going to be an easy chase. Because there's plenty of demons in this wicket. That one rose up off a good length. Very similar to the Eskenazi dismissal.
That was pulled firmly out into the leg side. Picked up the length much better that time, did Patel. Just rocks back and just taps it on its way over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely strike.
Yeah, good shot from Rishi Patel. But that's going to come with danger. You look at the ball before that, which just rose up off a good length. And if Rishi Patel goes for a shot like that, which might have the same reaction off the pitch, where it might come with a bit more danger, did very well to pounce on it. It was a very good cricket shot. But it's just thinking about whether that might be a little bit more dangerous later down the line. 9 overs gone, 43 for 1.
Looks like Daz Ahmed will continue. He's coming in down the hill. Good first over, just 2 runs from it. That one's shorter and outside off again, and looks to carve it away, does Holland, but can't lay bat on it. That's one of those again as well. There's 3 fielders in there at backward point, cover point, and extra cover. And that's exactly that kind of gap where if Holland can squeeze it through, he can pick up a few boundaries pretty easily. But during Leicestershire's fielding, or time in the field, they were very impressive in that region. Tattersall in particular made a fair few really important stops to just stem the flow of boundaries. That one's shorter leg side and helps it on its way. That's a lovely strike from Holland. I think his first runs of the innings, his first boundary too. Just a fraction short and straight, and Amin Rao's in there on his own at short fine leg. Didn't have much of an opportunity to get anything on it, and it races past him down the hill and over towards the advertising hoardings at fine leg for 4.
Well, these 2 Leicestershire batters, they're finding the boundary with ease at the moment.
Better that time from Ahmed. And just defended by Holland sensibly so.
Well, at this point in the Gloucestershire batting innings, they'd found the boundary off the bat 5 times. Leicestershire just hit their 9th boundary.
Chips airily, just over the head of Ahmed there. Opportunity, they'll get through for a single. Run out could be, he's gone! Direct hit. He's run himself out there as Ian Holland. He's almost been caught and bowled. Slight misfield, but he's a long, long way short in the end there. And Holland has had a bit of a brain fade. Ends up running himself out right at the back end of the power play. Very similar to what happened in Gloucestershire's innings. He lost a wicket right at the back end of the power play too. And you can see he's disappointed there.
Well, I'll tell you who'd be happy with that. It's the assistant coach for Gloucestershire, Max Waller. Excellent, excellent coach, especially with the fielding. He was a brilliant fielder in his day, playing for Somerset in particular. I remember him taking a brilliant catch, but that's straight out of Max Waller's coaching manual. He's an absolute stickler for aggressive fielding and just a quick release of the cricket ball, and that was a perfect example from the skipper of a very, very quick release. It was a turn and throw, pick up, and just get rid of the ball as fast as you can. Just get rid of that ball, throw it towards the stumps, and it was a terrific piece of fielding, and they're the kind of moments that can change the game.
No, that it could be a huge moment. It looked like they were pretty comfortably going, that pair. Patel's still at the crease, but Holland's been and gone and barely troubled the scorers. He'll be disappointed with that one as much as anything else. He's gone for just 4. But it brings the young Hamza Sheikh to the crease. Just moved from Warwickshire on a 3-year deal. It's exciting to see how he'll be going. England under 19, or former England under 19, now recently turned 20 back in May. Played a fair few games over in Warwickshire, and now, looking to make his trade out here in Leicestershire. Two balls remain in the power play. 47 for 2. Oh, another good ball there. He's finding his right length here. Is Daz Ahmed, just back of a length, just that nagging length that you kind of want to throw your hands at and try and force something through the offside, but the line's slightly too close to your body, and you've got to try and be forced to defend it instead. He played that well, did Sheikh? Just dropped his hands a little bit.
It's been a good bowling change, this, to bring Daz Ahmed on from the far end.
Cut away, finds the gap. Lovely strike there. That's a proper shot. Just rocks onto the back foot. And Patel just guides that one, carves that one through the offside, brings up Leicestershire's 50 on the way as well. Nice.
Isn't it funny that the odd batter is just making this look like a motorway? The odd batter is making this look like an easy way, an easy place to score runs. We saw it with Ollie Price, who went well over a runner ball, 36 from 24. And now we're seeing something quite similar from Rishi Patel. He moves to 28, a perfectly runner ball. And he looks at a player in very, very fine form. Just interesting how different batters are making this pitch look incredibly different. So one's left through to the keeper.
I think a big difference that I've noticed so far is almost just how quickly the batters can pick up on the length and where the bowlers miss too short and too full, and they're just capitalising on it. Price, even that first, maybe not the first over, but pretty early on, I think when Green was bowling to him, Green went short twice. First one pulled for 4, next one for 6 over square leg, and then Green just went too full the following ball and it was punched back down the ground for 4. And I think Patel's done similar so far.
Brilliant delivery from Will Williams. He's finding his spot now. Terrific bowling. Now, I did say I'd let you know where Gloucestershire were at this point. And well, at the end of the 10th, they were 54 for 2. And Leicestershire sat at 51 for 2. There is very, very little different between the two sides. Gloucestershire will look to keep taking wickets because that's the real run stopper. And they'll be looking to dismiss the man in particular who's at the non-striker's end.
Just to have a look at some of the other games going on around, or the only other game going on around the ground, Glamorgan Sussex, we touched on it a little bit. Glamorgan at one stage found themselves 54 for 5. They ended up posting 295 for 8 in a brilliant turn of events. Hundreds for Hope Bell and Alex Horton, 123 and 122 respective, to basically single-handedly take some sides all the way up to near 300. It was a crazy innings.
What was the partnership on that? Is it a quick maths for you, Toby?
Give me 2 seconds.
All right. Well,
let's
watch this ball Williams ball first. Give you time to get the calculator out for some subtraction. Have you done the maths?
240.
Oof. And when did they come together?
The back end of the 14th over.
Yeah.
And they parted ways in the final over.
Okay, and what was the score when they got together?
54 for 5 and then 294.
Yikes.
It's a very good effort.
It's a terrific 6-wicket partnership.
They did then lose a wicket in the 49.3, 49.5 and 49.6 though. So they couldn't add much more at the back end.
Expected, I think.
Pad rash, isn't it?
Getting good strides into the ball there, Hamza Sheikh. Very interesting young batter.
Yeah. Sussex now 26 for 1, just at the end of the power play. Tom Price, formerly of Gloucestershire, currently out at number 3. Partnering George Thomas. Charlie Tier, the only one gone so far. Tim Vandergooten dismissing him, getting him caught by Smale. But yeah, back to this game. It's been up and down so far. Rishi Patel has been looking very, very nice for his 28, coming off 29 deliveries.
Well, a reminder that not long ago, Leicestershire signed young Hamza Sheikh on a 3-year deal. That one just beats the outside edge. Now it's Rishi Patel under a little bit of pressure. There's a few the Gloucestershire players out there who are quite enjoying the tunes, I might add. Plenty of groovy shapes being thrown out from... Need to find out who that is at cover, actually. It's Miles Hammond. Testing out his moves. As the tunes blare out from a deep backward point at the moment for the right-handed Rishi Patel. And the perfect fine tickle on it to whip it down towards fine leg for another boundary. Rishi Patel moves to 32. It's 55 for 2 now, Leicestershire. And this is proving to be a pretty dangerous knock. And, well, it just brings us back to that point, doesn't it? The number of players who have looked pretty good for 40. Jack Taylor and Ollie Price both looked really good for their 36. The question is, can Rishi Patel stay out there and really, well, just complete this innings? Which feels a long way away. Flick slightly more aerial. It's going away through backward square leg where Aman Rao picks up. Good running from the Leicestershire batters, well appreciated by the teammates in the pavilion who had a relatively long morning out there in the sun, but it didn't feel like that. It was a first innings which felt like it went very quickly because of the wickets that were falling.
And the runs that were flowing as well.
Indeed, it feels like a second half that could go the same way. Very enjoyable day of 50 over cricket here at Kibworth. Lovely atmosphere. Fans loud on the ground at the break. Plenty of queues for the ice cream van over at deep mid wicket. The coffee bar you named relatively.
End of the grounds, yes.
I was very impressed with how you came up with that name, considering it's said in capital letters.
Well, massive sign. It's quite easy, really, isn't it? Just proving to the listeners that I can read.
Yeah, no, good on you.
Only occasionally.
Looks like there's a burger van over there as well. A couple of different coloured marquees. Glorious day in the sunshine now. Plenty of blue sky. And Rishi Patel is forward in defence. Definitely a strong murmur throughout the ground. Discussing all things Leicestershire cricket, I'm sure. Drinks flowing. There's Ahmed looking to close out this pretty decent over.
And he does so. Great bowling from Daz Ahmed. 3 dots to conclude. And so 12 overs have gone. It's 57 for none. And, well, I'm pretty sure I asked you this question at the exact same point in the last innings. But in the balance?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a couple of wickets, tip it in favour of Gloucestershire. This partnership continues to build, and Patel in particular, who's looked pretty fluent so far for his 34. If he can get going and keep his foot down, then it should, you'd think, get away from Gloucestershire pretty quickly. Williams continues into his 7th over here. I think Jack Taylor just realises that this is kind of where the game can hang in the balance.
Big stride from Sheikh.
He just knows that one more wicket really puts them on the front foot, and they can almost dictate how the rest of the innings can play. And they also have quite a lot of spin within their attack. Van Buren, but then also the sort of all-round spin options of Taylor himself and also Ollie Price. All bowling different options as well, which is quite useful.
Well, here's a sign of the mood of the day. We're about to get a keg of beer wheeled across our view. This is nicely driven through a gap at point. Trickling away towards the rope. Good fielding stop out there in the deep. It looks like Cameron Darrywell's doing the work, but you might have just heard that trolley rattling. Well, that's a sign of plenty of drinks to come here at Kibworth. Plenty of fans enjoying themselves out here in the heat. We wouldn't go near that, would we?
I was just about to say, I didn't get my memo. I told him after the game, guys, after the game.
I can guarantee we're not getting delivered kegs of beers to the commentary box. Was that a keg or a barrel? What's the difference between a keg and a barrel?
That'll be a keg, I reckon. I think it's the way that I'm slightly talking some rubbish here, but I would have thought it's the way that it's stored and the way that the one might be more airtight than the other. I'm not sure.
Comes a Sheikh. Careful in defence.
Yeah, so keg's pressurised. Apparently is the difference. So then you have to, tap a keg. It's like to put a line through it. Whereas a barrel, I assume you can just open up the barrel, basically, like take out the cork or
like a barrel of wine.
Exactly, yeah.
A keg of beer.
Keg of beer, exactly.
That's something new, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, another bit of extra bounce. It takes off the bottom hand. How many times have we seen that today? A couple of times where Miles Hammond in the Gloucestershire innings got wrapped on the thumb. And we saw a very similar delivery that got rid of Eskenazi, caught by Bancroft at slip, just picking up off a good length. It's definitely going to be tricky for the Leicestershire batters. Now, I get worried when you have a little chuckle, Toby.
I was going to say, well, in the first innings, we did crisp 11. We could do beer 11 in the second after the keg.
Don't get
I'm
me
sure
excited.
there's quite a few.
Don't get me excited.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure the 1904 silver winning Olympic medalist French team had a Stella Artois, unfortunately.
No, I can't. I also can't imagine that there's too many Peronis walking in off the long run.
And Italy made it to the World Cup last year, maybe,
but
or this year.
I don't remember seeing many Italian names in that team.
No, maybe not.
59 for 2 at the end of the 13. Sheikh on 2. And Rishi Patel on 34. He's going well. And it looks like we're going to see Daz Ahmed continue. And I guess, well, the main question is, will Williams continue from the pavilion end? He's just finished his 7th over. Will he continue? I very much doubt it. But
Yeah, I think surely this is the time to try and move things on. Maybe bring Amin Rao back, give him an opportunity from this end, or one of your spin options.
Nice punch off the back foot there. You will have just seen the Rishi Patel wagon wheel between the overs. Boundaries all around the ground. As the trolley goes wheeling off, you might be able to hear it slightly emptier this time. No keg with it. Maybe we'll see another keg go past us this time.
Poor guy's just running kegs of beer back and forth. Here's Daz Ahmed. Beautiful shot, lofted over mid-off. Brings about a pleasant ripple from the crowd as these two Leicestershire batters are finding their form. Well, it's just really one man though, isn't it? Rishi Patel, he moves to 38. It's a terrific knock so far. He continues to find the boundary. 63 for 2 now. Cracked through the covers. Now there is a deep man out there, and he does find him. It's Eklund out there sweeping in the deep. I don't think now's a good time to ask you a question. There's Ahmed. He's bowling well. He's not really missing the mark, I must say, but he's often just getting pounced on by Rishi Patel. Shake on strike now, though. And that's good batting. Just runs it down the third man. And that's the importance of having that deep man out there, just because otherwise a boundary through there would just be so easy.
It's a nice shot that from Shake. Just again, read the length well, just tapped the ball on its head and, as you say, ran it down through third man. Again, like that waggle wheel we saw, and it's actually been pretty similar for all the batters and perhaps suggests the length that Gloucestershire are bowling, but they're yet to score a run through the V. We saw the one chance they had ended up being the run out of Holland.
Oh, a nice drive up towards mid-off. Not exquisitely timed by Patel. So one ball left in Daz Ahmed's fourth.
And then, yeah, the question of whether Will Williams continues or not. Wasn't sure if that was him, perhaps, who headed off the field quickly after his over, or maybe that was just someone else, but he probably does deserve a break at some point.
And a leave has brought about a slight misfield from the keeper, James Bracey. He managed to get a glove on it, which prevents the 4. But it's some solid coverage work out in the deep by, well, that's Joe Phillips out there at third man, which might prove your suspicions correct that Will Williams has been subbed off after the 7-over spell. And it looks as if we are going to see that change of bowling. So it's the number 12.
Van Buren, is that the spin?
It's Graham Van Buren. Yeah. Looks like James Bracey just got a pad on that, or potentially a little bit of glove, which just prevented it from running down with quite as much pace.
I think he just stood up a fraction too early. It was quite a full delivery from Ahmed. But
well, no, I don't know. I just like that you're critiquing the keeper.
Well, you know, me and James Bracey, two similar level keepers, I'm sure.
Yeah. Using your wealth of experience of keeping, standing up to the stumps to Daz Ahmed.
Done it a few times.
Well, there's a little bit of extra enjoyment from the Gloucestershire fielders, suggesting a bit of extra spin from Van Buren. There's a bit of extra pace as he drops it short, fields off his own bowling. 2 dots to start. Yeah, maybe a bit of spin as Shake tried to play across the line on that first ball. Let's see what he does now. Tries to work with the spin this time. To a dot in the covers. That's how Van Buren will bowl. Very similarly to Najaz Patel, left arm over. Beats the bat. Plenty of gasps from the Gloucestershire fielders. One man in particular, James Bracey behind the stumps. Very excited by that one. Van Buren again. Nice drive, just got on top of that ball, let it run off the face of the bat, and they're going to get 2 hit from Hamza Sheikh. Leicestershire crowd supporting the second run there. And with 1 ball left in the 15th, Leicestershire 667 for 2. $69 for 2, and that will be 70 for 2 now. As Leicestershire close out the 15th. It's Rishi Patel on 39 and Hamza Sheikh on 6.
Yeah, good first over that from Van Buren. 4 dots to start it and then 2 followed by a 1. Not a bad way into it. I assume Daz Ahmed, Daz Ahmed will continue, so he's into, what is that, his 5th over it'll be? 4th over, apologies. He's been going all right. No, it's 5th. Oh, okay, I was right the first time. Good to know. In he comes now. That was driven, but just a check drive, only as far as Hammond's in there in the covers. Yeah, good from Ahmed so far. Not quite as economical as Will Williams, who did bowl that mammoth 7 over spell at the top. Challenged the outside edge. Got a few to nip and a few to leap as well. Got the 1 wicket for his troubles, Stephen Eskenazi. Oh, and that one is another thin outside edge. Ahmed this time. And will go for 4. No, I think he does very well down there. That's a brilliant effort down on the ropes. Who is that? Is that Joe Phillips? Yeah.
Some terrific work out there.
Just a thin edge, but oh no, they might have signalled 4, have they?
Well, judging by the boos of the Leicestershire faithful, I'd judge the opposite.
Maybe not.
We'll see on
the score, yeah.
On the score very shortly.
Ahmed again. This time it's run purposefully. Down through third man.
And now he's getting jeered from the crowd. That one must have been 4, the Leicestershire fans say, as it's fielded 20 feet inside the rope. That's a good sign from the crowd, isn't it, at this point in the day? They're enjoying themselves. That's a taste of the atmosphere out here, everybody. Little group of fans and a very fine third man enjoying themselves.
Ahmed continues and has a waft that time. Does Patel. Good take this time, though, by Bracey. Does well. Looks to maybe take the bails, but Patel well inside his crease.
This is the most important part of Rishi Patel's innings for me.
What, making that step up from contribution to important knock? It's nothing like that happened in the Gloucestershire innings, did it? That's what kind of let them down a bit. Ahmed in. That one's launched up in the air. Has it got the legs? No, it doesn't. Taken. Brilliant take. Patel looking to rock onto the back foot and punch that one into the leg side. Instead sends it high into the sky. And that's a brilliant take. I want to say that's Graham Van Buren. Can't quite see down there at long on. Backtracking, pedalling. I'll try and see from the camera angle here.
Toby, what did we say?
Important part, I know.
This was the crunch point in his innings. And it's moments like that which could just make this Leicestershire chase even more challenging. You've got a set player who's now out, and now you've got Hamza Sheikh alongside. So yeah, got experience, plenty of it up at Yorkshire, but it makes it a lot more challenging.
To the rescue.
No, indeed, that'll be disappointing for Patel there. Goes for 39. He backed so runnable 9. Hadn't even really broken a sweat. But in the end, he managed just top edge one, trying to be too aggressive, trying maybe over and playing more seriously against Daz Ahmed. And in the end, yeah, just sent the catch. It was a really good catch, to be fair, though. You have to give credit. Just waiting to see who that one was come through on the scorecard. Brilliant take, pedaling down there at mid-on. new batter. As you say, Johnny Tattersall coming out now to join Hamza Sheikh. Still a long way to go for Leicestershire and this pair. Ahmed will continue. One more ball left in his 5th over here. In he comes. Short and cut away nicely. Only as far though as Phillips down here at 3rd man again. And a single to end that. 74 for 3. 16 overs in.
Yeah, poor Joe Phillips. He's just come on as a sub. Because he did a great piece of fielding work that the umpires deemed to have gone for 4. Since then, the Leicestershire fans down there at a fine 3rd man have been giving him some serious slack.
Interestingly, Leicestershire find themselves quite a long way behind where Gloucestershire were at the same stage now. After 15 overs, Gloucestershire were flying 85 for 2. Having been 9 for 1 after 5 overs. They've managed to pick it up a lot. Almost the opposite of what happened to Leicestershire here, who started really well and have been pegged back with a couple wickets and better bowling. Looks to cut that one away, does Tattersall.
This has got 50 over thriller written all over it, Toby. Ebbs and flows. One team ahead, other team ahead. Wickets flow.
Defends does Tattersall. That's good from Van Buren.
This is classic 50 over cricket for me. One team loses a couple early wickets, then settles.
Just pushed aerially into the offside that time. The outside half of the bat.
The other teams settle early and then wickets tumble. This is what 50 over cricket's all about. Now Gloucestershire on top.
Just turns that one round the corner. Set off for a quick single. Oh,
my goodness,
direct hit there. Has that then pinged Van Buren in the face, or did he take that?
I think he's caught that.
That's an incredible reflex.
Which is pretty impressive how he's just caught that off the stumps.
I have to look on the replay here, but shy at the non-striker's end. Direct hit. Having set off for a quick single. Tattersall was a little bit slow going. Yeah, I think he caught that in the full. Brilliant effort. He continues, does Van Buren. That one's driven just into that vacant space at cover.
Well, now Leicestershire have got to find a new batter to get settled. Got to find a new partnership from somewhere.
In comes Van Buren again. Oh, beats the outside edge. Tattersall looking to, again, just find that gap at cover, but can only whistle past his outside edge.
Yeah, Tattersall looking to stay intent. He's looking to find singles. How can he try and manufacture this good length ball into a short ball? And he's been beaten by Van Buren, who's had a very, very good start to his spell. First over for 3, second over for 2. He's 0 for 5 from his 2 overs. Now, Hamza Sheikh batting alongside Johnny Tattersall. Well, Rishi Patel made it look so easy, didn't he? As did Ollie Price in the first innings, who made that 24 ball 36. Bancroft played pretty well for his 40 off 52. But then people came in and fell away around him. And around Jack Taylor as well, the skipper, who made 32nd. So 36. So Amin Rao's going to continue from the end down the hill.
Oh, possible run opportunity. Direct hit's gone. He was a long way out there with Sheikh. He set off instantly, and it was a big call from Tattersall to send him back, but a direct hit would have left him a long way shy of the ground and would have left Leicestershire in real trouble.
Yeah, Ollie Price almost had a second Gloucestershire run out.
That's not what Leicestershire need now, is it?
Would have been miles out.
2 run outs.
Top 4 would have been not good.
Rowan again, short, and this time almost chops on. Just about evades the stumps as it trickles out into the leg side. Yeah, I think one thing that's been quite interesting that Gloucestershire did quite well, or at least in comparison. Leicestershire, 50 of their 76, 77 runs now have come from boundaries. They found the rope with relative ease, but they've not rotated the strike very well, I don't think, in between that. That one's just dropped out into the covers. These two have actually done it, despite only been out together for an over or so now. These two have already done it a bit better than I thought than perhaps Patel. He didn't manage to find any singles as easily. He was finding boundaries, which obviously you don't mind so much, but I think you've got to be able to just keep ticking along and not get bogged down or get stuck at one end where a bowler can have 6 overs, 5, 6 overs to bowl at you and try and work you out. Rowan, short, and again, just dropped into the leg side. Nice there from Sheikh.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about Rishi Patel. I think he batted beautifully.
No, I'm not saying that he didn't. More in the way that you can find this boundary great, but are you able to just turn the strike over every so often as well? Which I don't think him and perhaps his teammates as much as him as well. So that's driven nicely. Strong hand there from Hammond. Get through for the single though. I mean, if you look at Holland's only short innings, but 4 off 9, and Sheikh was 10 off 23, or is 10 off 23. And Patel was going at a runner ball, but pretty much all of his runs came from boundaries, it felt like. Again, just turn at the leg side, and maybe it's just credit to Gloucestershire, who were bowling pretty tidy line and lengths, and actually trying to force those singles can be a bit risky. And instead he was just looking to take on the boundary or defend. But I just feel like in particularly in these middle overs now, finding those singles and being able to rotate the strike is a pretty crucial skill. And that'll be, I think, a pretty important way for these two to start and continue scoring their runs.
Yeah, it's interesting that point you say. Just doing the maths. 34 of his 35 runs came in boundaries.
Yeah.
So I see what you're saying. I do.
And I think, again, that isn't necessarily a bad thing to be scoring boundaries freely in itself. Put bowlers off their lengths. Van Buren and Yorked, but driven nicely. Down the ground for a single. Thoughts of a 2, but rightfully turned down. Yeah, I just think there should be opportunities at points, perhaps, that maybe he wasn't quite able to turn into singles and just get off strike and release that pressure. Because that's a turn around the corner. Amin Rao there. Fields, no run. Because just leading up to the wicket, there was only in the sort of 4 overs driven for single. In the 4 overs leading up to that wicket, there was only 1 boundary, which again suggests that they were starting to get bogged down at least a little bit.
I think if we just take his dismissal, Rishi Patel, we did say, didn't we, a few overs before, that it wasn't going to be long before that pull shot became quite dangerous.
Oh, that's a great ball. Thin edge, no. Huge appeal there. Not sure that I heard a sound. Oh, wait. No, is he signalled? No, he's not. He's signalling to his fellow umpire. Very confusing there from umpire standing down our end at the pavilion end. Hamza Sheikh continues facing Van Buren. Presses forward again.
Do you ever have, there's some umpires who, when they go to make a decision for an LBW, huge appeal, and they'd use one finger to signify that it's going down leg.
Yes. Oh, onto the pad that time, but no. That almost felt like an appeal for an appeal's sake that time from Gloucestershire. But yeah, no, I had one recently where rather than just like use a finger and you do a sort of subtle movement, I had one who literally raised it sort of shoulder high just to signal down the leg side. The bowler had turned around and started celebrating before realising that wasn't the case.
Yeah, that happens so often. 19 overs gone then. 83 for 3. And these two just looking to build up that response, build up that partnership, see if they can find their way back into this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one, you'd think. Leicestershire do bat deep. Still got all around a run to swat as Rao comes in. Turned into the leg side, round the corner. Push for 2. He wants it. Sets off early. Good running from Tattersall there. Yeah, Cox in at 7. Ben Green at 8. Even Mo Rizvi at 9. More than capable batter. So they do have a lot of options. But it'll be interesting to see how they can and do try and take on this chase. Rao in again. Short, pulled nicely, firmly in front of square. And just rockets away across that outfield. It's dry, hard outfield. No stopping that one. Timed really nicely. Did Tattersall there. Got back for 2 in that last delivery and then cashes in. Was Rao dropped short again. Just to launch that one into the leg side.
Yeah, we're hearing a bit of passion from the Leicestershire fans. That shows that Leicestershire are a little bit under pressure here. And each boundary just matters that little bit more. A few extra cheers with that convincing 4.
That one's turned into the leg side again from Tattersall, but no run as Bancroft just in there at mid-wicket. Manages to get round and stop the single. Yeah, there's definitely been a bit more noise, I feel like, this innings. Obviously, the wickets last innings were celebrated by the fans here, but there's almost a bit more of a sort of back against the wall at the moment sort of feel to it. Tattersall guides that one thinly down to third man. Lovely shot. And Williams down here doing the fielding.
I wonder what other possible reason could cause a bit of extra noise in the second half of a sunny day.
Who knows? Who knows?
I wonder.
Cut away nicely. Shy at the non-strikers. That direct hit. Oh, there's going to be overthrows. That's so unfortunate there. They're going to only get a couple for them. Yeah, they'll only get 2. That's very unlucky. Price doing some really good work down here at point. As a shy at the stumps, just clips the base of what will be the off stump for right-handed batter. And it just wrong foots Van Buren, who's backing up.
You see, I don't think a coach minds that.
No, I think you've got to keep bats on their toes. I think that's good effort. So that's just driven, but not out the middle of the bat.
Small chance for a run out. Direct hit. Backer up was there, but just because the rebound off the stumps meant they could only get a hand to it. I think that's not a bad result. Yes, it was a couple of runs the way of Leicestershire, which might not have previously happened if it wasn't for the shy at the stumps, but good intent from the fielding side nonetheless. Ollie Price been immaculate in there. 92 for 3 at the end of the 20 over mark. And now, well, let's look at the rate. So run rate is 4.6. The required rate now 4.8. That target of 236. Just, well, this game is so in the balance, isn't it? It lies on whatever happens in the next 5-10 overs. That's going to dictate the game. Knowing this game so far, I have the feeling that come that point, it will still be in the balance.
Yeah, I mean, Gloucestershire marginally ahead at this point in their innings. They were 105 for 3 after 20.
Back goes Johnny Tattersall, beats a diving backward point. They're going to come back for a second run. Is this good running? It is. And apologies for all your ears, because a piece of tinfoil was just brought inches from the effects mic.
A single piece of tinfoil as well, not even a whole roll.
No, just the piece. That feels deliberate.
Exactly.
Doesn't it? Pressing forward is Tattersall. Interesting passage of play now, this for the both sides. That one just skidding through nice and low. Johnny Tattersall adds a single to his total.
Yeah, so he's managed to rotate strike really nicely through this innings so far.
Strong drive
down the ground, out towards it, looming long off. Van Buren, it feels, he's not just the same angle, but he's providing a very threat in terms of variation to what Ajaz Patel was providing.
No, definitely. I think Patel mixed his pace up a lot more. Van Buren's a bit more darty.
Struck on the front toe. Big appeal from Van Buren. The shot signifies the ball was drifting down leg, especially from that darty angle coming from left arm around the wicket. Very hard to get LBW decisions your way from angles like that. But that does end the over. 96 for 3. And Leicestershire, well, they're in a good position with the bat. It just feels like this partnership is everything.
Yeah, this is the moment. I think even just the next 4 overs, you can kind of not take your foot off the pedal, but try and cruise through it as a batter. You know, get to drinks, get halfway through, still 3 down, I think will be the most important thing, rather than the actual score on the total. If these two are still there at drinks, I think they'll be maybe not in a better position, but at least a pretty level position. Another wicket goes down, and I think they're definitely going to be struggling, particularly as they will and always have been behind Gloucestershire's rate. I think we're seeing a bowling change here.
Yeah, Ollie Price. Ollie Price is onto the bowling.
It looks like you're enjoying it.
Yeah, a bit of off spin. You can see, I think, on your screens perhaps, he's got a bit of strapping. Is that on his wrist? He's coming back from a wrist injury anyway. Missed parts of the season earlier. So yeah, returning from a wrist injury. So I feel like on his left wrist you might be able to see it.
Well, right arm round, Ollie Price. Yeah, similar darty pace. A little bit slower to that of Van Buren, but he's asking similar questions. He's right arm round the wicket to both batters. Looking to either slide one past the edge or get one to grip and straighten. Paddle sweep from Tattersall. Beat to dive around. No, it doesn't. Brilliant fielding inside the ring. It's going to be moments like that which keep the fielding side in the game or lets the game go. Great work from Aman Rao. Hasn't had the easiest of days so far. Sweeping little top edge. Huge shout from Ollie Price. But a shout from no one else.
I think he was hoping it might carry a bit further towards Rao or pop up and stay closer to James Bracey behind the stumps.
Nice late cut. Brilliant diving stop from Van Buren. How good have Gloucestershire been in the field? It feels like they've barely put a foot wrong.
I think that's been a common occurrence throughout the day generally. I think Leicestershire were pretty good from memory. I can't remember much other than that drop of Bancroft, perhaps. Yeah. Even that would have been a screamer.
That was a tricky chance. And with that turn into the leg side from Johnny Tattersall, it does bring up the 100 for Leicestershire. There's a passionate clap from around the ground as they know that this milestone, without a real genuinely set batter in, it feels a crunch moment in this game. Can Leicestershire kick on? But I think they're doing the right thing at the minute. They're finding the singles. That ends the over at 100 for 3. It just feels like Leicestershire are doing everything right now. But a wicket will change things.
It's going to completely derail their chase, I think. Just to go have that, what's the one less batter? I mean, it sounds pretty obvious to say it, but one less wicket just makes it that much harder for them. I mean, halfway through, Gloucestershire were 129 for 4, and I can't imagine Leicestershire will tie up that much. But even if they're 110 for 3, I think that extra wicket in hand just gives them so much more, flexibility for the back end of the chase.
Well, it's number 12 up against number 12 here. And that's not number 12 in the order because they're both playing. Number 12 on the backs. Down the track comes Tatzel. Big appeal for LBW. See, that'd be a very tricky call for the umpire to make. It might have looked adjacent. It might have looked in line. However, just because of how far down the crease Tatzel came, that's almost an impossible decision to give as an umpire.
Yeah, there's no way you can give that. You would be getting pelters if you gave that. I have a feeling any batter who gets done if they're 3 yards down the crease would not be happy.
Bottom edge as Tatzel looks like he's just trying to up the rate a little. He looks like he's just trying to release a little bit of pressure from the batting side. If he can get a few boundaries away, have a successful over, maybe it might change the feeling of this innings. And that is going to be caught. A late cut that just had a bit of extra bounce. Tatzel couldn't get down on it. And he's lofted a spinning top edge to a backward point fielder who's taken a smart catch. Those are not always easy, dipping and spinning. And just as Tatzel was trying to add a little bit of pressure back onto the bowling lineup, he gives his wicket away. That's a huge moment in this game, and 100 for 4. Well, Leicestershire slowly feels like they're beginning to wilt in this run chase. It's not over yet, 136 to win, but Leicestershire now have only got 6 wickets left. Out comes Miranda Swart.
Yeah, I think that's Will Williams sat there who took a really nice catch down low in front of him. But we were complimenting Tatzel quite a long time there, like the way he managed to turn over the strike and rotate it. I was going along about a run a ball pretty comfortably. He then just got bogged down those last sort of 2.5 overs. I think maybe just playing on his mind, he started to look a little bit more frenetic, which just didn't really help his cause and help him to try and push on and just get to drinks, I think would have been the plan really. But he ended up, trying to be a little bit too acute in his angles, tried to use his feet at first, then had to drop back and try and cut that one when it was dropped short by Van Buren, who is a very smart bowler, and no doubt wouldn't have surprised me if he'd managed to see Tatzel coming and therefore just dragged it a bit short with a bit more pace.
You're absolutely right there, Toby. It just did feel like there was a couple of balls in the build-up where Tatzel was trying to force something to happen, trying to maybe, as you say, just maybe get a few extra runs to stop himself really being dug down into that build-up of dots that he was just about building himself into. So we're going to get a left-hander. It's Rwanda Swart out there now. If Gloucestershire can take a couple more quick wickets, this game is very quickly going to start turning south for Leicestershire. 100 for 4. Both sides still in it, but you've got to say advantage Gloucestershire. Van Buren. Swiping drive from De Swart, which brings about a very happy chuckle from the majority of the Gloucestershire players. You won't mind that at all. De Swart turning that into the leg side. Chance of a run out of the non-strikers end. De Swart took a bit of time to get going. That looks like a bowler who's bowled plenty of overs, who'd been thrusted out into the middle slightly earlier than he would have wanted to.
There was a pretty relaxed single he took there, and I assumed Williams, I think that was behind square on the leg side, might have had a shy at the keeper's end, but I think he was right to go for the Swart's end and keep him honest, trying to scamper through for that quick single at the back end of that 23rd over. 101 on the board, just ticking along. They are maybe not behind the rate, but they're behind where Gloucestershire were at the same stage, so just something for them to keep in mind. But the same number of wickets have gone down, which will not be pleasing to Leicestershire team out there and the fans watching. Price will continue with his offies. He's bowling, it's actually similar to Van Buren. They're both bowling pretty quick, it feels like. Ajaz Patel noticeably changed his pace up a lot in the Gloucestershire innings. And it'll be interesting to see whether either bowlers do the same here or whether they're going to just stick to dancing it in. Maybe that's what they felt like the challenge came.
Again, as you mentioned, just darted in by Price. And De Swart keeps it out. That's the first lad who's genuinely waited and asked to see if he could cross our view. Lovely lad. Most others just walked across. The Swat cuts down on it. Good diving stop again from Daz Ahmed.
Normally trying to have a conversation on the way, haven't they?
Yeah, one person tried to give us their tea and coffee order here in the commentary box, which we thought was a little bit challenging to deal with live on air. Swat digging this one out. They're going to go for a quick single, but Jack Taylor can't quite pick it up. Remember, he was the man to dismiss Ian Holland with the fine run out after a slight bit of confusion between him and Rishi Patel. It's a great piece of work from Jack Taylor, and Gloucestershire have had high standards in the field today. Flowing charge straight to extra cover. Bit of a crowd catch, that one. Raced along the ground to Bancroft. Price almost diving straight into Swart.
We are still yet to see Jack Taylor with the ball in hand, which has surprised me a little. He was pretty impressive last year. 12 wickets at average under 20, economy about 6 as well. So I'm sure he'll turn to himself at some stage. So the bowls mainly leggies, but occasionally offies, I think, as well. He's a pretty handy bowler. And obviously turning the ball away from the right-hander to one and away from the left-hander at the other, if he's able to do that, would be a pretty useful skill. We've seen like Livingston, for example, use that quite a lot and have that in his locker. Van Buren and Price, though, at either end turn the ball in opposite directions, so I guess in themselves a pretty good combination.
So 1 over to go before drinks. Those last 2 overs going for just 2 runs and taking the 1 wicket of Johnny Tattersall. And the Swat does well to squeeze that out to Eklund at deep cover. And it really did feel that they needed to get to drinks just 3 down, Leicestershire. But they're still in an okay position, 4 down.
Yeah, it just feels like they're asking a lot of the middle order to do. Other than Patel so far, there's not been huge contributions from the top 5. Hamza Sheikh, though, still in there, number 4. He's ticking along nicely, just gets up to 20 with that tickle into the leg side.
Yeah, there's a lot resting on his shoulders. Average of 28 in his 28 List A games. He's playing a big role coming in at number 4 for Leicestershire. It's Van der Swart. I keep thinking he's a Van der Swart. Reminding me of the Tottenham midfielder, Van der Vaart.
Van der Vaart.
Reverse sweep. Brilliant shot over short third man. Bouncing over the boundary into the first row of about 5-6 rows of deck chairs back there. A highly populated part of the ground. Gave a huge applause for a brilliant reverse sweep from Van der Swart. He moves to 6 and it's 107 for 4.
Yeah, just looking at Hamza Sheikh's record over the last few months, he's mainly been playing for the Warwickshire Twos, not got much of a gig for their first team. Played 1 T20 for them back in July, but otherwise a lot of stuff for the Twos. Made a massive 162 against Middlesex Twos down at Richmond on the 15th of June. A couple 50s along the way as well against Notts and Northants. And mostly in the T20s. The 162 was in a slightly longer game though.
It's a good length from Van Buren. But it's shots like that from De Swart that will unsettle Van Buren. He turns it off his legs into the leg side for a single. How many times did we see Ajaz Patel get swept? Or reverse swept?
I think Taylor maybe wanted a slog sweep that sticks out in my mind. That might even actually been off the leggy Rizvi, yeah. So I'm none really stick out in my mind. I'm trying to think any balls that would have come down towards our side over here. There wasn't like many, were there?
No, there weren't. And I wonder if that's what just added to the quality of his spell. So that will bring drinks, everybody. It's 109 for 4, and my word is this game in the balance. It is perfectly set up for a magnificent second half of cricket. And well, the story is it's 128 runs, 127, runs needed from 25 overs. Gloucestershire needing the 6 wickets to win. Let's quickly take you through the second innings so far, as Eskenazi was the first to go, caught by Bancroft, a snorting delivery from Will Williams that just took off almost the thumb of Eskenazi. Ian Holland was next to go, a smart run out from Jack Taylor. Daz Ahmed bowled pretty well. He got the big wicket of Rishi Patel, caught by Van Buren out at mid-on. A pull shot just bounced a little bit more, perhaps beaten for pace. And then Johnny Tattersall, well, they were building a pretty good recovery, were Leicestershire. And at 100 for 3, Johnny Tattersall went for 17, cutting in the air to Will Williams on 17. And now, both not out. Hamza Sheikh on 20, Deswat on 8. You've got to say it's in the balance. I mean, maybe Gloucestershire ever so slightly on top, taking the wicket.
I think that wicket means they're probably just ahead, just edging ahead. But, it's still a very doable chase for Leicestershire. 132 from 25 overs, more than comfortably they could chase it. But I think it's going to require a reasonable partnership between these two. And then maybe some of the middle order. Ben Cox probably has to contribute. He obviously coming off the back of a pretty good year last year, averaged 55 with the bat, scoring near 300 runs. So I think there's obviously quality there. But, I think these two will be pretty key, you'd think, to try and put together a bit of a partnership and just knock, I think, they has to get at least under 100 required, I think, when the next wicket falls to really have a chance and to be ahead in the game. Probably needs to be nearer 60 runs to win, maybe 70 runs to win.
So Price and Van Buren bowling in tandem at the minute, something that was really successful for Leicestershire. Rizvi and Ajaz Patel bowling very well in a partnership. How important is it that Price and Van Buren keep going about it this way? And do you reckon they'll probably bowl the majority of their overs in this partnership, similar to how Leicestershire did?
Yeah, I think so. I think particularly Will Williams has bowled 7 overs, so he's quite a long way through. There's not much you can really turn to him. He's got one more spell, basically. And I think he'll be quite smart when you use that. So they might turn to him sooner rather than later. Aman Rao, I feel like it's been quite expensive and struggled to find his line of length going at 7s. Daz Ahmed, I've been pretty impressed with, but again, going at 5.5s, so he could be a little bit risky as well, and did drop a few short. But actually, if you can get a lot of overs done, a lot of the hard yards done with these two, and maybe with Jack Taylor as well, the captain, then I think you leave yourself in quite a good position coming towards the sort of back end and the death. If you could pick up another couple of wickets now as Gloucestershire, then I think they'll be sort of ready to go and pretty pleased with how things are panning out. Another 2 wickets, and I think they'll be looking to try and wrap things up and take home a pretty comfortable win. And bonus point wins probably on their mind as well, which I think will be pretty important come the end of the season. An extra couple of points are always pretty useful.
Indeed, both sides looking to go for those knockout stages spots. That's for absolute sure. And Ollie Price, who had such a great role in last year's competition for Gloucestershire, trying to make a breakthrough with the ball. If Leicestershire go 5 down early, that'll be very poor reading for the Leicestershire fans, as a golf buggy with groundsman equipment on the trailers just managed to get himself off the field and through a few deck chairs. So Deswat will take the strike to Ollie Price.
Just driven down the ground first up there from Deswat. Single to bring up 110 for 4. Just after drinks as we keep going now. Price coming round the wicket to both the left and the right hander here. Sheikh faces up. Just defends that one. straight enough that he doesn't want to try and force a run out of it, but not straight enough to tickle square into the leg side where there's that gap at square leg. That was flat again that time. Does have a bit more pace and a bit shorter, so can send it out to the man at deep square. Gets through for a single again, rotating the strike. Lefty ruined the swat on strike now. And this time drives through the offside. It's a nice shot down towards the man fielding there at long off. Is that Will Williams, I think, down there on the boundary? It is indeed. Pricing again. That was aerial. Could find the gap. Does. Lovely strike there. It's a big shout, big cry of catch from Price, but no one out there at extra cover able to get anywhere near it. And in the end, a much needed boundary. In a long time, it's felt like since Leicestershire have hit a few boundaries in a row. Had that reverse sweep a couple overs ago, but other than that, it's been fairly slow going over recent times. He just defends good there from Sheikh to end the over. 116 for 4, 26 overs in. A good over there to get things underway after drinks. What do you reckon was said at drinks, Charlie? Obviously, messages get sent on. Do you think it's dig in, build a big partnership, or maybe try and put a bit of pressure back on the attack? Feels like the spinners in particular have had their own way for the last few overs, perhaps.
It's a tricky one because I'd be more under the impression to make sure these two are still together come over 35. And that's when they can be in an unbelievable position to go on and win this game. Because if you add an extra 50 runs on then and you still fall down, that's 165, 170 before, which is a brilliant position in comparison. However, I think what we've seen is on this pitch, especially as you mentioned to the spinners, batters who've let the spin bowlers bowl at them have often come off worse. And actually batters that have been looking to be more positive, look to try and force singles in areas and bat with intent, have actually come off more successful against the spin bowling.
Struck firmly down the ground and in the gap. Too straight for the man at long on. Lovely strike there from Dessoir. It looks like he's going to try and put pressure back on this attack, counter-attack, and really try and push Leicestershire into a position where they can, as you say, Charlie, go on and win the game. That's a lovely strike, that is. Just a fraction full, and it's just a step and hit from the South African. Rocks back this time and picks that gap very nicely indeed through square leg.
This is a bold call from the Leicestershire batters. They've either just got to... It seems at the minute they're looking to go and put pressure on, as you mentioned. And when you're 4 down for 120, just over halfway there now, that feels a bold call.
Yeah, I mean...
But the right one.
I think it could
if
be.
it works.
Exactly. You leave yourself open to criticism. I'm sure fans will not be pleased if they go out there swinging and try and, as you say, put pressure back on and end up sending a few catches out there and skying a few. To Swart, though, pats it back to the bowler. I think as well, it's not reckless intent that we're seeing so far. I think it's really just good positive intent, using feet. If it's slightly overpitched, if it's slightly short, then they're looking to score. It's not just, let's just swing hands at this. That was shorter and flatter and just punched down the ground. Again, nicely for a single.
But in reality, they've only got to be aggressive for 2 overs. And if it comes off in those 2 overs, the field spreads, they've got more easy options for singles. And that's more the kind of thought process that Leicestershire batters are thinking about. It's not go all guns blazing until the end and see if you can get it done quick time. It's can we have a short spell of aggression to then spread the field and then make our life a lot easier and reduce risk in the later overs. It's challenging. You could go the other way around and look to save wickets and bat more defensively, but then, as we said, you then invite pressure.
And I think it would be pretty hard if you ask these two to bat now for the next 10 overs, say. As much as, you can get 10 overs in, only score a couple runs, and actually chasing 60, 70 off the final 10 would be pretty doable. Or at least you'd sort of back yourself, you'd think, to try and do that. I think almost trying to not lose wickets in itself, and that sort of negative mindset just leaves you open because you are so much more. It's just like you are leaving yourself open. If you're not trying to score and be positive, you get bogged down. Bowlers can bowl at you rather than you trying to be progressive and proactive against
Put his
them.
head down so quickly.
That one's just tickled around into the leg side for a single.
I must say, I was slightly worried just then. We saw three lads walk straight past our effects mic with beers in hand, and I was a little bit worried. I won't lie. You just don't know, do you? All seem nice though, and pleasant,
jovial about it.
Having a nice day here at Kibworth.
I think most people are. It seems a pretty good atmosphere so far as Price comes round the wicket again and just patted back to him by DeSwart. Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good cricket sort of knowledge from the fans around. They're all pretty intently watching. So that was cut away, finds the gap. Lovely shot there. Not quite going to have the pace to go all the way, but they're going to come back for two. Going to have to be quick, but it is. Good running there from Hamza Sheikh. I think he's been pretty quick between the wickets from what we've seen so far.
Now, this is all part of that slight change since the drinks break. How can we run more positively? When I say we, I am putting myself in the headspace of Leicestershire.
That one's just punched down the ground. Yeah, I think they're actually doing it well so far. Twos and singles are more than enough. You know, the run rate's never been particularly high. Required run rate, I should say. And actually, it's not a bad thing just to edge your way around and find some singles. Price, again, swept high, up in the air. Going to have the legs. Yes, it is. Lovely shot there from Sheikh. Got down early down on his knee and swept that one high into the sky over square leg. Never giving the field out there a chance. Lovely strike. Came right out of the middle. That sound just echoed around the ground here at Kibworth.
This is the kind of day where those shots, if played well, transform a game. Because you've got the middle overs, which throughout the day have been led by spin. They've been led by Ajaz Patel and Mo Rizvi in the Leicestershire bowling innings. Now Ollie Price and Van Buren have been bowling well, but a few reverse sweeps, a few sweeps there from Hamza Sheikh, and they're the good balls that all of a sudden a great ball has gone for six. If the batter continues to let a bowler bowl to them and they continue to bat on that front foot defence, then it's easy for the bowlers to bowl at them. And look, now they force this bowling change. Jack Taylor's now onto the bowling. They'd have loved to have kept bowling with Graham Van Buren, I'm sure. But as a result of this increase in positivity post the drinks break, now Gloucestershire are having to think differently. They're having to change things up. And this is great work from Leicestershire. Very, very impressive since drinks.
Yeah, Taylor coming in from the pavilion with his leggies. That one's just driven down the ground for a single. You can see whether DeSwart looks to try and take him on. You know, the ball spinning into the lefty, whether he fancies trying to take on that shortish boundary out to the leg side that we've seen Hamza Sheikh just take on, and whether Sheikh leaves it to him and goes for Price, also turning in. Oh, a big appeal there. Given! LBW there. Sheikh looks around disappointed. That's exactly not what Leicester would have needed at that stage. Taylor comes on and just after two balls makes that important breakthrough and leaves Leicestershire in real trouble now. 136 for 5 coming up to the 29th over. That's not really what you need.
A huge blow. Hamza Sheikh again. How many times in this game have batters got set? They've got to 30 and there's still a ball with your name written on it. Does that suggest that the batters have got to start being more aggressive? Maybe. Does that suggest that batters are just slightly losing their concentration? Maybe, but I doubt it. And Jack Taylor coming in, taking a wicket in the first over. All of a sudden, though, out comes Ben Cox, one of their best performers in last year's competition. And, well, this is a point in the game suited to that man. he's definitely of the ability to come and finish this game off for Leicestershire, but it does make you think there's enough in this pitch for the bowlers to make you think that they can definitely defend 2-3-5, but also there's enough quality in the batting and enough shots on the show to make you think the batters can chase it. So this game is really wide open. It's a brilliant day of 50-over cricket, and truly anything can happen.
Yeah. Ben Cox coming to the crease now. Has played some fantastic innings over the last few years in the One Day Cup here for Leicester, but also for Worcester, I think it was beforehand. But the time spent in the 100 too. Taylor will continue here. Just the 2 balls he's bowled so far. 5 down. Leicestershire find themselves now. Cox on strike. 1 sweeper at deep square leg, 1 at deep cover, and everyone else inside, long off as well, sorry, and then everyone else inside the ring. Oh, and almost has Cox first ball. Thick outside edge. Does just about beat the fielder down there. Graham Van Buren down towards third man. So 4 first ball, but not the start that Cox would have had in mind. And Taylor could have had 2 and 2 for a second there. It's just floated up and almost finds the outside edge. Almost clatters into the off stump as well.
Well, this game's taking a real change here. Wicket followed by a boundary. Game's now moving very quickly. I reckon it'll be long until we get a conclusion in this game, unless Leicestershire can begin to start to shut up shop. And
shorter, faster, and just punched out to cover. Solid there from Cox. Moves on to 5. Brings the left-handed to Swart on. Slight change in field. Oh, he's just turned around the corner again. Wants to push for 2. No chance though. Van Buren, brilliant fielder out there in the outfield. Charges round, intercepts the ball, and just only a thought of a second before they have to turn it down. 142 for 5. 29 overs in now.
Toby,
this has taken a turn.
It has. Forgive me for being outdated in my old-fashioned opinion. However, I think that if these 2 are there at the end, they win.
Yeah, I think
whatever happens.
I think that would be it would be unlikely if they're both here at the end, not out, and Leicester end up short, definitely.
I just think they can reduce risk and nurdle singles, but of course there is the odd delivery that is a wicket-taking one.
That one's cut away. I also think it's easier to bat just, as you would, rather than really trying to focus on changing your mindset and being ultra defensive and just shutting up shop, or vice versa. If you're not used to just going out there and just swinging from ball 1, then that in itself is a bit of a silly, risky move. And I think they just have to bat sensibly and back their skills, really, to try and get themselves over the line. There's still a lot of batting to come, even after these 2. There's still more than capable batters.
Leicestershire will be very disappointed if they can't chase 2-3-5.
I think so as well. Oh, that's big drive there. Beats the outside edge. Does Ollie Price. Head and hands. He's quite a emotional character, I feel, like Ollie Price. He's a lot of oohs and ahs. He's up and about at everything. Anything misses the outside edge, he's shouting. If it comes off the inside half of the bat. Oh, that one off the inside edge, I think, that time. Beats the keeper. They want 2. Cox will come back for it. Rao chases it down and drags it back from inside the boundary. Bye's given in the end, so maybe tickled off or through James Bracey.
He's getting a couple to really grip here, Ollie Price.
Yeah, I think that one was between bat and pad.
Yeah, by quite some distance as well. Very interesting, because it's not something we'd seen a lot of today.
No. think Patel bowled pretty nicely, but yeah, nothing was ragging hugely. Oh, stuck in front. Huge appeal.
Goodness
Not
me.
given. Price looks in disbelief, staring back up at the umpire there. Head on hands from Bracey behind the stumps. But not given. They look in shock, the Gloucestershire team here. Almost begging for that. Yeah. Price continues. Couple more to come. Oh, another appeal there from Price. Not sure about that one. Definitely not as close as the previous delivery.
Yeah, that's not out, Ollie.
Continues. That was cut away nicely. Out to cover for just a simple single.
This is a much more aggressive line for the off spinner. Coming from round the wicket. He's got the delivery that just slides on with the arm and thinks about the outside edge, but also, mainly, he's got that delivery which really grips and straightens. And just on the replay on that one, which looked mightily close, well, I think it might have just been pitching outside leg. It was quite darty and quite short, and so maybe it did straighten, but it could have just pitched outside leg. But 30 overs gone then, everybody. 146 for 5. We're getting into crunch time in this game, and it is certainly a moment when you cannot take your eyes off it. At any point, there could be another twist, and here's a man that provided a twist in the final over. Jack Taylor scored a good 36 with the bat earlier today, and he took a wicket in his first over. We'll be looking to break this new partnership as well. Just gone to 11 with that single. And the Swat is taking the singles. A very, very interesting period, this. Can Leicestershire just continue to stay calm, eke out the singles? But of course, the story remains of the wickets column. Gloucestershire continue to take wickets. Change of gloves at the non-striker's end. 3 wickets in a 6-over spell. Cox gets on top of it and cuts it down to cover for no run. 148 for 5, halfway through the 31st. Now the single found. We're almost getting to the stage where singles are getting applause. There's a couple of little claps going around as a very safe and risk-free single is found. A few little bits of encouragement from the fans. It's the tense part of the game.
Slight change in field. I think they're almost trying to tempt the Swat to go over the top of the offside here. They've got 3 out on the leg side, long on, cow, and deep backward square leg, and also a sweeper at cover. Well, just really tickles that one into the leg side, but I think they're almost trying to entice him to go over the top, go straight down the ground over mid-off, and maybe he'll look to try and hit out, or they hope he'll try and hit out, and therefore be able to just gamble on that fact, and actually they don't mind conceding a few runs if he does look to try and go down the grounds.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. So potentially Ollie Price to continue. Yes, it is. Number 67 is bowled with some serious grip. Going in just 5 runs and over for his 5. It's up to these two now, you feel. The last 2 for Leicestershire who could give this an almighty crack. Of course, Ben Green to come. No Rizvi. It's not the first time this water has turned a nice single into leg, as it's drifted down the leg side from one of the spinners.
Yeah, he's kind of gone under the radar here. Quick sort of just shy of a run of ball 26 so far, without real intent other than the odds one he's taken down the ground.
Bit of bat pad and a pop up into the leg side, causing yet another shriek from Ollie Price, who we must say has bowled well for his 5 overs. Rarely given too much for batters to put away with ease. Asked a lot of questions last over. DeSwart gets this away through cover. Good piece of fielding by Cameron Darrywell out in the deep. Very bobbling ball out there. A few discussions going on. Driving back to the bowler, Ollie Price thinks about a shot at the non-strikers as he sends DeSwart diving to save himself. Cox just looking a little bit between going forward and back there as he plays that shot to square leg. Or backed up in the end.
These two again have actually just started to rotate the strike quite nicely. I think that's almost been the difference, is finding boundaries. Other than Rishi Patel, they've all struggled a little bit. But actually, just being able to turn the strike round, pick gaps, and get off strike down the other end, particularly this left-right combo, can just put batters off their line and lengths in a very challenging way. And actually, you can easily strike at 5 and over without real much effort and without any real risk either.
So will we Jack Taylor continue from the pavilion end, and a few questions being raised of where the next wicket-taking fielding position can be plugged. As I plug in my laptop, a bit of extra charge as the game builds tension. Does feel like every ball is just getting watched that little bit more intently here at Kibworth. A few Trent Rockets fans.
Yeah, I saw Northern Superchargers one earlier.
Did you? They don't exist anymore, mate.
No, I know.
Here's Taylor. It was a nice drive from Cox. Can they think about 2? Can they get there? Just the one. We'll field it out in the deep.
Daz Ahmed's really good.
Beat me to it.
It's his grey undersleeves that poke through. I'm not sure anyone else has them on. Although, is that Miles Hammond at cover? He's got some compression sleeve as well by the looks of it.
Ollie Price as well. Now we're just playing against each other. Who can spot the wristband? Confident drive up the ground there from the SWAT. And appreciated by a few educated members. It's close to a non-drive as we've seen, although that Ollie Price shot in about the 5th over was the one for me. And Jack Taylor continues to hit the spot. On for 13 halfway through his 3rd. Ben Cox finds a single. As the wind picks up here at Kibworth, almost as if the weather knows. Getting to the danger end of this game. 1 ball to go.
Yeah, the sort of blue skies come and gone and sort of returned again now, hasn't it? Sort of quite cloudy middle part of the game today.
This one continues to use that shot. Done so many times throughout his innings. Just gone back, lent on the
just going down the leg side. Maybe that's a sign that Gloucestershire haven't bowled terrifically towards them at points. But on the whole, you've got to say that both teams bowling have been they've bowled very well to plans, which is why this is a slightly low-scoring game on what, at points, we felt has been a very, very good batting wicket. But as a result of bowling, both teams have ended up relatively low scores.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to speak to players post-game and maybe hear their thoughts on what the pitch could be like and how they found it, and whether maybe there are a few more demons than we've seen, or whether players might think that actually no one's perhaps knuckled down as much as they could have done. Price will continue, however, though, to the swat.
Goes back again. Very fond of that back foot single finder. Is to swat. Just been raised in the YouTube comments about that run rate that's still required. So there's a potential chance for a run out of the non-strikers. Deswart runs his bat in, and here's an overthrow. That's going to bring about a cheer. Every run Leicestershire can find is an extra boost. 160 for 5 with a 2 well found. Swat another single out towards cover. Sorry, yes, I just said it. Picked up in the YouTube comments here, Toby. That run rate is actually decreasing what's required. And it's showing that Leicestershire don't have to play out of their skin. They don't have to search for boundaries. They can just keep rotating, and they will get ahead of this game. They will win this game if they can just continue to bat like this. But that's just the whole crux of cricket, really, isn't it? Goes back to Cox, finds the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, 75 from 98 now. I think basically sums up exactly what you're saying there. Just tick along nicely and you'll...
Nice pull / sweep shot to a short ball and well fielded out in the deep by Daz Ahmed. And great running as well.
Yeah, really good from Cox there. Done excellently to come back for the second. It was a slight fumble out there in the deep, I think, but just cashed in. Just great intent as much as anything else. And what I've been saying, since Cox has come in, him and Deswat have partnered each other really nicely. Just picking gaps, rotating well.
Just a firm prod at that one outside off. And we're getting to that point in the game, everybody. Why we love 50 over cricket. So, at the end of the 34th, 163 for 5.
Yeah, this is where it'll get interesting. Cox and Deswart just ticking along. What will Jack Taylor do? Is he going to keep going himself? He's bowled 3 overs. Gone for 15. It looks like it might be a change. Is that Will Williams coming back? I think it could be. Which is an interesting one to see, because I think that makes a lot of sense. He's only got 3 overs left, having bowled a really impressive 7-over spell at the start of the game with the new ball. But actually, he's been very, very good since then. But he's only got a few overs left, and Taylor's going to have to be pretty smart about how he uses them. It looks like Taylor thinks this is the time now. This is the partnership breaker he needs, and so he's turning to a strike bowler, Will Williams.
It's one of my favourite debates, Toby. When you've got a set partnership and it looks like the run chase could slightly go down to the wire, if you've only got a few overs left of your strike bowler, who's also good at the death, do you save him until the end?
Yeah.
Or do you use him now to take the wicket?
I think you've got to use him. I think you've got to break the partnership, particularly in a game like this,
yes,
where the partnership, there won't be a death if this partnership keeps going.
Exactly.
I think it's a trickier one if you're playing maybe more T20, And, you know, they're looking like this could be the strong partnership there, 4-5 down. You think if you get one more wicket, game's dead. But if you waste it and you've got no one to bowl to death, you end up with, I remember doing a 100 game a couple of years ago, and Akil Hussain had to bowl the final over for Southern Brave because Tyrone Mills and Chris Jordan and all the other seam bowlers, James Vince just decided he had to use them earlier on in the game because he thought, you know, I can't wait and just let this game drift and bowl Hussain now, for example, and he gets pumped and then we're well out of it. And I think it's a tricky one. It's one you got to just judge as a captain, and that's what the difference is between the good and the great captains, isn't it?
Game management. Here's Williams then. Brings about a slash of the bat first ball. This could just be something to show that, well, Jack Taylor might have made the right decision bringing back his strike bowler, but it'll only be correct if he can strike in his 3 overs. And at 163 for 5, this game stands on a knife edge. Cut away. DeSwart managed to get on top of it and cut Williams into the covers. He's going to provide a different challenge now, isn't he, to the challenge he provided earlier?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You think you can see where the field's set. Everyone's square of the wicket. You've got a very wide third man cover, deep cover in front of square. Cow corner, deep square leg, and then fine leg as well. So I think he's going to have to bowl this at the back of a length, short delivery, and almost challenge batters if you want to risk hitting him down the ground. There's a high chance you send one up in the air. Or instead you just take the singles, nudge him sideways, but that in itself brings possibility of top edges. Feather an edge through to the keeper, perhaps.
Beautiful flick off the hips. That's a very important boundary. And with that 4 for Ben Cox, he's going to move to 18. And the score now 168 for 5. That feels like a big blow, that.
Yeah, just too straight from Williams there. Just strayed down the leg side, and Cox, all he needed to do was get a feather of an edge on it. And that's exactly what happened. He just guided that one, tickled it off his hip around the corner. And it's going to race away. No stopping it.
Another pushing defensive shot from Cox. And again, that is the perfect example for me of how I think the Leicestershire batters should continue to bat. A shot that perhaps could have been pulled by Rishi Patel earlier in the innings. And on this pitch of slightly variable bounce is a straight bat. Jordan Cox just riding it, very, very safe little tickle down towards fine leg before. This is a big drive though. My word.
Almost the opposite of what you've been asking for there. So a slightly diagonal bat, throwing his hands at it. Width was on offer and looked to cash in, but lucky to escape without an edge.
Well, despite just walking his way down the track, doing a little bit of gardening, but I can assure you that was not to do some gardening. That was probably more to have an open conversation with Ben Cox on how he thought that shot went. This one's flicked up aerially. It's not in danger though. It's going to go to Joseph Eklund out at deep square leg, and that ends the over. So that's 35 overs gone. It's 169 for 5. And here's the maths then. 67 to win from 90 balls. Run rate, not an issue. Boundary scoring, not an issue. Leicestershire looking to make this as boring as possible. And Gloucestershire looking to make this as exciting as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy end, you'd think. Leicestershire have just managed to take a little bit of an edge out of the game. It felt like at a stage they were just letting the game drift away from them. But actually, right now, and the last 5-10 overs, they've done really, really well at just kind of ticking along, minimal risk, just edging their way there, which is exactly the way they need to do it. And it looks like Van Buren's coming on now. He's changed ends. What can he do? Bowling to Cox. That one's just pushed into the offside first up. Lovely shot to get things underway. 15 overs to go. So not much more than 4 and over needed. which should be more than simple enough. One boundary and over, or a couple singles. Simple going, you'd think, but one more wicket, 2 more wickets. And that's what Gloucestershire know they need to get themselves right back into this game. I think this is the danger man to Swart. Just flicks that one off his hip for a single out to Rao at deep backward square.
This is expert batting in the minute from Leicestershire. And just without real risk, they've managed to almost take this game slightly back out of Gloucestershire's hands. But again, we've said that all day.
That one's going to be 4. Lovely batting there from Cox. Just finds that gap behind square on the leg side. Really, really good work. And again, they're miles ahead of the rate for this over now as well. So they can almost breathe and know they don't have to force it. That's a lovely sweep.
Such an effective shot, isn't it? Such an effective shot, especially in a run chase where spinners are building pressure. It is so important.
Just lets them breathe, bit of pressure off. Drops that one to the offside. Quick single and great running there. Brilliant from Deswat. That's a loud early call. And he's easily through. Cox, who's also quick between the wickets, comfortably makes it down the other end. Deswat now faces up to Van Buren. They've got Owen Rao on the boundary at fine leg. Very fine, it feels like. I mean, that's why it's there, I guess. Tickled round the corner. Going to come back for 2. Good captaincy from Taylor to have his man there.
Well, it's for the sweep.
Yes, yeah.
It's definitely for the sweep. And I think that's probably a bit of a bonus that he was able to protect that one. But I think Gloucestershire now know that the sweep is a very dangerous shot and will start to leak boundaries if, Leicestershire can continue to play it.
Just driven this time. Out towards mid-off. And again, they're through for a single. And Van Buren does tear through his overs, but that was a pretty expensive one. Going for, what's that, 10 in the end from it. And that's 179 for 5 now. 36 overs in. Deswat absolutely flying along. He's 37 off 39. Cox at the other end has picked up as well. 25 off 28 with that boundary there. Lovely sweep early on into the over. Deswat has retained strike and Williams will continue. He's surely going to bowl out now. He's only got 2 to go. And this is the moment. He's got to do something special here. Can he be that one to make a change, make a difference?
It's Operation Make That Breakthrough for Gloucestershire.
Oh, that one just leaps a fraction right into the gloves there of Deswat, who instantly drops the bat. Glove comes off. I think physio's going to have to come on.
Goodness me. That leaps a mile. Blimey, it's at the top of the bat. It is picked up off a very good length, and poor Deswat's just looking to run it down to third man.
Yeah.
And it's nipped in a little bit. I reckon it's almost hit him on the wrist, right at the top of the
I think it has,
hand,
yeah. It sounded more like glove than bat. Or as you say, right the way up there. I'll take a bit of time here to treat him and check he's all right. A couple of 12th men run on as well.
Well, let's just use this moment then to take you through the second innings. So 236 was the set chase, and Eskenazi and Rishi Patel got off to an absolutely superb start. Then Eskenazi falls actually a very similar delivery off the bowling of Will Williams in the 7th over, just picked up and edged or gloved to Bancroft at second slip. And Ian Holland was the next after a run out from Jack Taylor. He went for 4, 47 for 2. And then Leicestershire back in the game, back on top, 73 for 2. Then their set man, Rishi Patel, went for 39. And then they felt like they were behind, but then a good partnership between Tattersall and Hamza Sheikh. Then they were starting to get back into it. Then Tattersall fell, and then Sheikh fell for 17 and 33 respectively. Every single set batter has just managed a way to get out. But then at 136 for 5, with 22 overs to go, Leicestershire were in real trouble. But now they're 179 for 5, and they look in command of the game. But I wouldn't be afraid to say that there's definitely going to be another twist, Toby.
It does seem like it, doesn't it? I think either way, both teams will be elated if they can walk away from today with a victory. Neither have had the greatest season so far. Both struggling, sat at the bottom in the Red Bull stuff in the county championships. Leicestershire at the bottom of Div 1, Gloucestershire at the bottom of Div 2. Gloucestershire did make it through to quarterfinals in the Blast, but then struggled there. Leicestershire unable to make it off the bottom in that one. So both hoping that the One Day Cup can be that change, that difference, maybe kickstart their season before the back end of the Red Bull stuff comes about at the back end of August. So I think there's a lot of positivity within both squads, knowing that all it'll take is, a few good results and you can find yourself in the quarterfinals, the semi-finals of the One Day Cup, and actually that can change the whole field to a season if you either win a trophy or make it to a semi, make it to a final, and that leaves those final few weeks, that final month of the season, just gives them all a bit of a lift up. But he's looking like he might be in quite a bit of pain still, Dessoir. He's walking around.
Just to say, Ted, this is a worrying sign.
Yeah.
This is a lot of attention Dessoir's getting. He looks very uncomfortable out there. The umpires are around him. Josh Hull's out there in the green bib, as is another one of the Leicestershire squad. I can't quite make out, but these two batters in a great position. Ben Cox batting alongside Dessoir very well. The good sign is Dessoir is putting his helmet back on. He's giving his hand a very good flex, which tells you it might be potentially a finger injury, maybe a hand issue. Yeah. But it looks like he's moving it relatively well. That's a good sign for Leicestershire fans. Dessoir, who's not out on 37. Cox alongside at 125. And 179 for 5. Again, 57 off 83. Leicestershire just in the box seat.
Interestingly, the other game going on at the moment, in quite a similar position actually.
Oh, yeah.
Sussex versus Glamorgan. Glamorgan actually put on quite a big total in the end. They scored 295 for 8, thanks to a couple tons from Jack Hope-Bell and Alex Horton. But at the moment, Sussex 172 for 5, so almost identical scoring to what we are here, chasing a bit of a bigger total. But they've got Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson both in at the moment in the 30s, not out, after Tom Price, formerly a Gloucestershire player, made a half century. And it looks like we're back underway now, ready to go. Will Williams will continue. What is the 37th over here? That was cut away in the gap between point there and the keeper. Amin Rao down there at third man does the fielding, but a little bit aerial. Gully would have been very much in the game. Even a short third man might have been licking their lips.
So you'd argue that Gloucestershire need a wicket?
Yeah, I think a wicket now is, probably puts them back ahead in the game, I reckon. But Williams continues. That's drives outside half of the bat there, out towards deep cover.
So the question is, Toby, how do you get a wicket?
Well, I think Will Williams, is the right man to bowl from this end. He's got one more over after this one. The other end's a tricky one. I quite like Van Buren. He's not necessarily the best wicket taker in the squad, but he's very economical, and that in itself can generate pressure and generate wickets. Taylor's in some ways a very good shout. Leg spin, turning the ball away from Cox, got the last wicket as well.
In this first over.
Exactly, but I feel like Dessoir could look to take him down, looking to sweep towards the sort of short leg side boundary on our side of the ground here. So it'll be an interesting one, that in itself. Price is almost the opposite, a bit more of a defensive bowler. That one's just turned around the corner. Up onto 39 goes Dessoir. Your other option, I guess, go back to pace. Daz Ahmed, maybe a good option. I can't see them going back to Amin Rao. He's been too expensive for me. And the game could very easily get away from Gloucestershire if he comes on and bowls 2 pretty expensive overs.
It's a shame, isn't it? But yeah, he was slightly expensive. He'll definitely play a role in the tournament later on, but he just struggled to find his radar a bit today.
Williams in again. And Cox defends.
So I'd pretty firmly be Williams from this end, and I'd have kept on Price from the other.
Should you go back to Price now rather than Van Buren?
Oh, I'm not sure. Now they've made that change, you'd be inclined to stick with Van Buren, who has showed wicket-taking possibility. And you know, you mentioned he's economical. I think you could have the most economical bowler on in the world from one end, and they'd still be able to do this.
Maybe, yeah.
It's just that I think you need. I think what Price is offering at the minute is a grip and turn from an angle that no one else is providing. And he's a moments player, isn't he? He really builds up the moment. He's an emotional bowler, as you said. He shows passion. He gets loud and he gets behind his players. He brings the team up with him, and that's the kind of bowler that this point in the game needs. I know he's only got a few overs left. I know you took him off and over a go, but I'd be really inclined to see a bit more of Ollie Price just because of the kind of player that he is. And Van Buren does have the ability to bowl pressure, definitely. Does have the ability to take a wicket, definitely. However, I think Will Williams and Ollie Price might have just been the partnership. However, Van Buren is I'm very happy with that choice from a Gloucestershire.
I think he's probably going to go Van Buren for these last two. Then Van Buren's out. Then maybe go back to Price, or perhaps you look at Daz Ahmed down that end and Price can bowl from this end, depending on what the off he's thinking. I think this side of the boundary is a little bit shorter, so Price would probably prefer to bowl from the same end as Van Buren. They're going to squeeze through for a single there. Run out opportunity? No, good running there from Cox. They're both on it right there. No chance really of a run out. I think he would have been pretty comfortably safe. 184 for 5 now, as we're 37 overs in. 37.1 now. To swat 39 off 42 at the moment on strike. He just works that one into the leg side, but too close to Cameron Bancroft in there at mid-wicket, so no run for him. Yeah, I think as well, though, you can basically... There's no way, or very, very slim chance that this will go all the way to 50 overs. So you can almost get away with bowling out. Dot ball again. They're bowling out best, as we were sort of saying earlier, Charlie, of how do you find that balance of, having your best bowlers at the death when, it really matters, but also making sure they actually bowl out and you use them as best you can. As that one again is into the leg side, but again too close to the fielder, and Bancroft just swooping in. But I think there's such a slim chance it's going to go all the way that actually you can bowl Van Buren out, then you bowl Williams out from this end. That was punched straight for a single, and then you can bowl out Price on the other end and probably Daz Ahmed from this end. And then if you need to, you've still got Amin Rao and Jack Taylor who can both give you a couple of handy overs. And maybe Taylor comes in if you get the left-handed to swat out as well. Oh, down the leg side, shouts of catch. I'm not sure there was anything on it. Get through for a single. Wide signalled there by the umpire.
First wide missing in applause too, that's for sure.
Is that the 50 partnership perhaps as well, I think?
That's a good point. It is.
Big chat for the big clap around, sorry. So it's a good effort from this pair who looks pretty good so far. Still a lot to do though. Swart drives that one down to long on. It's less than 50 to win. They're closing in, but still 1 wicket, and I think Gloucestershire are right back in it. Despite Leicester being in the driving seat right now, it can still go either way. 188 for 5, 38 overs in now. You can see the captain, a couple of his big advisors there having a chat in the middle, trying to figure out best plans. I think Williams will continue, bowl his last. Taylor and Bracey still having quite a deep chat. Bancroft's hanging about, I think giving some advice too.
Well, at a moment like this, what Leicester need is an experienced head to come in next, a player who averages, well, preferably in the mid-40s. Well, that's Ben Green, who averages 46 in this state cricket and has plenty of experience. So Leicestershire definitely in the driving seat, and even if they do lose that 1 wicket, they've got a strong man to come in next. And Mo Ridsby is very handy with the bat down the order. Didn't do amazingly for Kent in his 5 innings with the bat in last year's competition, but definitely a side who'll be looking to complete this run chase with relative ease.
Single off the first ball of what will be Williams' last over. Smart from Deswart there. He's into the 40s. Cox, 28, 32 at the other end. That's just 47 to win now. About 4 and over required. That one's just turned firmly into the leg side this time. Declan doing the fielding at deep square leg. So do you think after this, from this end, after Williams is done, who are you turning to? Daz Ahmed or Ollie Price from this end? Or see what Ollie Price fancies if he'd rather bowl at the other end?
Give me a moment.
Short, looks to pull that one, but straight into his own pad before then pointing, I think out towards the houses where he was aiming. And maybe having a little word with himself there, does to Swat.
It's tricky. It is tricky. Gloucestershire are clearly having the same issue right now, aren't they? I think I'll be inclined to go Daz Ahmed. Just because I've seen enough from this wicket, especially from this end, to show significant variation in bounce. So you might get that natural variation off the wicket that could cause a dismissal. He was economical.
Yeah.
He's not going to leak your runs, and I think Price prefers the other end.
Use of feet. Straight back to the bowler, though, and both batters dive back, fly back towards the crease, not wanting to be run out. Cox at the non-striker's end. The Swat almost cowering as much as anything else. And then Williams having a bit of a chat with the umpire. Not 100% sure. Maybe about obstruction or something like that, perhaps. The Swat didn't really try and get out of the way as much as using his body to sort of shield the stumps as he headed back to the crease. Williams in. Defended. Good there from De Swart to see out that over. That is the end of Williams as well. 1 for 34 from his 10 overs. Incredible figures that'll end up with. He'll be disappointed he hasn't got any more wickets alongside it, but brilliant economy on the way and just set the tone at the start of this innings. And Gloucestershire haven't looked as good since he stopped bowling, which I think says a lot about how good he was at the start of the innings.
Yeah, a really good spell from Williams, and we're going to see Van Buren try and close out his spell in similar manner. So I think what I'd do would be good to hear thoughts, Toby.
Ooh, we're not actually. Daz Ahmed's coming on, it looks like. He's taking his cap off, so Ahmed wants that end. I guess the spinners must take this end unless Amin Rao's coming on at some point, but
that feels a big call.
That's why the captains get paid the big bucks. You've got to make these tough decisions, and Jack Taylor thinks that Daz Ahmed is the person for it, the man for this job. And actually, he has been pretty impressive. He's not been that economical, gone up, fives, which would be much better than the required run rate, but he's picked up a wicket on the way as well. He managed to get Rishi Patel, the all-important wicket. Rishi Patel just sort of did him for pace a little bit, looking to pull, and ended up getting him caught at mid-on. Graham Van Buren running back towards the long-on boundary. But here comes Ahmed, bowling to Cox. It's cut away. Just about beats the dive in there of Price, but only going to get a single.
Do you back as a skipper?
Mm-hmm.
Do you back Aman Rao
to come on and take the wickets at the back end? I mean, it's what Alex Green did. He was not particularly economical, was struggling to find his rhythm early on, but actually at the back end when the pressure's on, maybe when you're bowling towards the tail a bit as well, and wonder balls are almost more important as much as anything else, then it worked out pretty well for Green. I don't think I would, personally. Not yet, anyway. I think I'd look to try and bowl out the spinners first before looking at Rao, but would you?
it's bold,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got to know your bowler. You know, the only reason why I'm raising it is
Oh, possible wickets! Huge appeal. Oh, he stumps either way. He's gone. That's a brain fade and a half right there from Ruan de Swart. He's been stumped after a huge appeal for caught behind. Brilliant take from James Bracey down the leg side, I think that was. But in the chaos, de Swart ends up just stumbling outside his crease, and he's gone at the all-important final few overs here.
Isn't that an incredible moment?
That will be it.
It looks like de Swart has almost maybe even thought he's being appealed for LBW and wondered where the ball's gone, wandered out of his crease. And look at this, James Bracey has had a solid 2 seconds of appealing the LBW and then going to make the stumping. That's an incredible moment, everybody. A real game changer. De Swart looks incredibly dejected, and at 191 for 6 now.
Yeah, he's gone for 42, is de Swart. That's the last thing Leicester would have been expecting at this stage, if anything. And de Swart obviously not really sure what was going on. Ben Cox down the other end was looking incredulous, had no clue what was going on either. And we are into these final few overs, final few runs required, but now only final few wickets required for Gloucestershire. Ben Green out to the crease. As you're saying, averages in the 40s in this day cricket. He's a more than capable batter, but will rarely have come in with a position, such tentative situation.
Here's a question, Toby. Run out or stumped?
Ooh. I don't know, to be fair.
Because I've never seen a pure stumping where a keeper takes it. I'll get back to it after this ball.
Here comes Ahmed into green. Defends first up.
Where a keeper takes it, walks past the stumps to appeal, holds it for a couple of seconds, and then goes back to the stumps.
My guess is that would suggest a run out if he's past the stumps, because I'm not sure. You know, you think about all those stumpings that are overturned when a keeper's glove just passes the line of the stump, so perhaps a run out. Either way, it's the wicket. Ahmed in. That's cut away nicely. Beats the dive. Not going to have the legs though. They're only going to get 1 for it. Just a single. Cox faces up. It could be a huge moment in this game. Cox is still there. He's 30 not out at the moment, joined by Ben Green. But with 44 needed now, just a couple more balls in this over. That could be huge. Just a single. Sensibly done there.
Now, at this very moment, in the previous innings, Gloucestershire were 192 for 8. And then the next ball they went 9 down.
But then they added on 40 odd for the final partnership.
They did.
I think that'd be a big ask for that to happen again. Thoughts of a single. Cox almost run out. Could be out. No. Recovers well. No single. Turned down. I think Cox just thinking about getting runs. Green perhaps sensibly happy to give Cox a strike for the start of these final 10 overs. 193 for 6. 10 overs to go. 43 to win. There's no chance of it going right the way down to there. 43 from 60 is plenty of time, but this is going to be an incredible next half an hour, I reckon, as Gloucestershire look to try and pick up some wickets. Van Buren's coming on down this end. Price still has a couple more to go as well, and then he's going to maybe have to turn to Rao or himself as Taylor for the final couple.
Well, we did say, didn't we? There was going to be another twist. And there's been a twist. A rather big one as well. James Bracey stumping / running out to swat after the huge LBW appeal / caught behind appeal. Literally everything happened in one ball as Van Buren tinkers with his field. Huge hit on the pad, big appeal, umpire's thinking. He shakes his head. That is incredibly close, and it's so challenging to give those, isn't it, when the impact is so far down the wicket with the sweep shot. It's fair to say that Leicestershire fans not too pleased about the length of the Gloucestershire appeal.
I think that looked like that was sliding just about for me.
Okay.
But it's tight.
Umpire Reynolds on that one. This is a more confident push.
And also, can confirm, went down for a run out on Envy play.
Interesting.
So I'd assume.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, Cox appearing solid in defence for the moment. Van Buren's just got the 1 over to go. Can he make a breakthrough? Prodded up in the air, back towards him. Van Buren can smell a wicket. He can smell a moment here. 193 for 6. Pressure building. Cox takes his time. That's a nice cricket shot. And another single that brings about a ripple of applause. As the tension builds here at Kibworth. One ball left in the over for Van Buren. 1 ball left in his spell. He's 1 for 42. Prodded back towards him. Gone!
Come on,
Caught and bowled. And a huge wicket. Ben Green goes for a 4-ball 1. And all of a sudden at 194 for 7, they've lost 2 wickets in the last 2 overs. And Leicestershire, after seeming so in control, so ahead of the rate, they've now lost 2 wickets in back-to-back overs. Ben Cox remains. Ben Green goes for 1. 194 for 7. And, well, this game is well and truly back, Toby.
Turned in a matter of minutes. It's gone from looking like Leicester could cruise it with Deswan and Cox at the crease. And now 7 down, they find themselves the home side here. Ajaz Patel walking out to join Ben Cox, who is still at the crease, most importantly. You'd much rather Ben Green goes than Ben Cox. But it's now going to be requiring a lot from him, and he's maybe going to have to go into slightly different gear as partners are coming and going. And he doesn't want to risk being left stranded, still requiring 20 or so to win. So he might look to try and turn up a little bit. Still Mo Rizvi and Alex Green as well. Rizvi can bat, but doesn't have the best record. Didn't have the best record last year. 76 runs for Kent, average about 19. So handy, but you can't be asking loads. Ajaz Patel, again, is another solid tail end batter. Number sort of 10, 11, 9, 10, sorry. So you'd assume he'll be looking to just facilitate Cox as much as anything else and just be a good partner, nudge singles, face dots and try and bat out the end of overs. If Cox might look to try and farm the strike, which is probably the sensible thing if he can pick up some boundaries.
That's Ahmed. Cox happy to take a single. So what you're saying is Ajaz Patel is not a genuine number 11.
Who's that? Sorry?
Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, I don't think he's
That's
genuine number 11. Yeah.
Nice.
I think he's capable with the bat. He can hold a bat.
Well, he's in at number 9.
Yeah.
So,
which is useful.
So Leicestershire will be hoping for a similar wag of the tail. There's not really another word for that, is there? Tail wag. Lower order runs.
Yeah.
Back of a length from Daz Ahmed. Ajaz Patel happy to take a single. And again, this Leicestershire crowd supporting the tail enders. Every
we're not quite at every ball survived getting clapped.
No.
We're at the point of every run being clapped.
I think that's got to be a 9 down is surviving is worth a clap.
For sure.
Still 40 to win, though. Still a way to go for Cox and Leicestershire here.
And Des Ahmed appears at the moment to be a good change. Yes, Gloucestershire have still got overs from the likes of Ollie Price. They've used up their big strike overs of Van Buren. They've used up Will Williams. Slashing cut shot, Bracey again, waiting for the stumping. Just to say, Toby, that we talked earlier about, because this game probably won't go right down to the wire, you can use up Will Williams and Van Buren. The problem is now, 40 or 51, and 7 wickets down Leicestershire, this has a slight ring that it might go down to the wire. Splits the gap. It's a diving wide mid-off, and Jack Taylor fields. So, my point is that with the crucial 9 or 8 and a bit overs to go, I can see you scouring over the bowling figures. Who are you going to?
Well, I think it's going to be Ollie Price down from this end, surely. Maybe he goes to himself. Taylor was the one who did bowl from this end previously, so he could look to go to himself again and take the pressure on as captain.
Clip straight to mid-wicket. But spin from both ends feels bold.
Well, but I think he'll keep Daz Ahmed, down that end.
Okay.
Ahmed's still got another 4 overs after this one, I think.
No, he's got 3.
So 3 overs after this one.
Which then leaves you an over at the end.
Yeah, which you then have to go to Amin Rao or Jack Taylor. And then I think you go from 3 from this end with Ollie Price.
And
that takes you 1 over at each end, with 1 for Rao, 1 for Taylor, I reckon. Or maybe Taylor bowls 2, depending on how Price is going.
You see,
all of a sudden Price is in now, yeah.
All of a sudden, this is a slight issue, isn't it? So Ollie Price is going to bowl. He's got, 3 overs to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So that this is the problem, everybody. If these 2 now bowl out, Ollie Price and Daz Ahmed, you're left 1 over short at the end.
From each end.
From each end.
So unless what we could do is maybe bowl Daz Ahmed a couple more from that end, Taylor could then come on, or Price could swap ends, and then you can get away without bowling Aman Rao if he doesn't want to bowl Rao, for example. But I think, for 1 over, he might not be that against. And if you're getting right down to the wire, you'll likely will have taken some more wickets along the way, I reckon.
It's a shame, because this is when professional cricket can be quite ruthless, because you've got, a relatively young lad who is new to his career, he's on debut. Do you throw him back in at the death after having a relatively expensive start? Who knows? Ollie Price is back. Struck on the pad, little appeal as that trickles down to short fine. And the mood is changing here in Leicestershire. It's the only game the Leicestershire play at this Kibworth Outground this year. It's turning into quite a spectacle. A heavy breeze now drifting across the ground, pushing a few flags and leaves high in trees. Beats the bat with the grip, Ollie Price. This is a big 3 overs. On the other hand, you're Gloucestershire, and you back that Ollie Price and Daz Ahmed can take the last 3 wickets in the last 6 overs or so you've got.
That last one from Price really ragged. It was darted in and did more than enough. Beat the outside edge, good bit of turn. So I think he'll be pretty excited by what he's seeing. The off. He's changed ends now, so he's got cover.
Very close to the front pad there, causing the ooze from the fielders. He really likes this angle as well, doesn't it? It's quite rare that a right arm off spinner likes bowling round the wicket to both left and right hand batters. It's a very interesting target line. Ajaz Patel goes back and finds a single in the covers. 199 for 7.
I quite like it, from an offie to bowl right on round to right-handers, because I think it brings LBW into play perhaps more than if you're bowling over. If you can land it in, and particularly if it's turning, which it does seem to be. But also the way you can bowl it across the right-hander.
Flicked it. Short fine leg. Chance for a run out. Bracey takes off the stumps, but Ajaz Patel was safe. That ends the over. Ben Cox stayed on strike, and here comes the applause. For 200 up for Leicestershire. They're 200 for 7. They've got 7 overs to go. Ben Cox is not out on 34. And here's the situation. Leicestershire need 37 to win from 43. And Gloucestershire, well, they need 3 wickets to win.
Yeah, we've gone over 7 overs now without a boundary, which I think is big change. You look back to the sort of back end of that partnership between Cox and De Swart, and they were not only nudging singles and basically running off every ball, it felt like, but also they were pretty consistently getting boundaries every over, every couple overs. But since then, it's just dried up. Even getting singles has really taken a bit of a downturn. Daz Ahmed will continue here. Still pretty tight.
Big cut shot. In comes the cover fielder Eklund. Another sign of that pick up and quick release.
Slightly scuffed release though. He ended up throwing it down to I think it was that Ollie Price in there at point instead of to the keeper who was stood a couple of yards to the left of him. But either way it worked. Stopped them coming back for 2.
Daz Ahmed's been really impressive today. Bat and ball. As he gives up on his run, we'll remind you he made 29 run a ball for his 29. Daz Ahmed was very, very strong, was the main reason why Gloucestershire were able to set a total of 235. He came in at 185 for 8. His partner Rao was lost very, very shortly after, and he was able to bat alongside Will Williams, and the tail was able to wag for an extra 43 runs in the end. Huge swing from Ajaz Patel. It's taking a leading edge and it's dribbling out to third man on the boundary, so just a single. This also feels, we complimented a lot Eskenazi's field placements. And I must say, there's been very little that Jack Taylor's done wrong at the Gloucestershire helm.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. So I think even bowling changes as well. The game drifted occasionally with a couple reasonable partnerships, but actually he's made bowling changes. He's bowled himself. He's brought himself on for a couple overs here and there. He's actually not gone back to Aman Rao, after a pretty tough opening spell, which I think has been pretty important. Otherwise, managed it well.
Daz Ahmed draws a push. Is this a chance?
I think he might have gone to the wrong end there. I think if it had gone to the bowlers, Cox looked like he was a little bit slower off the mark. But either way, they're both home safe.
Well, I would say it had taken a bit of extra time for Bancroft to really switch his body around. That was clearly the much easier end for him to throw it down. It's just where the balance of how long it would have taken for him to turn and release would have reached the stumps in time. Would have been tight. Daz Ahmed continues to build pressure, ask questions. And Ajaz Patel, the left-hander, now standing on strike. Big swing. He's pierced a gap actually through mid-wicket. Long on's moving his way around. They're going to get back for 2. Another huge cheer from the Leicestershire fans as Ajaz Patel, the number 9, gets back for a second run.
Biggest cheer for a while, I reckon, that one. The fans appreciated the work that Cox really put in there.
Now you might just be able to tell that we've got some Gloucestershire fans nearby. Huge swing from Ajaz Patel. Fielder dives and misses. A huge boundary for Leicestershire. And it's come off the bat of the Leicestershire number 9. He had 2 wickets with the ball, and he's proving his worth with the bat now. He moves to 9. Leicestershire to 209 for 7, and the runs required now under 30. It's 27 to win from 37 balls.
That releases a little bit of pressure. A big over there. Still one more to come from it, but 2 followed by the 4 really just brings it down a little bit. Runs to win now into the 20s. Huge. Really important this from Ajaz Patel.
Big swing, top edge. Is this going to be 4? It's skiddling away. It is 4. And it's a chase in vain from the man down at the fine leg. Or third man, rather. And Ajaz Patel, what a finish to this over. After 3 singles to start, 2, 4, 4. 10 off the last 3 balls. And it's 23 now needed with 6 overs to go. That is a huge over for Leicestershire.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered. A little bit fortuitous, but sometimes you have to be at these times. When you think about how unlucky they were with Dessoir and the run-out stumping off, that dismissed him, sometimes you'll get a little bit of luck. And that thick outside edge there to run away for 4. The 4, previous delivery as well that almost fell into the hands of both cover and mid-off. Again, a little bit lucky, but sometimes you need it. And actually, that's taken a large chunk out of what the remaining runs were. So it's really important. And actually as well, even as much as you want Patel to stay there as well, if someone's going to get out, you want him to get out and Cox still at the crease. So it's actually quite good for him to take some pressure off Cox, I'd say. Price comes in.
Check on the pad. Big appeal. Instantly rejected. Chance for a run out the keeper's end as a very similar situation pans out where Cox missed the ball down leg, struck on the pad. Whilst the appeal's going on, he's looking for a potential single. And Bracey being very smart. Bracey being very smart tries to run down the keeping stumps. Here comes a reverse sweep. Slightly top edgy, which brings it over the fielder. And the man in the ring has to go and collect it. Here comes boundaries for Leicestershire. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of happy fans around here at Kibworth as the chase is looking easier and easier. Now under 20 runs needed. 19 to win from 34 balls.
This game has gone both ways at the same time, but at the moment, Ben Cox is looking in great nick.
Inside edge, just past the stumps. This could be 4 more. It's running away on this lightning outfield. Skips over the boundary. And there's another boundary that goes the way of Leicestershire. 15 to win now. It's been a destructive couple of overs. 18 runs in the last 6 balls split across the last 2 overs. First 10 going the way of Ajaz Patel, and the second 8 have been off the bat of Ben Cox. And a simple single into the leg side. As Cox moves to 46. 4 runs short of what would be just a remarkable half-century.
Yeah, having lost to Swart, it felt like, Leicestershire were finding themselves right back in, right back in the game. But Cox has batted so sensibly and just found singles, rotated the strike, and been really, really impressive with the way he's managed it so far.
Ajaz Patel thinks about a single. Ollie Price has a chance to throw it down and doesn't pick it up cleanly.
The pressure is starting to get to everyone, it feels like now. There's been a couple run-out opportunities and a couple now both squandered by Gloucestershire. Firstly, Bracey had a shot at the stumps, just misses them when Cox was looking to scamper through for a quick single. That time, it was Patel who was sent back and Price wasn't able to pick up cleanly and have a throw at the stumps because I think if managed to get it down towards Bracey, who was there waiting, Patel had no chance of making it home.
Ollie Price, final ball of the over. Draws a defence from Ajaz Patel. He's desperate for a single.
Ben Cox happy to keep the strike going into the final 5 overs then. 2-2-2 for 7. And just before pass you back to Toby for the final 30 balls. 14 is required to win for Leicestershire. And Gloucestershire did 3 wickets.
This, I mean, it should be Leicestershire to win, but who knows what's happening. The way it's been going all day today, one team's sort of felt like they've been on top, a couple wickets have fallen, it swung back the other way. It's been swinging left, right, but at the moment, Cox on strike. He's been the man. He's been so impressive. They are changing the bowling. Jack Taylor, the captain, taking it into his own hands here. Feels like there's something needed. Perhaps he's going to bowl for the rest from this end, and then Daz Ahmed might come in at the other end, perhaps to replace Price. Sorry,
I think Daz Ahmed
will come in this.
The other
bottom
end
here
is a much better shout.
Taylor him. Defended first up by Cox.
Just because of the variable bounce that we've seen. That's all I'd say is pace, I think, has been more effective from the pavilion end.
I mean, yeah, Williams and Holland were both good with the new ball from that end, weren't they? Here we go. Swept hard. Can he find the gap? He does! There's a much-needed boundary. Just 10 to win now for Leicestershire. And 50 for Cox as well. That is a remarkable knock. Partners have fallen around him, but he's kept a level head. And that is exceptional. 54 balls along the way. Absolutely perfect so far, but still 10 required. And it won't matter. This 50 won't matter to him if his team don't get over the line. Drops it into the leg side, and huge shout of no from Patel and Cox at the same time, and rightfully so there.
That's been one of his most effective shots, that sweep shot.
He's not gone to it that often, though, I would say, either. He could have maybe favoured it a bit more, but perhaps the risk, a bit of a variable bounce. That's a little of a paddle one, slightly off the toe of the bat, though, so it goes a bit in front of square. And they get the single for it. Yeah, he was looking to, I think, try and find the space over Bracey's left shoulder behind the stumps, but in the end, didn't quite get a hold of it. Patel on now, the left-hander, so Taylor turning the ball into him. Swept, but straight to Bancroft in there at mid-wicket. Good tumbling save there from the Australian. Taylor in again. Short and stumping opportunity, but it beats everyone. Patel takes a half a step down towards the bowler, has a huge swipe, he misses it, and then Bracey does too. Well, maybe that wasn't buys, maybe that was given as... Was there a feather of an edge on that? 46 overs gone now. 229 for 7. 7 to win of 24 balls. That doesn't matter so much anymore. Price will continue from this end, so it's not going to be Daz Ahmed as we thought it might be. But instead, Price will keep going. He's only got one more over, though, so he'll bowl this one. And then Daz Ahmed will come on probably to finish up at the pavilion end here.
Yeah, I think maybe one thing that Gloucestershire have slightly missed the mark on is how they've used their pace bowlers. If anything, they could have rotated from this end, but Williams did bowl well from it.
That's off the inside half of the bat there, as Cox looks to drive. Dot ball, though. Bancroft, who's been sort of sat in there at mid-wicket most of the day, does the fielding. Oh, big sweep, but that's just evades everything. Good take again from Bracey, who's had a pretty good day behind the stumps, it's felt like. He's let a couple through, but nothing major. And made a few good opportunities, good wickets too, dismissals. That's swept. In the air, though. Could be taken. Is! And that is a huge wicket there. Cox looking to go to that sweep that we've seen him use so well today, but picks out the new man, the debutant for Gloucestershire, Joseph Eklund. And is there one more twist left in this game? 2-2-9 for 8. 7 to win still. 2 wickets in hand. Charlie, this could be a crazy ending.
It could be. I just think Ben Cox, I mean, what a great knock, 51. A lot of the Kibworth faithful are standing up in applause. If he'd just been out there at the end, it would have made this all a lot easier. But it's not what this tournament does, is it, Toby? It's not what the Metro Bank does to us. Even when we want a settled, nice, calm finish to a game, it doesn't give us that. And well, looks like Mo Rizvi's gone out there to join Jazz Patel. And well, it's
still 7 to win. Now this is where you can earn your big bucks as the captain. I think Taylor's got to not bring the whole field in, but he's really got to try and squeeze here, put the pressure on, make Rizvi and Patel do something daft. We've already seen that happen a couple of times with them trying to squeeze through for singles here and there that definitely weren't on and almost get run out. But they survived those ones. Can they get the same thing to happen here now as well? You've got sweepers out at Cow Corner, Eklund and long on. Deep cover is out too, and deep backward square leg is going as well. So space is over the offside, through the offside if Rizvi can get there. Price fires it in. Thoughts of a single, they're going to scamper through. Going to be run out, possibly. Oh, he's missed it though. Rizvi was a long way short of his crease there. If Price had just been able to grab the ball, but it just tore through his hands.
Well,
another opportunity missed.
This is showing everybody that this game is nowhere near done. Yes, it's one shot away from being completed, but there is yet to be a twist, that's for sure. Ollie Price just waiting, asking for a field change. Short fine leg gets sent out to the boundary. It's actually just 3/4 of the way back, so let's see what happens this ball.
He laps it straight to that man though, so it's only going to be a single. That's brilliant field placing from Price, who I think if it had been inside the ring, that man, that easily could have skirted past him and gone all the way for 4, and that would have been all but over. And in the end, it's a single. Gets Rizvi back on strike.
It could have gone past him. However, I think that's the reason he pulled out that shot, is all of a sudden it became an easy single.
I think it could have been a single either way, though. As Rizvi defends sensibly. Ends the over there for Price. 5 to win still. 3 overs to go. And that is the end of Price as well. That's 1 for 47 from his 10 overs. Pretty impressive stuff again as well. Again, perhaps felt like he could have had a couple more wickets, but nothing quite fell to hand. Just looking to spear the ball into the stumps. But Taylor's going to continue now from the other end, and you'd assume Daz Ahmed will come in at this pavilion end.
Well, this is the issue that we were anticipating, wasn't it, for the Gloucestershire bowlers? Who's going to fill out the final few overs? And I do feel a little bit sorry for Aman Rao, because his day's been dictated upon a few expensive overs.
Taylor floats up and driven down the grounds, sensibly so, by Patel. He's on to 17 off 16, with that one. Could be a pretty useful knock if he can get his side over the line here. 4 to win. Now, Rizvi on strike. 2, 3, 2 for 8.
Now come the big discussions. The big protect boundary or protect single.
I think everyone inside the ring is tight, as they should be. But they're leaving options for, if the ball's cut away or it's dragged down, you've got to have options square of the wicket. And then they're bringing long off inside the ring now as well. So deep square just in front and deep cover out. It's defended. No run. Everyone else inside the ring.
You can hear the silence here at Kibworth. You can almost hear the eyes watching.
Oh, looks to flick it around the corner. Wide given though.
No.
So that will be another one off the total. 3 to win now. It's not what Gloucestershire need. Short cutaway, but Price is there.
Good hands.
Yeah, does well. Gets down low to his right. And Rizvi cuts away again. A slight fumble. They'll get through for a single. Good running. 2 to win now. 1 for a tie. 2 to win. They can get there. I think this crowd will show a lot of appreciation
What makes you think that?
for this team. Taylor in again to Patel. Defended. Head over the ball.
That's my favourite shot from him so far.
Just pats it back.
Under the pressure, just no, don't fancy that one.
1 ball left in the over.
I sense a bit of aggression here, Toby.
Maybe 2 to win. Flicks it through the leg side. That's just going to be 1 though. Scores are level. Scores are level. They'll be walking away at least with a couple points. Will Leicestershire here. But so could Gloucestershire. Couple wickets is all they need. 2 wickets. And they walk away with a couple points as well.
Toby, just to say, this has been a brilliant day of 50 over cricket. Not necessarily all the big hitting and high scoring, traditional, well, less traditional, more aggressive one-day cricket we have become so used to seeing in England. But it's almost the opposite and a more attritional, a more tactical game of 50 over cricket, where those extra little fielding changes, those extra saves of ones, those extra times batters have turned ones into twos. It's been those moments that have really dictated this game. And that, for me, is what 50 over cricket is all about. How many of those 50-50 moments throughout the day can you sway your way? And Leicestershire, clearly at the moment, have just pulled ever so slightly more of those moments in their direction. Here comes a free hit for young Aman Rao. He hasn't quite had the day he'd have wanted to. However, he has a chance to be a hero for Gloucestershire.
I actually don't mind this. He looks, when he was getting in the right areas, he was looking like a very dangerous bowler. He just unfortunately didn't quite find those areas enough. But here he comes. That was driven, but straight to Price. Dot ball first up. How many dots in a row until the pressure really ranks up, Charlie? That's the question.
Until the final ball.
The final dot. Rao in again. Just Patel facing up. Thick edge, and flies away. There it is. Slightly fortuitous, but that slightly sums up the day for Leicestershire 2. They just about get over the line, winning by 2 wickets, an over and a half to spare. And that is brilliant. What a game of cricket. Leicestershire just chased down that 235 set by Gloucestershire. A brilliant day. It felt like it was going to be super high scoring, quick outfield here today. But actually, there was enough in it for the bowlers. And both teams bowled exceptionally well, I thought. And in the end, we got a brilliant, brilliant game.
Yeah, we did. It was a brilliant day of cricket, perfectly summed up there. It's not almost what we suspected. We went out there early in the morning, didn't we? We thought, well, maybe 300 plus plays, 300 plus. Maybe it was going to be a high-scoring affair, but it wasn't. And, well, Leicestershire required 236 to win. And it was ebbing and flowing. They were settled, they were behind, they were settled, they were ahead, they were back behind again. This chase had everything. We thought it might be an anticipated and, well, really high drama chase, and it was so, ending 8 wickets down. That is the perfect chase you want to see, isn't it? Quick run through then. Eskanazi went for 17. It was then Ian Holland with that dramatic run out, and at that moment we thought maybe that was the game. But no, Rishi Patel made a good 39. Tatsul also chiming in for 17. I thought Hamza Sheikh was very impressive for his 33 on 51 balls. He looked very calm at the crease, and, well, it was another sign of players getting in and getting out. But you've got to say, don't you, big hats off to Roman Deswart. His 42 was very, very match-winning in the end. That run-out was an incredible moment of Bracey behind the stumps. But Ben Cox, 51, didn't quite get his side over the finishing line at the end. But, well, what a knock that was from him, and he enabled the tail to do the rest of the job. But as you say, Toby, a brilliant day of 50 over cricket. And yeah, how are your thoughts on the Gloucestershire bowling? Do you reckon they potentially left a few wickets out there? How do you feel that went?
I don't think necessarily. I do think it was still a good pitch either way. I think the big differences was that no one on that clock. I mean, to be fair, Ben Cox only made 50 in the end, but the only 50 of the game that was as well. So I think maybe that was a bit of a difference with the Gloucestershire attack, with the Gloucestershire batting, where a couple of them made 30s and 40s, but none of them really pushed on. And then Cox at the end did just manage to get them over the line. It felt like at first Patel was going to be the one that was going to get them over the line and put in that big score. Then it felt like Deswart was going to be the one, and then finally Cox was the one who really got them there. And then even at the end, it was Ajas Patel who hit those winning runs. But either way, that was an incredible game, and what a way to start the One Day Cup. We've got another 3 more games at Leicester, back at Grace Roads, a couple more away games on the way too. So it's an exciting competition. Maybe some quarters, maybe some semis, maybe some finals too. So hopefully some silverware for Leicestershire.
Well, there you go, everyone. A brilliant 2-wicket win for Leicestershire, coming back from their result against Gloucestershire last time out when they lost by 3 wickets. A brilliant response. Again, another game that ebbed and flowed, and Leicestershire have got off their 50-over campaign to a winning start, a perfect start. Thank you, Toby. Toby Reynolds, you've been absolutely terrific today here from Kibworth, and I have been Charlie Harden. Thank you very much to our camera operating team, our production team. It's been absolutely superb. We've had a brilliant day and a brilliant day of 50 over cricket. Leicestershire win and Gloucestershire have lost. Thank you, everybody.